First of all, let me. Are we on? Is our live streaming on? Okay, good. Let me welcome everybody here to the March CTB meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Today will be our start with our work session, and tomorrow we'll have our formal action agenda. And as we always do, I ask everybody to please stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, again, welcome. We have quite a bit of information to go through today. First of all, before we get started, we have a couple of people I'd like to recognize, or groups. First is Mr. Yates here. He was here. Okay, we'll recognize Mr. Yates when he comes back. He's a new Commonwealth Transportation Board member. While also would like to recognize, we have some folks this morning from Virginia Department of Transportation's Core Development Program. They're getting ready to graduate from that program. They're in the back. I'd ask you all to please stand. Mr. Kilpatrick, did you like to make any comments about what this program does?
Absolutely. This program has been around for decades. It used to be called the Engineering Trainee Program. Today, it's engineers and non-engineers who are in this program. They're graduates of colleges and universities, some in Virginia, some outside of Virginia. But they go through a 2-year program learning the business of VDOT, and at the completion of that program, then they'll move into maybe a specialty or a residency or field operations or a support function in throughout the department. So this is a great program. We have a great group of folks here, fresh, pliable minds, not contaminated with all the burdens of many years in the profession, but it's a great group of folks. This has been a great tradition at VDOT, and over the past 6 or 7 years, we've really reinforced this program again. So thanks to all the great things that the folks here are going to do. We have well over 100 former core development or trainees that are employees at VDOT now, and again, it's a great career path.
Well, on behalf of the Commonwealth Transportation Board and Governor McAuliffe's administration, we applaud your efforts and appreciate what you've done and look forward to what you will continue to do for our transportation in the Commonwealth. So why don't we give them all a big round of applause. Thank you very much for coming today, and you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like to see what we direct you to do in the future.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a question?
Yes,
Could
Mr.
you identify which schools they're from? I've been curious to see who we've been working with on that. If that's
Which schools?
Which schools from? Yeah.
All right, back up. All right. Name your alma mater.
University of Virginia.
All right.
So for the record, we do spread it around.
Only one tech guy. What's that then?
Oh, there's more than one. And we actually have some folks from VMI, from George Mason, NC State, I believe. I know I'm missing some.
Oh, this should be a whole tech.
Well, thank goodness there's hope. There's more from Virginia Tech than otherwise.
There are more from Virginia Tech, yes, sir.
I was afraid we would be in bad stead there, Mr. Kilpatrick. Well, thank you again very much. Okay, now I'd like to recognize our newest member of the Commonwealth Transportation Board, Mr. Greg Yates. Greg, his first meeting here, just appointed by Governor McAuliffe. And Greg, you want to take a few minutes and sort of tell us about yourself?
Nice to meet everybody on board. I've spoken to a few of you and emailed already, and happy to serve. I'm from Culpeper County originally. Lived in Richmond 5 years. University of Richmond, with secretary. Background is I'm a developer and landlord in the Central Virginia area. My wife's from New York. My son lives there now, and my daughter just graduated from UVA and works with autistic children. So very happy to be a citizen volunteer and to be here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Yates, thank you. I look forward to we'll get to know each other a little bit better this evening when we go to dinner and stuff. But
Right.
Congratulations to you. Look forward to your service here and look forward to working with you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you've probably all noticed in front of you that you have a different looking piece of equipment, basically an iPad. And one of the things that y'all have continually tried to do is to keep you more informed and get you information more quickly. And this is part of that effort. And we have with us today Mr. Bob Osmond, who is our IT Division Administrator, and he's going to tell you a little bit about how to use these things and what's to come. So, Mr. Osmond, good morning to you.
Thank you, sir. Members of the CTB here at VDOT, we are constantly innovating. As part of the refresh, as we've looked at the technology devices that we've provided in prior meetings, the laptops, as they've reached the end of their service life, we've provided you with a new technology medium to work with. The new device is an Apple iPad Pro, and it is an improvement over the prior devices in a number of ways. First, it's a lot lighter, easier to work with. It has a much higher screen resolution, so you'll be able to zoom in and see documents a bit better. It has a touch screen, so instead of clicking, you can touch to navigate through the documentation. And it has cellular technology, so that as files and new information is made available, we'll be able to get it to you more easily in a quicker manner. And most importantly, it is more efficient and less expensive. So over the prior technology, so a whole host of benefits. Some of the quick comments, as mentioned, you will be touching the screen. The information presented that is currently showing on your devices is the same information that will be presented from the lecture podium here. As you follow along, there is a screensaver that will activate after 15 minutes. So if you touch the screen, it will keep it from activating. The passcode on the device is 1401. And my team will be standing by if you have any questions or any around it. Then they're here to help. And so just raise your hand, and we're happy to step up and give you any type of assistance that you need. So thank you very much.
I do believe, any questions of Mr. Osmond, our intention is that eventually you'll be able to take these with you. So you will have them all, and we'll just download stuff to you and in advance, so you can check that every so often. So it's an attempt to make sure you get information much more quickly. I know Mr. Freeland's not here today, but if he's listening or watching on TV, this is again an attempt to make sure he's up to speed to have many questions before he comes in there. But no, it's again to make sure you have the information as quickly as possible as we make decisions. Okay, if there's no questions, Mr. Osmond, thank you so much, and appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you, sir.
Please don't take them this time. We still have some programming work and getting them set up. But again, the idea in the future is that you'll have these devices with you. You'll be able to receive your CTV email on these devices, and again, be able to carry them to and from the meetings. We ask you to remember, once we hand them out, please remember to bring them, because the alternative is this brick that's underneath.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we look forward to using this new technology. Today marks a little bit of a change in the direction, at least for my time here, and also I think where the CTB is headed. Over the last 2 years, we've had to deal a lot with wrapping up some issues we had to deal with. There's been a lot of policy changes, legislative changes that we've been working on, and we're going to have a legislative update later in the session. But one of the things we've always kept in mind is making this board a true independent board that really makes the Commonwealth's decisions on transportation. And this year in the legislature, if you were following it, there were quite a few attempts to override that authority through earmarks of projects. And I'm here to say, thankfully, by the leadership of the governor and the leadership of both the House and the Senate, they rejected that and really kept us on the path of where we're headed, and that is this board taking the politics out of our decision-making and leaving it up to us as an independent policy board. Now, that wasn't, you all know what it was before. A lot of things were done as deals, and things got put in the plan. Well, it wasn't done so that we would do that. I mean, what we have worked on with House Bill 2 is an open and transparent process. First time in our history, and here in January, everybody got to see how the scores were working for our debates over the next few months. We live stream every meeting. Every public hearing we go to, we live stream. So everything is done in the light of day. In fact, that was a big issue in the legislature this year. Increasing that, some wanted to push back, but I'm very proud to say that we have embraced it and have gone forward. And now, I think for the first time in many years, our public can see how decisions are made and what the facts are and going through. So that is going to be our focus over the next couple of years in the Transportation Secretariat, is making sure those reforms get in place and stick, but also talking about all the new policies and the new benefits that this new system affords us. I mean, the scoring system, which Mr. Donahue and his team worked on the last 18 months, and many of you, obviously gave us the basis and that we could do this on. Because without that, without that objective criteria that you could use in your deliberations, it would be hard to say that we were taking some of the subjectivity out of it. But we put that out. What we know we got to continue working on. It passed the Snell test. It works. But the real payoff are what's to come. The real payoff is the fact that VDOT is out of politics, and now they become a construction agency. We have a fiscally constrained 6-year plan. Their total focus is going to be about delivering these construction projects. In other words, instead of worried about going into, what my 6-year plan looks like from year to year. Our industry, I've met with many of them. They've told me for the first time they can now look at our 6-year plan and make some business decisions with some certainty to know that these projects are going to go forward. Our local elected officials, our local representatives, the MPOs, they now can look and say that project's going to get done. And the real benefit is they're saying, as we go through the scoring, how do I make my project score better? That's the real key. So there's a whole lot of things that now come into play. And so I see my secretariat and the CTB's job is to make sure that stuff gets implemented and to make sure our taxpayers see that these changes were worth it. So that's why we're going to have major project updates today, and you're going to see us focusing much more on execution and getting the word out so that for generations or administrations to come, this CTB is cemented in the fact that it's making good, objective, in the full realm of the spotlight of the public, the decisions that we make to go forward. So that's what we're starting today. That's why we're going with these major project updates, and we'll go through and discuss these as we go through, but I wanted you to understand sort of the shift that you'll see from the Secretariat and where I see the CTB going. So, now I wish I could tell you that's going to lessen your workload, but it's probably not. It's probably going to increase it, but I think that is where the bill payoff is. If we can make these efficiencies stick, then this is all well worth it. So with that, we're going to start with Ms. Mitchell, who's going to give us some updates on the transit and major project updates. And with that, Ms. Mitchell, welcome this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow members of the board. As the Secretary mentioned, we wanted to give you an update today on a few of DRPT's major projects. because we will be going through the 6-year plan cycle, and wanted to make sure that you all are familiar with where things stand, and I know a number of them are projects of great significance in your districts as well. I first wanted to talk about the Amtrak extension to Roanoke, and this is a project we're working on. The primary grantee here is Norfolk Southern, but we're also working very closely with the city of Roanoke as well, and DRPT has funded capacity improvements for Norfolk Southern. We're also funding the platform and maintenance facility that will be located there, and then the city will also be working on funding the station facilities there too. Again, this is the first time the passenger service will be returning to Roanoke. Very, very significant project for the region. This agreement was signed in December of 2013. The funds that are in the 6-year plan right now, it's at $95 million in capacity projects for Norfolk Southern that include signal upgrades, like I said before, the platform extensions, and then also some tunnel clearances as well. And it's going to provide service between Roanoke and the Northeast Corridor.
Just let me stop you real quick. I should have mentioned there's a cheat sheet here for anybody who would like in terms of using their iPad. So sorry about, I should have mentioned that earlier to let you know to move to presentation to presentation. Excuse me. Please
no problem. So we, as we were going through the design process, we ran into, there had been a recent change in federal policy regarding the type of platforms that are required for accessibility purposes. We had originally planned this with what's called a low platform. That's what you see in Lynchburg, also in Union Station in D.C. But FRA has recently required that we now provide higher level platforms, and that required us to go back and make some pretty significant changes to the design. We're still evaluating what the additional cost is going to be associated with that. This was something that the mayor of Roanoke also came out very strongly encouraging us to make this change. Our design was always ADA accessible. It was just that it was based on a low platform. We worked very closely with Norfolk Southern and Amtrak. Everybody had to give a little bit. We had to make some changes. It has probably pushed out our design process about 6 months, but at the end of the day, I think it's the right design. So right now, Norfolk Southern is moving forward with the final design, which will be completed this spring. They would begin construction this summer. We still expect that we'll be able to begin passenger operations in summer of 2017. I should note we'll be still working with the city. The city is making some decisions right now about the downtown station itself, what that will look like. At one point, the city, I think there's a study underway to do a multimodal operations center. Not sure if that's still moving forward or not, but that's we're working very closely with Mr. Rosen and his colleagues on City Council. The next set of projects is what we've lumped together as the 95 corridor improvements, but this is really a suite of projects that we're working on with CSX that are primarily in the 95 corridor. There's 3 major projects that were part of what we called an initial Phase 1 framework agreement, and those have all been funded in this year's 6-year plan. It includes major reconfiguration at Acca Yard, which is the yard just north of Richmond. I believe we took you all through there when we had our tour with CSX last year. I'm very glad to say that's underway right now and moving forward. Also a double track in a section we call Reams to Carson to provide some additional fluidity, and additionally some crossovers between Richmond and Petersburg. These provide significant freight benefits, but also it gave us the ability to secure some passenger rail slots for the second train to Lynchburg on the the CSX portion of their network, and also 2 additional trains to Norfolk as well. Those are tied, the timing of those are tied to the permitting for Acca Yard. So as I mentioned, we have up here that CSX completed the permitting ahead of schedule in winter of 2015, and the reason that's important is that sets off a trigger for when we get the capacity for trains 2 to 3 to Norfolk, which will now basically be available to the Commonwealth in the 4th quarter of 2018, and then also provides us with the ability for the Lynchburg train slot that does not have any time restrictions on it. And we expect construction for Acca Yard to be complete in 2018. Very, very significant project for CSX and for the Commonwealth. I'm going to just give you a brief update on the Virginia Beach Light Rail project, but you may see on your agenda that we're going to have a more detailed discussion of that later on. We sent you all the memorandum of understanding. We're going to have a discussion about the agreements that are in place. So to the degree that you have questions about that, we may be able to answer them more fully in the afternoon discussion. But again, since this is one of our major projects, we just wanted to give you a quick update on the status of that. As you know, I know we've presented on this before, it's a 3.4-mile extension of the existing tied light rail system out to town center. The total estimated cost right now is $310 million in additional funding. We've committed to funding $155 in that. There are no federal funds in the project right now. The city's planning to move forward with a design-build contract, and they're also planning to implement a shared use path adjacent to that too. Right now, they're currently...
Comment on that,
Sure.
Mr. Mitchell. Just, we're going to have this more discussion this afternoon, but a couple of things to keep out here, I want you to keep in mind is there is an estimated cost. In fact, the decision that we made to go forward was a cost. So some of these things that we don't have a cost estimates is, that being said, there is one. That's what the state funding was based upon. And I want to point out there are no federal funds. This was at the request of the City of Virginia Beach to move out of the federal program and asked us to commit state funds to take that place. So I just want to point that out. I think that'll be germane to our discussion later this afternoon or later this morning, depending on when we get to it.
Exactly. The federal funding process is extremely constrained. It's very competitive with projects across the country, very, very lengthy and expensive to comply with the process as well. So that's part of the reason that the state had stepped in to fill some of the gap that would have been left, for which they would have been seeking federal funds. We're working on this. We've provided you all with the MOU between HRT, the Commonwealth, and the city. And we sent out a copy of that to you this week. It's going to be going to their city council this evening. One of the things that DRPT over the past month or so has conducted a peer review. And this is something available that we worked with the American Public Transportation Association, or APTA. We brought in 4 experts that were either CEOs or senior construction officials from agencies across the country that have very significant light rail programs. And these are really the people that really know how to get this done. It included the CEO from Salt Lake City, senior development official from the city of Dallas, who's got, believe it or not, the largest light rail network in the country. Also an expert from Charlotte, who has a very well-developed system, and the head of the Metrolink Construction Authority in Los Angeles as well. So really 4 of the top experts. They spent about a week here. They also had a chance to review the design documents. They interviewed all of the key players in the project from the city, from Hampton Roads Transit, and DRPT. They had an opportunity to meet with the mayor of Virginia Beach as well. And the intent of that was really to look at the project management structure and to make recommendations about what the city and HRT may need to do to advance the project forward. The draft report is still underway. I expect to get that soon, but we have had a very extensive verbal briefing. And I can tell you that the major findings were that they wanted to see greater coordination between the city and Hampton Roads Transit. They also were recommending that there's a lot of work that the city still needs to do to actually get ready for a design-build contract. This is a project that's much larger than anything the city's ever done before. They've never done a design-build project of this magnitude or for light rail transit, which is a little bit different. In addition, they're building a project for another agency that's going to end up operating it, and so there's quite a bit of interface risk there as well. They've made a number of recommendations about about the city's need to look at reorganizing themselves, developing a bigger and stronger project team, integrating more closely with Hampton Roads Transit, spend a greater focus on some of the systems integrations issues, which they felt were lacking right now. But most importantly, they really underscored the urgency for the city to begin doing this today. If they're planning to go forward with a contract for a design-build project, they have a lot of work to do between now and December to get themselves ready to actually manage a design-build contract of that size. So everybody, we're looking forward to seeing the report. I believe all the participants felt that it was a very, very constructive exercise. They actually asked us if we may be able to make this peer review panel available to them again, to come back and see how they're doing and make some additional remarks. So we're very pleased we were able to sponsor that, and I think it'll be tremendously valuable to the city should they continue to move forward. So, again, I'm going to go through these milestones in a little bit more detail here. HRT has been working with the city on getting bids and offers for the light rail vehicles. They're going to the City Council this afternoon or this evening actually, to brief them on the bids that they've received, as well as the MOU. We will also be executing a binding agreement for vehicle payments by April 30th. We're going to bring this back to you later this afternoon and discuss a potential resolution that we'd like for your consideration as well. They'll have 30% designed by October. There's been a lot of discussion, as I'm sure you've read, about a possible referendum to take place on Election Day in November. We'll be working on a grant agreement with the city and DRPT that will regard the construction of the project, which would be ready to go by November, so that they can move forward with an RFP for design build by December of this year. The city then expects that after they go through the solicitation, bids, and review process, that they'd be in a position to approve that agreement in May of next year, to then begin design build, and revenue operations are scheduled for December of 2019. So. With that, that's our major projects update. I know Charlie will be speaking a little bit later about VDOT's major projects as well. What I'd like to do, though, is turn this over to Rob Carey, who's the district administrator for Richmond. He's going to be giving an update on the BRT project, which is actually obviously a very significant project for DRPT, but also there will be an action item coming to you all later in regard to that project as well. So, Rob? I'll have to...
Good morning. As Jennifer said, my name is Rob Carey. I'm the district engineer for the Richmond district of VDOT, and I'm going to talk about the BRT project in the city of Richmond, which is really a great partnership between VDOT, DRPT, City of Richmond, the Greater Richmond Transit Company, as well as Henrico County and the U.S. Department of Transportation. What you are going to see in the action agenda tomorrow are two items. One is a resolution authorizing the commissioner to enter into a 5-party agreement for the BRT, as well as the director of rail and public transportation will be on that agreement as well. And then secondly, authorization for the commissioner to award the design build project agreement contract for delivery of the BRT. The reason that we're doing that is the project is on a very accelerated schedule, and if we waited until the next CTB meeting to award, we'll lose approximately 2 weeks of actual construction delivery time. The project is that tight, we don't want to sacrifice that 2 weeks of construction opportunity. A little just quick overview. The project runs from Willow Lawn out on the west end to Rockets Landing on the east end, primarily in the Broad Street corridor, 7.6 miles. It's a mix. There's about 3.2 miles of dedicated bus lanes. The other parts are mixed traffic. The buses in traffic without dedicated lanes, and 14 station locations. The project funding, $49.8 million. $400,000 from Henrico County, $24.9 million. One of the largest Tiger grants in the nation was fortunate enough to come to GRTC, and that's what you see on the right half of the pie chart. $16.9 million from DRPT and $7.6 million from the City of Richmond. So all the partners have a piece of the overall project. Since you all were last briefed in October, we completed the design build plans to a point where we could go out for procurement on design build. The City of Richmond's Urban Design Committee approved the project. City of Richmond Planning Commission approved the project. City of Richmond's City Council approved the partnership agreement, which we're asking for permission for the secretary, or for the commissioner and director to enter as well. And Henrico County has since approved and signed the agreement. The roles described in that agreement for DRPT, they're going to provide project management, oversight, and technical assistance. They're going to assist with the Federal Transit Administration and US DOT coordination. And they are responsible for covering capital cost overruns. We certainly hope there won't be any of those, but we have that in there in case there are. The Virginia Department of Transportation was asked to come in because of our expertise in design, build, delivery of projects. And we're responsible for completing the project on schedule and on budget. Greater Richmond Transit Company, they are responsible for operation and maintenance of the BRT system once it's in place. They are reimbursing VDOT for projects costs. As I said, they were the recipient of that Tiger grant. And they are also responsible for procuring buses, the fare collection equipment, and support systems. So that last bullet are the things that have been carved out for them. That's their area of expertise. Obviously, buses, ticket vending, those kind of things, they're going to handle that. And then the City of Richmond will own all of the equipment and infrastructure that are installed within the city. Henrico, similarly, will own all of the equipment infrastructure installed in Henrico County. The design-build procurement has been underway since September of last year. We sent out a request for qualifications at that time, and subsequently a request for proposals. We intend to issue a notice of intent to award in late March, and then we will award that contract in early April, as I said. Thus, the reason for one of the resolutions today is to authorize the commissioner to go ahead and award that in advance of the April meeting. What we are doing is incentivizing the contractor to get this thing done on an advanced schedule. An incentivized operational testing period will begin in September of 2017. Revenue generation, when they can actually start collecting fares on the BRT buses, is incentivized to start in October of 2017, and we incentivize the early completion of the project to December of 2017. Those incentives add up to about $3.25 million. The contracting community has told us that those incentives are very significant and is making a difference in the schedule that they can drive for to deliver this project. That concludes the presentation that I had about BRT. If you had any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
Just the main point I'd like to make is I want to thank you and the governor for allowing VDOT to be the procuring and the construction agency for this thing. They certainly have the depth, which GRTC doesn't, the depth or experience, nor does the city, to really construct a project like this. And living here in Richmond and having to travel these corridors all the time, I know it's going to be a mess. I know it's somewhat controversial, certainly not to the extent that the project we're going to talk about later and just talked about a little bit is, but you know, it's what the new people that are moving into Richmond's kind of transportation that they're looking for. And I think it's a little bit ahead of the curve, but you know, if you get on the curve, it's going to cost you so much you can't hardly do it. So you have to be a little bit ahead of time. I'm so thankful that Rob's people are going to build this project. I think it's going to be a real big step forward for Richmond.
Yeah, thank you. This is a project, and Mr. Kilpatrick maybe could lend more to this, but it is a highway project. I mean, VDOT has a lot of expertise in right-of-way. DRPT that does not have the ability to get right-of-way. The legislation this year allow you to do that? Yeah, so they didn't, but VDOT has that. Working closely with the City of Richmond on the project, so I want to thank them for their cooperation. You know, I don't think we could replicate this in a fixed guideway project. VDOT, you know, it takes a specialty to do that, but they certainly have this, and very comfortable for Rob and his team and Mr. Kilpatrick stepping up. And I think this will be a great project for the region, and you know, people commuting around, not just in Richmond, but Henrico is a part of it. Also, and hopefully the bus service that connects the entire region will be adjusted for this.
And Mr. Secretary, the other thing that I would say is we have not finished the procurement, but the three firms that are involved have all done very substantial projects, have an excellent track record of delivering them. So You know, while we can stand here and take credit for delivering, they're the ones who are going to get it done, those contractors.
Mr. Tom?
I just have a quick question for Ms. Mitchell.
Yeah.
Could you just give us an update on the second train set from Charlottesville?
Sure. We are, again, in some preliminary discussions with Norfolk Southern about how we would get the capacity on the line there. I will say that it has been complicated somewhat by the changes in Norfolk Southern's business structure right now. They've announced publicly that they are looking at significantly downgrading service in some corridors, which will include some corridors in Virginia, which means they'll be shifting traffic from, that they may carry on one line today to another line in the future. And so they're working through some of those changes internally. We expect to know a lot more in the April-May timeframe. That has somewhat colored the negotiations that we've had over the second Lynchburg train. However, they've proposed some perhaps some sort of innovative ways for us to look at securing the capacity through something that instead of being a major capital project that opens up capacity could be a stream of payments similar to a capital lease or something like that. So we're working through those with them right now. The good news is they keep assuring us that they believe 2017 is very achievable. We're also working with Amtrak because we'll need, we've included funding in the 6-year plan, but we'll need to purchase some capital equipment, a locomotive and some cars for that service as well. We just got a cost estimate from Amtrak for that as well. So we're moving forward. We still believe 2017 is very achievable, and again, it's been a little bit complicated by some recent events, but Norfolk Southern's been a very willing partner. And as I mentioned before, we have already gotten the capacity from CSX as part of the ACA Yard agreement.
Probably should expand a little bit about what Ms. Mitchell's talking about with our Class 1 railroads. Because of this potential suitor, the Canadian Pacific or Canadian Railroad, they have responded, both railroads, by cutting costs, because that was the whole idea of the combination. They were going to be able to cut out costs. So in an effort to fend off that, part of their strategy has been to downsize. Ms. Mitchell will come back later in this morning or later this afternoon. That impacts some of the grants we have out there, or some grants we've already expended where they may be cutting back service, and so we're having to deal with that. But suffice to say that both railroads have curtailed significantly their capital spending, and that is making it much more difficult for us to negotiate with them. And again, remember, their primary profit motivation is movement of freight. So it's a difficult situation, but we're working through it.
Yeah, both railroads, both NS and CSX, are looking at changes in their network. Also the declining coal traffic has had a very, very big impact on Virginia as well. So they're looking at changes to sort of modify their business structure for that. In CSX's case, it actually means they're focusing a lot more on intermodal. That means the 95 corridor, where we run a lot of passenger service and VRE, is more important to them than ever to be able to move intermodal freight, which is very time sensitive. So that makes our negotiations on passenger projects particularly complicated, because that capacity is more valuable to them on the freight side than it's ever been before. And then with Norfolk Southern, again, they're looking at changes in their network, which may include shifting traffic from one line to another. And we're still in the process of evaluating with them what all of that means. So.
Mr. Jarzynski.
Yes, Ms. Mitchell, does that affect the possible VRE extension out to Haymarket?
Possibly, yeah, possibly. It's that's another one that we've been discussing with them as well. On the one hand, that corridor may be more valuable to them before if they're shifting more freight onto it, but it also means that they're looking at, that's why we're exploring different ways of doing business with them that may not involve a huge capital project where they need to bring local match to it, but something that may reflect more of a stream of payments that reflects the value of that capacity and something like that. So that may be something we explore for Gainesville Haymarket as well.
Okay, thank you.
You know, just getting their attention these days is difficult because of their dealing with their restructuring and movement and stuff. So they're still good partners. But I'm just saying they are predisposed with bigger things in their corporate culture right now. So Ms. Mitchell, we're endeavoring to keep things going, but
And it gives us a chance to look at the way that we do business. It may really change things for the department in the future too. And the Rail Committee's been looking at changes in policies and procedures on the REF grants. We're going to be talking about the status of some older grants that I think we'll bring that back to you in the April meeting. You know, these are all things. It's good for us to look at how we may want to change things in the future as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Valentine.
just as a point of clarification, though, as we are facing some new challenges, the commitment is still there.
Yes.
For the second passenger
Absolutely.
line, you know, originating in Lynchburg. So
Absolutely.
and hopefully the goal is still 2017.
Yeah.
commitment is still there.
Yes,
A little more
I
expensive.
felt like we
Very much so.
Yeah, very much so.
everybody
Definitely
watching these
still there.
proceedings just wanted to
Well,
clarify that.
Quite frankly, if you just look at the two railroads, and Ms. Mitchell hit on it, the intermodal was a good pivot point for CSX. Norfolk Southern's got a little more. They were heavily dependent on coal, even with the price of oil going down. There are no more trains at the present running through Virginia carrying oil. The Plains, I think it's all Plains refinery on up in the Gloucester or the Middle Peninsula area, or Yorktown area, excuse me, is no longer exporting because of the price of that. So there's been a major restructuring. Plus, you throw into that, shippers are now looking at a dual coast strategy of where they move their shipments. So they, the railroads are adjusting. A lot of things going on in there. So I think what Ms. Mitchell said is the best thing we can do is look at how we do business while they're going on. Because if you go back and look, and she'll be bringing this up at a later date, we've signed some agreements that are pretty one-sided. For cost overruns or, no penalties as the state does. So we'll be looking at, we'll be good partners, but looking at making sure we can't predict the future either. Okay, any more on transit? Again, we'll come back to the details on the light rail in Virginia Beach later on, but any more on a general update on transit before we move on to Mr. Kilpatrick? Okay, Charlie, you're up.
All right, well, thank you very much. I just want to close out the previous presentation regarding the BRT project. This is a new opportunity for VDOT. It is a little bit different than what we've done in the past, but we have worked with other agencies, especially within the Transportation Directorate, for years. And one of the things that we continue to reinforce within the agency, whether it's another state agency or local government that looks for our assistance in delivering transportation solutions, we are available and willing to help them. We're working today at Wallops Island on some projects with the Commercial Spaceflight Authority. We've worked with DRPT in the past on VRE stations, as well as working to upgrade Amtrak facilities. We work with the Department of Aviation regarding access to airports, and of course DMV being through their scale houses and their weight enforcement, we work with those folks every day in terms of helping them improve their facilities. What I'm going to talk about now are some highway projects in Virginia that we wanted to brief you where we are, the status of these projects. There's some projects here that I'm not going to provide in this presentation because, frankly, we've talked about them quite a bit at recent meetings. The 66 projects inside and outside the Beltway, the 395 Express extension. Again, those are projects we've talked about quite a bit recently. So I'm going to go through these projects to give you...
Mr. Kilpatrick, if I may, and there's been no change since the last update, so there's nothing that he would need to bring. So just
they are moving forward.
Yeah, they're moving forward. So yes.
So the first project I want to talk about just is the 460 preferred alternative. The board is aware of the previous larger scale project that was as a PPTA that has since been canceled. That procurement But as part of the relook at the environmental document, we went back and looked at alternatives that could be permittable. So today, again, this is the map showing this 460 preferred alternative. Again, to refresh folks' memory, there was a CTB-approved resolution supporting the preferred alternative. It was a combination of some new alignment and improvement to the existing road. Again, focused on the eastern end of the project, but from Zuni, the Blackwater River, to the city of Suffolk and the 460-58 bypass. We've applied for the joint permit application is the application for a permit for impacts to waters of the U.S. or a wetland permit. That's what that is. We're estimating that the environmental impact statement will be the supplemental will be completed in the spring, and a permit determination by the Corps of Engineers sometime this summer as to whether or not this preferred alternative is permittable. Again, this is a projected cost at this point. This project was not submitted through the House Bill 2 process, felt that it was not timely until we got through this process for even consideration. So again, that's where this project stands. If the Corps of Engineers says the project is permittable, then there is that opportunity to consider it in the future.
So, Mr. Kilpatrick, is it likely that we would see this in the summer round?
It is eligible to be submitted. The groups that would submit it would either be county government, MPO, or Planning District Commission. Those are the groups that would...
Or the CTB could submit it.
Or the CTB could request that this project be submitted and scored under House Bill 2. At this point, again, there was not a submission, so that's frankly where we are. One of the things that we look for in House Bill 2 projects, again, is it a viable project? And because of the nature of this particular project, permitting is fundamental to whether or not this project is even viable. So that's until we answer that first question as to whether or not the board wants to fund that project, that really won't come until after this.
Let me make one comment on that as a general comment. While the board can submit this, it's very rare that projects are successful without local support. Okay, so in other words, so we can, I think that would be a big thing we should consider is, do we have the local elected official support in doing this? Because it's awfully difficult to get those, and I think you'll see that as we go through more. Without local elected support, it's difficult for a project to be successful. And I can point to example after example, which we'll get to. So I would just say that up and keep that in mind as we go forward and put projects in as a board.
So let me move now to a project in Hampton Roads. It's at the I-264-64 interchange at the Norfolk, Virginia Beach line. This project is being funded largely out of HR TAC funds. There is a small amount of VDOT funds that were from previous allocations. But again, this project map shows phases 1 and 2. Phase 1 is in red. Phase 2 is in yellow. Again, what this fundamentally is, it's some ramp improvements and some interchange improvements at this location. I'd almost describe it as I don't know, mini is not exactly a fair term, but a similar condition to what you see at the Springfield interchange. Smaller scale, but again, some of the bigger challenges, two systems coming together, high commuter volume. In this case, you have a high level of vacationing volume, which causes some complication. As I mentioned, this project is being funded by HR TAC, and it's being split into two projects. Project 1 is going to be advertised in April, and we estimate the completion. It's about a 4-year project. It will be to design and build this project, about $157 million. And then again, you can see the second phase being proposed to go to advertisement a couple years later. And moving forward, both these projects, the HR TAC will be reviewing their plan of finance on Thursday, and both of these projects are included in their plan of finance. Next project is the Interstate 64, we call it Southside or High Rise Bridge Project. To my left is what's called Bowers Hill on the western side, where 64, 264, and 664 come together. And then to the east or to the right side, looking at from where I am, is the 464 interchange in Chesapeake. So again, this project is both improvements to the high-rise bridge, which is currently today a draw-span bridge. It's 2 lanes in each direction, as well as improvements to the roadways. The environmental assessment, the preferred alternative, was what was called a Build 8 managed lane alternative. And you can see again some of the alternatives that were proposed here to build an 8-lane facility. Again, reminder, today it's 4 lanes. It would be basically doubling that, and a full replacement of the bridge span. Again, in March of 2013, the Hampton
Can I
Roads...
back up on that?
Yes, sir.
Just need to point out to you that the all-toll facility is no longer on the table because of the budget passed this year that the administration supported, that you can no longer toll an existing road without General Assembly approval unless it adds new capacity. So in other words, you have to always keep the number of free lanes that are available before the addition and after. So in other words, and by the way, you make the final decision on what the funding is and how it works, and all you've done so far on this is say it needs to have a managed component to it. You haven't said how it's tolled, but now, going forward, that all tolled is no longer on the table without General Assembly approval.
Mr. Chairman, I would add, though, that that's a 2-year budget. It gets adjusted every year.
That is...
We should encourage the legislature, those of you who interact with them, that we do need a permanent tolling policy from the legislature to work with this CTV so we don't have these bills coming in to stop this toll or start that toll.
So I'm going to tax your knowledge of this topic, Mr. Williams, because I am told it's in Section 5 of the budget, which automatically becomes code.
We'll see.
That's what we're told. But yes, we agree with you.
I know the skilled technician that put it in there. If there was a way to do it, that's what he would have done.
Yeah, that's what he has informed us that he has done.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that's not the case.
Okay, so but we agree, and but I want to point out, and we'll go through it when we get to the legislative update. But there is a policy which we supported. I think we briefed you on, but Mr. Williams is exactly right. People needing to understand what can and can't do, and what your responsibility, you are. And so, but just point that out. And
if we'd have had this legislation a few years back, there'd be some major problems that we have now that we wish we hadn't had that we would not have had.
Yeah, that's correct. For instance, what he's referring to, we could not have done, the downtown Midtown Tunnel could not have been done under this scenario the way it was done. And that, so. But anyway, well, thank you for bringing that up. That's exactly right. Mr. Kilpatrick, thank you.
Again, in 2013, the long-range plan for Hampton Roads was amended to include these improvements. More recently, and really largely at Jim Utterback, our district engineer down in Hampton Roads, went back, and he happens to be a commuter across this bridge nearly every day, looking at the original project cost was in the $1.5 billion range to replace the structure completely and to 8-lane the facility. Really went back and looked at is there an interim fix that's available, and we did discuss this before with you, but what we've come back to is a 6-lane improvement. And what we'll be doing is utilizing the existing bridge span for the, I'm going to get these back, the road actually is backwards by the time it gets to the high-rise bridge, but it's actually the eastbound direction, which is heading due west, would be the high-rise bridge. And so that bridge will remain as a facility, as well as a new higher bridge in the other direction. We're estimating we are able, a couple of reasons. First of all, you're building less bridge. But the other important aspect, the surface roadway, the approach roadways, in a fairly affordable way, we can add one lane in each direction to I-64, generally widening to the inside. The bridge pier locations and the facility allows for that. But to add 2 lanes in each direction requires a full reconstruction of several interchanges and drives the cost up. From a traffic modeling perspective, we believe this will meet the area's needs for possibly 20 years or more. So again, this is our real hard look at what can we afford with the resources that are available to us. And this is the...
Let me make a comment on that, if I may, too, Mr. Kilpatrick. I'm glad you recognize Mr. Utterback, because he deserves recognition. But I will tell you, in speaking with him, a lot of this had to go back to House Bill 2, because a $2.1 billion project was not going to score well in terms of getting participation in the state. So this is the type of thing that I think that these benefits down the road that will help with the process that we've got in place. And I'm not saying he wouldn't have thought of it on his own anyway, because he deserves all credit. But I will say it came out of a conversation saying, well, this is never going to score well. And that just came about. So I just want to point that out, that I think we're just starting to see next to what we're going to get the real benefits of these new policies.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I'd like to reiterate about Mr. Utterback. I think he's doing an awesome job. Real fortunate to have him. The one question I have is the unknown that's still out there is, when will we have resolution to the height of the bridge?
Jim actually met with there's 2 federal agencies involved in determining bridge height on navigable waterways. You have the Coast Guard, which has sort of primary jurisdiction on clearance to ensure the safe passage of vessels. But then you also have the Corps of Engineers, really as it relates to sort of the depth of the water and dredging and channels, because the Corps of Engineers is responsible for navigation within these channels. The Corps is responsible, the Coast Guard for the ships, the Corps for the navigation channel. Jim has met with the Corps as well as the Coast Guard. We're trying to bring them together and encourage them to reach a resolution. Today, both the ship channel and the turning basin, the boat's got to turn around somewhere, because immediately upstream from this bridge, you go into the intercoastal waterway, and the Steel Bridge, or Dominion Boulevard now, that project is well underway, will be completed in the near future. And so there's a practical height limitation there. So basically, a ship that makes it underneath this bridge, however high it is going to have to turn around in this basin. And today, the basin has certain limitations. I believe we're proposing it's a 100-foot bridge height or clearance, and the Virginia Maritime Association has some comments and questions about possibly a taller bridge. What a taller bridge means is it's got to be longer. Longer means more expensive. And so again, we're trying to reach that resolution quickly and encourage the 2 federal agencies to come to resolution, because we really can't begin the design effort until they make that final decision. And that decision ultimately is made by the U.S. Coast Guard.
And you should know, I have met with Virginia Maritime Association on this issue, and because they're the ones that had initiated these topics of wanting a higher bridge, and I think we're going to get to something that there's some very real limitations just a few 100 yards down this channel here. I don't care how big it is.
I would agree. I would hate for this conversation to get extended too long, the nature of the bureaucrats that are involved, but I'm told it's $10 million a foot.
That was with the original complete bridge replacement, but it still is some millions of dollars per foot to increase the height. It really is, again, it's pretty simple. The higher it gets, the longer it gets, because what you don't want to do, this is an interstate highway, and we're already at a practical limit in terms of how steep it is. We don't want to make it more steep. That's the challenge today with that bridge. So it's something that is we are continuing to press the 2 agencies on, because the Corps again is doing what they call a dredging study to determine the appropriate depth of the channel. The reality is a 100-foot tall vessel is pretty long, and it's going to have a hard time turning around, and you can't back out the Elizabeth River practically. I suppose there's some ship captain out there that can do it, but it's difficult. So there are other restrictions in height. The Gilmerton Bridge and the South Norfolk Jordan Bridge also have some limitations too. So we're continuing to press them on that. We have initiated some of the design work, including some of the geotech work, going out and drilling, checking the soil conditions, as well as doing survey work on this project. Here's a typical section that shows what we're looking at. The existing high-rise bridge, we can remove the center barrier and make a conversion to a managed lane concept. This project is also in the HR tax plan of finance moving forward. So again, this is a project that is very promising in moving forward to construction. Here's the tentative schedule based on the availability of funding, that we could be completed with this project in 2020. So again, we're looking forward to decisions by HR TAC and being able to move forward. Next project is it's a series of projects on I-64 on the peninsula. As I mentioned in the high-rise bridge, where the environmental document called for an 8-lane concept, and we're looking to build 6 lanes as a natural phase. Similarly, on I-64, we have an environmental document that reaches from downtown Richmond down to the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. That environmental document, we have a record of we have a final environmental document. We're getting records of decision for individual components. But what we are doing in segment 1 is building 6 lanes of an ultimate 8-lane facility. And we can build 6 lanes. It's a very similar concept to the high-rise. Building a single lane to the inside is affordable. You build that extra lane on each side, that 4th lane, it becomes much more expensive due to interchanges and so on. That project is moving forward. Segment 2 is contract's been awarded. It was actually awarded, I believe, last month. And that project picks up where segment 1 ends at Fort Eustis generally. Segment 2 picks up at Fort Eustis and takes you to, I'll call it Busch Gardens. And then segment 3 picks up at Busch Gardens and takes you to Lightfoot. So that, Lightfoot's where the pottery and the outlets and all that are. So again, the end result of this project is improvements out to west of Williamsburg, 6 lanes, 3 in each direction. Kind of an overview. Again, you all are familiar with this project, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time. This project is also substantially funded by HR TAC funds, but segment 1, there was $100 million in state funds provided, and this project also scored under the House Bill 2 and is one of the candidate projects, and that money would likely be applied to the segment 3, potentially some on segment 2. But again, this project, this suite of projects was scored under House Bill 2 and is a candidate project at this point.
And again, Mr. Patrick, the high-rise bridge project, that has not been programmed for any funding currently, so it's in development, and we would see that under HB2 at some point in the future.
Yeah, probably see it next year.
I think we will likely see an application from the Hampton Roads TPO this upcoming round for House Bill 2 funds for the high-rise bridge. It is programmed currently in their, what I call their plan of finance for HR TAC, to be funded out of HR TAC resources. But again, if there are state resources that can apply to it, then they'll immediately take HR TAC and they can roll it to another project, in their suite of projects that they're proposing.
And so the estimate at this point, are rough without bids, is $600 million.
Yes.
So there's a possibility HR TAC could contribute, or they may come in for the entire package. I guess based on the learnings this year, it probably wouldn't make sense to come in at the $600 million level, but
On this project, Mr. Kilpatrick has said, they have got it totally funded within their funds. I'm sure they're going to ask us for participation. I would guess somewhere in the, I don't know, I want to forget, but I wouldn't guess it would be as much as $300 million. I think it'd be something less than that, but I'll leave that up to them. The pot this year is going to be less than it was last year, but because of, got that. So I think they'll probably take that into their consideration when they move. I'm not trying to prejudge what they will or won't do, but I think that's part of how people evaluate. But I do expect them, they have told us they're going to put in a project this year.
Right, and for my colleagues, the reason I'm curious about this is because we saw the impact of I-66 on the pull of HB2 high priority dollars. And so when you have these other, let's just say, as my kids would say, ginormous projects that have to be undertaken, they have the same ability to kind of displace levels in the future. So understanding kind of what's in the pipeline also can help you understand how things may fare if you have other competing projects on the timeline.
I think that this project was actually submitted under House Bill 2, somebody?
It was, Charlie, but it was a 2.1 billion.
It was for
project hasn't been.
And it frankly did not score very well because of the size and the amount of the ask. And I think this reinforces, as the Secretary said, we're going to continue to see people really sharpening their pencils and potentially phasing projects and hitting what I call the hot spot, or trying to get to a solution that can fit within the constraints of finances. So I would see it coming back. I would think that, again, the projects, more lean projects will tend to score better, and projects that have alternate funding will score better also. So I think it's a good example where first try, it just didn't do so well. Second try, it may do quite a bit better.
Let me point out another thing. That's why we're going to talk about later, but the statewide pot really was meant to be for these impactful projects. It was not meant to be, to divvy up 18, 19 different ways. I'm not suggesting that you thought, but my point is, you're right. My guess is, and that's why we're doing it every other year, because the intent of the legislation is still to move these big projects forward. And that's why we analyze those a little differently, saying we're really looking at what the real benefit is, as long as it's not a bad deal, but versus the net cost. So, but you're right, 66, not only because of its cost, and now that it's moving on, but it's scoring. With that out, a lot of other projects that didn't score, because remember, it's all relative each year. For instance, 64 widening here in Richmond jumps up significantly with that being out. And quite frankly, that's the whole intent of it, right? As we get these projects, the next ones come up in that regard. So, but you're right, I think that is part of understanding what's in the pipeline. It would help you in determining not only how to, the project, but how, in fact, when's the best year to ask for monies.
That's right.
I mean, I think that's exactly right.
Mr. Chairman, in addition,
yes.
it's convenient, for lack of a better term, that these projects, these mega projects, are in these districts that are raising their own money, and putting a lot of their own money into it.
Well, and I think
it makes it a little easier to swallow.
That's right. That's what I think the legislature said. That was the intent of their legislation. And also, we're going to still be an active player with public-private partnerships. I mean, it's hard to do all these $1 billion of projects without an alternative revenue source, and that opens up. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And to Mr. Williams, I think you're absolutely right. And what I'm realizing as I'm listening to the project description and pipeline is that if you are in a region that does not have the ability to contribute substantially from dedicated sources, then your larger projects are likely to be disadvantaged in that process. And so it's important to understand that, and for the reason to understand that, because the model will bear that out. If you can discount a $600 million project by half, but have high benefit, the formula is going to drive dollars to those projects.
Well, remember it's not quite that, because remember at the state level, it's a one-for-one benefit. Right. So you don't get the credit so much for that. And we did that intentionally because of that very fact. As long as it's one-for-one, these big projects. So when inside the district, you're competing against everybody else. So remember, that was, I thought, a key distinction in why we did that. So we wouldn't disadvantage as long as it had a one-for-one, benefit. But I agree with you. If they wanted to pay for it all, well, I mean, all but 10%, but again, a one-for-one sort of evens that up a little bit. I'm trying to chamber Mr. Freeland what he would say, because I know what he thinks about this, in that, and that's, again, the intent of that is these big projects move forward, and also as long as one-for-one. But Mr. Brown, you are right, and that's why we did it that way. Suggested to the board we do it that way, for these big projects to even it up.
In terms of overview of the project, the widening, as I mentioned before, sort of the limits. Design build projects, 2 contracts have been awarded. Shirley Contracting is doing segment 1. Alan Myers is doing segment 2. And again, some funding from both HR TAC and from the Commonwealth. So here again are the highlights of the project. And moving forward, if you are heading to Hampton Roads this summer, I'll apologize in advance. We are doing all that we can to maintain capacity during the peak periods, but there are some nighttime closures. We do have concrete barrier wall out there that restricts the shoulders, and this particular stretch of 64 tends to have people bumping into each other. And so again, we've got increased enforcement, we've got increased safety service patrol, wrecker service, and some of those things trying to mitigate some of this, but they are moving forward with this project. And again, segment 2, they will be mostly doing engineering work this year, but potentially some construction later on this year, if not next year. And then segment 3.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, Mr.
Charlie, because of the nature of these projects and the work zone and the crash rate that we're having there, I was talking to Clinton that VDOT is considering creating a plan for alternate routes for travelers coming to Hampton Roads to alleviate, because this summer it's a problem now, it's going to be a severe problem.
And we initiated the Reach the Beach program, oh gosh, almost 5 years ago now, and began with one of our earliest efforts at travel time and all travel time alternatives. So today we have some static signs with travel times in the Hampton Roads area, and they back all the way out to the Richmond area. In addition to that, our 511 mobile app and our 511 website, it will give you some Reach the Beach alternatives. But this is a project that we're going to have to continue to reinforce and promote that. US 460 being the primary alternative to this. You can travel to Southside Hampton Roads using the Jamestown Scotland Ferry. If you want a scenic ride, it's an awesome way to do it in the summer. It's not particularly fast. And even US 60 from Richmond to Williamsburg, we again have alternate travel time signs. It will be a struggle, though. We're again hoping that folks we continue to get the word out through the media and through our resources to encourage folks maybe to try a little bit different time to travel to the beach than they have, or maybe a different way. Again, if you're coming from Fredericksburg and north, you can take US 17. It's an alternative, another great drive. It's not particularly fast, but it's an easy drive coming in over the Coleman Bridge into Hampton Roads.
I agree there are alternatives. This is the opportunity to be more aggressive about communicating that to the traveling public, because under optimum conditions, it's
on a good day, this section is tough. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the good news is, and this gets back to the monies we set aside off the top for the technical, and again, echo Mr. Freeland. Most people today, particularly if they have anybody in the car under 30, have waves and everything. I mean, or even my wife, and we use them all the time. So we will, but there's also a whole lot of private sponsored things, apps that are good also. And I think that's where we're getting the word out to people. And I took 60 up this weekend because I came across the tunnel and it was congested there, and I took 60 up. And but I agree with you, Mr. Malvin, we can, but fortunately there's some private stuff that's helping us too.
Yeah, that's great. Because one crash in the middle of the day.
I know, it stops it all. Yep.
Well, I think there's some fragility, I guess is the word, to this network, especially as it relates to, you have this single interstate corridor, you have 2 harbor crossings, both prone to incidents. So we've got a very aggressive clearance program in Hampton Roads, especially at the tunnels. You know, we're pretty good at dragging a disabled or wrecked vehicle out of the tunnel pretty quickly, as long as there's not injury or fire. But it's I don't want people to think that they can't make it to the beach because we're going to do everything we can to get folks to and from Hampton Roads this summer. But it will be challenging. Again, an opportunity maybe for a more scenic ride. Spend some money off the interstate in Virginia. There's some great opportunities, great places to eat, sights to see, fresh tomatoes and corn and all that good stuff. That's the way we used to go to the beach. We didn't have interstates when I was a little kid.
Take the train. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't get to the beach, can you? Sorry.
Used to take
Go ahead,
the ferry
Mr.
across
Kilpatrick.
there. On it.
Well, I didn't take the ferry, but I do
I'm
remember
older than
hiding
you.
under the seat so that I didn't get charged going through the tube.
I'm older than you. I took the ferry over there.
So if I could continue on segment 3, again, this is a project funded out of HR TAC funds and also proposed under House Bill 2. Interstate 564 intermodal connector to the running diagonally across the screen is I-564. It is one of the shorter interstates we have in Virginia. It basically traverses from 64 just south of the tunnel, the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, up to the Norfolk Naval Station. It actually runs under the runway at the Naval Station. This intermodal connector is a spur that heads east and west and ties into Hampton Boulevard. Ultimately, if a third crossing, Patriots Crossing, is constructed, this would be the likely takeoff or landing point of that facility. But today, the primary function of this facility is to improve access into the Naval Station. Most of the ships dock on the east side of the harbor or the Elizabeth River or the west side of this page. Tremendous activity in and out of the Naval Station. It is also the northern entrance into Norfolk International Terminal. Tremendous amount of freight traffic traverses in and out at this location. We just recently completed a grade separation of the railroad track in this area. So again, this is being built as a limited access facility. Again, this describes a little better the estimated completion date and the cost. Prime contractor is Cherry Hill Construction. What's important about this project, VDOT is not administering this project. This project is being administered by the Eastern Federal Lands Division of Federal Highway Administration. One of the things, Federal Highway Administration generally provides oversight and pass-through regarding revenues, but they also have a component that provides for construction, generally on federal lands. Again, whether it's a parkway, they would be the ones that would build or work on the Colonial Parkway in Williamsburg, or the GW Parkway in Northern Virginia, or Skyline Drive. But they also do work in and around military installations, because again, that's their background. So they are administering this project. At the completion of the project, it will be a state asset. I don't know what the numbering will be at this point, but it's equivalent to an interstate that's being built. We are having some problems with this project. The contractor is behind schedule. They have been struggling along with Eastern Federal Lands to resolve outstanding issues regarding access at what's called Gate 6. Gate 6 is one of the primary gates into the Naval Station, as well as getting their construction underway. We've been in close contact with them, continuing to press them to move the project forward. In addition to this project, the Port of Virginia, NIT, received a Tiger grant to improve what they call the Northgate project. What this is, it's a high-capacity security access point in and out of the Port of Virginia, trying to move some of the container traffic that now traverses what's called Terminal Boulevard. And I'll just pop back to this picture. Terminal Boulevard is the line to the south that runs left and right. It's a surface street, and today a lot of the container traffic traverses that. There's also a rail line that runs immediately adjacent. So again, pushing some of the traffic up onto the intermodal connector will give a system connection, an interstate connection right out of the gate of the port onto our interstate system to help expedite traffic out of the port. So one of the things we're really pressing the contractor and Eastern Federal Lands is to find ways to get that improvement in as quickly as possible to support the Port of Virginia. Again, they've done some early release of some of the work, and right-of-way acquisition is nearly complete. They have done some construction work. The Secretary and I are both very concerned about their progress and have elevated this discussion up to headquarters of Federal Highway to ensure that this project moves forward. So again, the other projects are moving pretty smoothly. This one, not as much, but we are on it, and we're going to continue to press to make sure that the project gets delivered.
I have one, and I'll get you, Mr. Not giving Charlie or myself a pass on this, even though we're not responsible. We're going to take the heat for it if it doesn't get done. So that's why we've elevated it up. At the end of the day, it is going to be our road when it's over with and taking responsibility. So we are aware of that and are moving it up the chain of command. Mr. Garzinski.
My question to the commissioners is a follow-up to that. Has there ever been consideration that they award the management of this to VDOT as opposed to trying to do it themselves?
Yes. We could have administered this project ourselves all the way through. It's not required to be done by Eastern Federal Lands, but with the coordination with the naval base was so critical in this particular case. Nearly all of the roadway traverses both secured and unsecured portions of the Norfolk Naval Station. It also, the access point, again, this is just as for the port, it's a high capacity access point. For the naval station, it's one of their, what I call a high capacity access points with high levels of security, inspection stations. The road itself is close proximity to existing naval assets, buildings and the like. There's issues of blast proofing. There's out of this project, about $40 million worth of work is actually occurring on the naval base itself in a combination of inspection stations and some of the hardening of the facility. And so those kinds of things really are, frankly, difficult for us to work inside a secure environment. Eastern Federal Lands has that experience, and we do not. But yes, we could have administered the project ourselves. But again, the decision was made several years ago that because of these issues working with the Navy, it was best that be done by them. Again, it hasn't gone like we had hoped, and like frankly I think it should. And we're in regular contact with both Eastern Federal Lands and the Federal Highway Division office here in Richmond. Although they don't really have a role, the division office, who are the folks we work with every day and do a great job. We have a great partnership with them. We just don't work with them as often. Now, Eastern Federal Lands delivered the Fairfax County Parkway project up in Northern Virginia, and they've done some base work down at Fort Lee and some other places in Virginia. So we have worked with that group before. Again, challenging environment, challenging location, but as the Secretary said, ultimately it's my responsibility to make sure the project gets delivered and that both the port and the naval base can benefit from that. It also helps the city of Norfolk considerably because today that truck traffic is traveling on surface streets in the city of Norfolk. So anything we can do to make that system connection more efficient port access helps the city of Norfolk also.
Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to point out what I knew Mr. Fralin would point out if he were here, and
having been a member of the Port Authority, that gate hours at the port are limited because of truck traffic that would be pulled off of Hampton Boulevard, correct?
Yes, yes. This absolutely fits right in with the expansion and the modernization of Norfolk International Terminal. Fundamentally, the port has two major terminals, one on each side of the Elizabeth River. This one, NIT, is a substantial asset. They take both rail and truck traffic out of this facility, and then across the harbor at Virginia International Gateway, which was used to be called APM. That's the more modern facility, but those two facilities take the bulk of the container traffic, and then the Portsmouth International Terminal does take some also.
One comment on that, quite frankly, that was this consideration of additional transport on this intermodal, 564, was a consideration in doing $350 million renovation at the Port of Virginia. So this is a high-profile project for VDOT. If it doesn't go well, we can say all we want is Eastern Federal Lands. It's going to come right down on us. So that's why we've moved it up and up to Eastern. I will tell you, nobody's going to listen grilling us that, well, Eastern Federal Lands is supposed to do it. It's our responsibility to get this thing done.
How far behind schedule are we?
We're at least a year behind.
So when we have the date, the estimated
Yeah, this is
date,
if I back up to this project, December 2018, it was supposed to be done in 17. If I remember, the original completion date, I believe, was May of 17, and again, it's slipped once to December 17, and now it's slipped out to December of 18. So at this point, the focus is recovering what I'd call critical components. And to me, what's most critical to the Commonwealth is that access to NIT. The access to the Navy is important. They currently have an access point there. It is not nearly the capacity, and it needs to be improved because that congestion impacts our network. But to me, it's access to the terminal is most critical.
This, again, is why we have to get VDOT back to being construction and all out of this other stuff that they've been tied up with for years. I'm not giving them a pass because of that, but I'm just saying pulling it out of the way, this is where their attention needs to be on getting these projects done.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Malvin.
How much has the delay increased the cost of the project?
So far.
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but millions of dollars.
Yeah.
And now, in terms of what a contractor believes is compensation, that's not what the Commonwealth believes. Fundamentally, if a contractor believes they've been delayed, what they will say is, I've had to incur overhead because I've been delayed by someone. It wasn't, in the contractor words, I was delayed by someone other than me. I have overhead, I have escalation, I have inflation and those things, and I'm due additional compensation. Now, this happens in our projects too. I will tell you that we have very strong language, especially in our design-build contracts, that a design-build contract is a fixed fee and a fixed completion date. And if you look at the record of design-build contracts administered by the Commonwealth, by VDOT, we have a pretty good record. Our overruns tend to be very, very small, 5% or less of the total project value, well within contingency. And our, generally speaking, we've had very few contracts that have run beyond the fixed completion date. And when they do, absent some compelling circumstances, and I really mean compelling, liquidated damages are assessed and potentially other penalties.
Does Eastern Federal Lands have that same track record?
I don't have enough history with them. I don't know. I will tell you that the how design-build contracts are administered by them appears to be very different than how we would administer a design-build contract. And again, we've got. I think we're pretty mature in that world of doing design-build work, and frankly, I think we're pretty good at it. And again, there's just some things going on that don't seem to fit with how we do design-build.
But it gets back, we made the decision not to do this. It's our responsibility. And quite frankly, I'll settle up with a design builder once we get the project on track. I mean, our focus I've given to Mr. Kilpatrick, get the project
You know, I've
going,
just
get it done.
heard
No, I'm
challenges
with you, I'm
the
just saying.
thing. There was a big challenge with the railroad that
Yeah.
delayed the project.
I know, I mean, it's falling right back on
It's
us.
been very frustrating for everyone involved, particularly VDOT personnel.
And I think the board should ask for, no less than quarterly updates on this, because this is too important for what's going on. And quite frankly, we probably shouldn't let it get this far, but we are where we are, and we're going to get it back on track.
All right, let me see if I can get some happy news. 81 corridor. This was this project, not really a project, but a study of improvements that could be done along the 81 corridor. Was originally initiated a request from the General Assembly to report back to them on potential projects along the 81 corridor. So out of that initial study by VDOT staff, we went from Bristol to Winchester, looking at opportunities throughout the corridor, a long list of projects, and out of that, 15 projects were scored in the House Bill 2 funding process, and here they are. These are the projects that were scored under House Bill 2. So this is an example of taking a corridor. In years past, there were proposals for mega projects to widen, to create truck lanes and do pretty massive improvements along this corridor. It became very difficult to afford. There currently is legislation that prohibits tolling of this facility. As we heard earlier, some discussions about a more statewide tolling policy ultimately, but there is specific language on 81 that prohibits tolling without General Assembly approval. But again, out of this came this series of projects that are being scored under the House Bill 2 process. So this was an effort by us working with the MPOs, the planning districts, the local governments, and the legislators. You know, what can we afford, and how do we develop a series of projects that can make meaningful improvements along the corridor? So again, really the status of this is it's a bunch of projects that are up for consideration in this current round, and we see an opportunity again next round to put forward some of these projects again.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes, Mr. Rosen.
Mr. Kilpatrick, look, could I ask one question? This is going to go back to the 460 project. I kind of missed it.
Yes.
We were talking about local support. Can the industrial access road, or the access road to the industrial park at Windsor, can that count as local support?
Well, I guess that there is an existing industrial park that is on the south side of 460, kind of surrounds the town of Windsor. It's mostly in Nottoway County. That as part of the project was trying to find access to that industrial park. But in terms of would that count as support, I'm not sure that I would categorize it as that. I think that both the town of Windsor has concerns about the project as proposed, and the Isle of Wight's interest is making sure that there would be access to the industrial park if this roadway was built. In terms of access to the industrial park, we were working through that with the Isle of Wight as part of the development of the project. But in terms of, again, what I would see is, absent the Commonwealth Transportation Board putting this project forward to be scored for Isle of Wight or the Hampton Roads TPO to make the request and submit it as a project to be scored. But the industrial road was not, in terms of cash or funding, wasn't considered as a component.
And Mr. Rosen, I wasn't speaking of monetary support. I was talking about political support. In other words, I mean, if you don't have local political support, these roads are not going to be successful, or projects in there. And that's what I was really getting towards. And we're going to go through one in a few minutes that had a lot of input from residents, but never wavered from the political support from the county. That's really what I was speaking about. It's not so much in that. Now, I want to make a comment before we moved on about HR TAC. Mr. Kilpatrick said several times that they have funded, and we want to congratulate them on putting a funding plan in place that I believe moves not only the region but helps the state move forward, both on Interstate 64 but other major projects. They've taken a while, but they've come up, and I think we ought to give them credit for doing this, along with NVTA and how they're acting. So I just wanted to pass that on. Very much appreciative of all the work that's going down there at HR TAG. So, on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to say VDOT's assistance has helped in that progress as well. So.
Yes, it has, and we appreciate all the input that they have done in that regard.
Thank you. Well, now I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Let me check the room real quick. Make sure he's the only former commissioner in the room, but he is my favorite, so I can say this, he's my favorite.
So far, Mr. Kilpatrick, he's only the only former. So far.
Yeah, the only other potential former commissioner standing here. So I'd like to introduce Philip Chiquette. Philip, of course, was a commissioner of highways a couple commissioners ago, and one of my mentors, and continues to advise me and help me get out of tight spots. So again, with that, I'd like to introduce Philip Chiquette to talk about the 29 project, along with Dave Covington, who's our project manager for the project. Oh yeah, and I believe are we the only Commissioner Hoagies?
Probably.
Yeah,
it's a small club.
It's a small club.
Welcome, Mr. Chiquette.
Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for giving us an opportunity just to update you on the Route 29 Solutions package. As you'll recall, it was about a year ago that on a very cold February that we actually awarded the design build part of the project. Stephen, do I click this or click this? Click this. Look, gotcha. Back in February of 2014, 2 years ago, Secretary Lane charged us with improving mobility through and reducing congestion in the Route 29 corridor. The Secretary formed an advisory panel, the first advisory panel, which met 4 times between March and May of 2014. This panel had local citizens, had elected officials on it, as well as a representative from the Southern Environmental Law Center. When the panel finished their work, we presented a package of projects to the Commonwealth Transportation Board on May the 13th, 2014, and in June of 2014, the CTB funded a $230 million package of projects that are known as the Route 29 Solutions Package. The package or the program included these 9 components composed of construction projects, an adaptive traffic signal system project, as well as some projects that were only funded for preliminary engineering. Today's update is really going to focus on the status of the first 5 projects, which are the projects that either are or shortly will be under construction. Actually, the first 4 are all under construction, and the Hillsdale extension goes out to advertisement on March 31st, so at the end of this month. I would note that those first 5 projects, I heard the CTB discussing the situation with projects that are quite expensive. Those first 5 projects, in terms of their construction cost, not counting right-of-way and PE, are being delivered for under $150 million. After the projects were fully funded, Secretary decided to continue this project delivery or advisory panel process and formed a second panel and charged them with advising VDOT during the development and delivery of the projects on matters regarding design, environmental permitting, construction, maintenance of traffic, and public safety. This panel has been meeting bi-weekly since mid-2014, and actually this Thursday will be the panel's 40th meeting. With rare exception, we've met every 2 weeks. The first panel, and I think it's something that VDOT and the panel can be proud of, actually pioneered the use of live streaming for public meetings, and I think that served us well. All panel meetings are open to the public, continue to be streamed live, and all of the panel meeting video files are cataloged at the project website, Route29Solutions.org, along with all of the documents for every panel meeting. Last week we had an unpleasant situation, and I promised Mr. Tonk that I would review that with you briefly this morning. Lane Corman, who is the design build contractor for 3 of the projects and has been doing an outstanding job, but very early Monday morning, a major communication and fiber cables were severed while working at the Rio Road grade separated intersection. It's resulted in widespread communications and internet outages. Dave and I were talking earlier, we're not exactly sure of the number, but several thousand people were not having a good morning Monday morning. The communications owner, CenturyLink, did an outstanding job of bringing people to the site, figuring out what needed to be done, and recovering the outage. Service was restored mid-morning the next day on March the 8th. To get to the bottom line of what happened, a duct bank was uncovered during excavation. Duct bank, cables, utility cables inside. The communication took place as to whether or not these were live lines, and for whatever reason, the word that came back was no, they weren't. So the contractor believed these lines to be inactive and cut them. And I can tell you that Lane Corman had a bad day on Monday, but I want to recognize them for sitting down with VDOT, determining what happened, not making any excuses or whining about anything, and put in place a new approval process that's not bureaucratic, but one that makes sure that the right people get talked to and that an independent party verifies whether or not any future utilities are active or not active. Could go into a lot more detail about what happened, but at the end of the day, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Lane Corman did issue the next day a media release of their own saying, hey, our bad, and we've put corrective action in place. And Mr. Tonk, that's the long and short of what happened. I know you were affected. The airport was affected for a while, so it was not a minor situation. We've learned from it, moved on. Now we're staying focused on what we need to do, and that's deliver these projects. For the project update today, I want to introduce you to somebody that I think is representative of the type of project management that not only VDOT needs to nurture, but that any infrastructure construction outfit needs to nurture. Dave joined VDOT in July 2014, shortly after all the projects were funded. I've known Dave for darn near his whole career. We worked together for a short time about, I guess it's almost 20 years ago. Dave has private sector experience. He's got experience in design, construction, and maintenance. Dave leads one of the most effective 15-minute phone calls I participate in every Monday morning with all the key players on this project. It's absent people making excuses. It's focused on project delivery It takes place every Monday morning and also is serving, I think, as an example of the type of weekly update that the chief engineer and commissioner are using on other projects. Dave does a great job with it, and Dave will brief you on each of the active construction projects. So Dave? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Cap, thank you. Mr. Cobb,
Thank you,
welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like to just very briefly go through some of the projects timelines. You'll notice here that I've set up some timelines to kind of bring you up to speed on where we're at now and where we've been. May of 2015, on the Rio GSI project, we began utility relocations. That date is significant because we issued a notice to proceed on March 4th of 2015. By August, the contractor had begun temporary crossover construction. We constructed 2 new crossovers on 29 to facilitate maintenance of traffic before and during construction of the GSI. In September of 2015, the existing signals, there's 2 signals, one north and one just south of Rio Road intersection, that were removed. These signals will be permanently removed. They will not be coming back after the project. By October, the bridge abutment, retaining walls, and the roadway widening in each of the quadrants had begun. And in January of this year, the abutment piles were completed. So from October until January, they've completed all the abutment piles. The abutments and the retaining walls are being constructed prior to a closure period that I'll explain in just a moment that occurs this summer. So this is true top-down construction, trying to construct the majority of the project before the major period where we impact traffic. By February of this year, utility relocations were completed. Unfortunately, as Philip described, they were not completed in the way that we would have liked for them to have been completed. But they have been completed. We've got a process in place now to avoid any future utility impacts on all the projects, and we'll ensure that that occurs. So that brings us to today. We are 68 days away from the closure period of the Rio crossover on May 23rd. And what this means is that traffic will not be able to drive straight across Rio Road, crossing 29, or make left turns from 29 onto Rio Road. This constitutes a significant impact to traffic. We've planned this out to minimize the amount of the duration of the impact. And what's going to happen is that the vast majority of the project will be constructed and completed prior to September 2nd of this year. So we have a possible 103 days for the design builder to accomplish this project and open it back to traffic. In our discussions with the design builder, their target date is August 5th. So they are planning on being significantly earlier than September 2nd, which we embrace, and we're supporting them in any way that we can to ensure that they complete the project as quickly as possible. There are substantial incentives tied to that early completion, but in the end, this project will be completed by December 2nd of this year. So it's a very significant amount of construction to occur very quickly. I've got a few pictures I'd like to share with you just to give you a sense of what's really going on out there. Right now, 99% of the work is being done on this project at nighttime. This picture is very representative of what's seen at night. This is pile driving at the abutment. So there's a 110-ton crane with a diesel hammer in the middle of the intersection at night. These piles are installed under steel plates that are replaced every morning so that traffic can drive on them every day. And every lane of traffic that is available is open during the day. It's a very delicate process. We maintain traffic through the work zone. You can see in the background of that picture there's a passenger car passing by the work zone. To give you an idea of what these trenches look like that the steel plates are covering and what is in them, this is a picture showing the piles and the casings that have been installed. These will support the abutment and the retaining wall in the future. So again, this is all covered up, and when the excavation begins this summer, creating the space for the bridge, these retaining walls will be in place so that they can speed up that process.
Mr. Kilpatrick?
So you saw the picture of the pile sticking up in the air and the crane and all that. The next morning, people are driving where those piles are. These piles right here, people are driving over those right now as we speak. I mean, it's that kind of operation that's going on. We're building the retaining system in the abutments at night People wake up in the morning, the only thing they notice are some steel plates, which frankly have worked very well in terms of being able to drive over them. I mean, it's that kind of construction technique. It's really remarkable, the work that's going on out there.
Yes, sir. And with regard to the steel plates, there was a lot of concern about what was going to happen over the winter. We had several, probably almost over 1,000 linear feet of steel plates in the road all winter long, with a lot of cooperation from the design builder and coordination with our maintenance crews. Snow was not an issue. In fact, we had fewer issues on the steel plates than we had on asphalt along 29. So we had a large snow, I believe 17 inches, not a single accident within the work area. So we're very proud of that as well. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the 29 widening section, and as Mr. Chiquette mentioned earlier, we have a variety of projects. We have 3 design-build projects under one contract, which is rather unique. It's been done before, but at this scale, I think it is unique. The Rio GSI project, Route 29 widening, and Berkmar Extender are all included within that contract. We also have a local assistance project and a traditional design bid build project. So Route 29's widening, being the second phase of the design build project or contract, begins at the river and goes north about 1.8 miles to Town Center Drive. We have the same notice to proceed date of March 4th of this year. By September, they were clearing the median and the outsides of the roadway of trees and vegetation and installing barrier walls. By October of 2015, they were grading the median and beginning the utility relocations. By January of this year, they had installed temporary signals. We have 2 signalized intersections along the project. So in order to complete the widening, we had to remove those existing poles and put in temporary signals. And that brings us to today. The unique thing about this project is we have 2 different completion dates. We have, under the design build contract, we have the Rio GSI, we just talked about the completion date of December 2nd of this year. 29 widening has a completion date of October 30th, 2017. For both of these projects, we are ahead or on schedule. A couple of pictures, some of the utility relocation here. We have major infrastructure on both the Rio GSI project as well as the Route 29 widening project. This is an example of Dominion Virginia Power's overhead crossing. In this same location, effectively I turned around and took this picture. This is looking at the toe of what will be a stormwater management basin in the near future, but more importantly, there are some major pipes that go to a stream in the bottom of that section there. And very shortly, actually this week, they're beginning what's known as a jacking and boring operation of 60-inch pipe underneath Route 29 to avoid disturbing traffic and install that critical infrastructure. So the third portion of the design build contract, the Berkmar Drive Extension project, really began clearing in October of last year, south of the river. And this project goes from just south of the river at the current terminus of Berkmar Drive to Town Center Drive for a total distance of about 2.2 miles. By November, they had begun grading south of the river. By January of this year, they began construction of abutment A. And by February, they began construction of abutment B. Today, this is moving extremely quickly. Any pictures that I show you today that were taken 2 weeks ago are almost instantly outdated. Abutment A is nearing completion. They've driven all the piles. Abutment A, all the piles have been driven there as well, and they're working on the retaining wall systems for those abutments. Project completion, same as 29 widening, October 30th of 2017. This shows you very early grading at Berkmar. This was actually taken last November, I believe this picture was from. And then you can see this is abutment A looking down on the river. This picture was taken in early January when they were driving piles. So the bridge will span 700 feet to the north and tie down on the other side of Rio Mills Road. So now we've talked about all of our design build projects, and I'll talk a little bit about a traditional design bid build project. This project had been programmed quite some time ago. It was fully funded by the Route 29 Solutions program. So in February of 2015, a notice to proceed was issued to the contractor, Fielder's Choice of Charlottesville. By May of 2015, the Route 29 portion of the project, the grading and widening began. By August of 2015, the Route 250 retaining wall began. That is the single largest component of that project. By November of 2015, Route 29 grading and widening had been completed. In January of this year, the Route 250 retaining wall was completed and the grading and widening of Route 250 began. And last month, the noise wall installation began with the vertical elements. The noise wall is, after the completion of the major retaining wall, the single largest element until completion. This project is scheduled to be completed on May 21st, 2016. That date came from our Project Delivery Advisory Panel recommendations, our public input that this project be completed before we begin to shut down the crossover at Dreier Road to, again, minimize disruption to traffic. A couple of pictures here. You can see the size of this retaining wall. It's actually very long. Couldn't get the entire wall in one picture. But that's the mechanically stabilized earth wall coming up with the gravel backfill and caissons being installed for the vertical support elements for the noise walls that are currently being installed. And you can see that's a fairly significant amount of widening around 250 in that location. This is a picture of Route 29 from the 250 bypass bridge looking north, and you can see the completion of, or nearing completion of, the widening there with turn lanes and an additional lane southbound, and actually a unique scenario with sidewalk in the median protected by guardrail. So moving on to our next project, this is a local assistance project. Hillsdale Drive Extension is being administered by the City of Charlottesville. VDOT has offered a significant amount of support to move this project along quickly on an accelerated schedule. So VDOT and the city have been working very closely. VDOT is procuring all the right-of-way and managing the relocation of utilities. As Philip mentioned earlier, this project will be advertised on March 31st of this year. By April, the utility relocations were scheduled to begin. I have some good news on that. The utility relocations have already begun. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule on utility relocations. By May, we anticipate awarding a contract, or the city will be awarding a contract to the contractor. By June of this year, issuing a notice to proceed to the contractor. By July, completing utility relocations. We expect that will actually occur a little sooner. We've developed an excellent working relationship with the utilities in the area that are involved with this project. And the completion date of the project matches our design build projects with a completion date of October 30th, 2017. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures of that project yet, but we will have some very shortly for you to enjoy. So with that, I'd like to answer any questions that you might have about the 29 Solutions program.
Mr. Tom?
I just want to make a couple comments. First, Mr. Chiquette, thank you very much for the detailed update on the telecommunications issue. I appreciate all the work that you did and the communications that went out to keep everybody informed of the situation. Second, I just want to say I travel every section of this project every day, sometimes several times a day, and I can tell you that I do so without any kind of issues whatsoever. Now, I'm not out there at midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, but I can tell you during the daytime travel hours, the traffic flow is I would say, near normal. So I think this project has been really interesting in terms of the use of the advisory panel, and I think it can serve as a model throughout the state. The 40 meetings, the amount of the time, the commitment that these volunteers are given to this project every day, I think is amazing. I think has really helped a long ways improve the whole project. So I think looking back at this could be a model throughout the state in these kind of major projects that we undertake. And finally, I'd just like to say, I echo Mr. Chiquette's comments, commend Mr. Covington for the outstanding job that you've done and your team has done. It's a really amazing undertaking, and I would just say congratulations on a job well done to this point, and look forward to seeing the completion of the project as we move forward.
Well, thank you very much, and I echo your thoughts on the advisory panel, and I'd like to make everyone aware that there was very substantive suggestions that were brought that we've incorporated into the project, especially with regard to aesthetics of the project. And that's where we really need the community's involvement. If we make a decision on something, it's almost arbitrary, but when the community is bringing that to the table, it makes it more effective. So, thank you.
Ms. Valentine.
Yes, I really appreciate your timeline
I do. I
on
thought they were
all of
great.
the different sections, because it does allow you to follow this pretty clearly. You're closing Rio on May 23rd?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is the traffic going to be like for those of us traveling through Charlottesville?
I'm glad you asked. We've developed a lot of material that we are just now pushing out to the public. In fact, this evening there is a chamber event where the county is rolling out their media plan and advertising plan that they've been working with the retailers about. We've been asked to be there. We are providing copies of what we call our Get Around map, which help people navigate the work zone during construction. And this map is not an engineering drawing. I understand people look at engineering drawings and their eyes kind of blur. This was modeled after maps that you find at hotels. So you're new to the area, you're looking for a restaurant, it's colorful, it's artistic. It was modeled after that. We also have detour routes that are on our website. So the Get Around maps, in conjunction with the detour maps being distributed to all the local businesses, really will help people figure out, the first week or two is probably going to be a little rough, but after that people are going to figure out, how do I get around this? We've got detour routes signed. The signs are already up, they're in place, they're covered. So the cover just has to be taken off so that people can navigate around. For instance, if you're traveling on Rio Road and you want to go straight across but you can't, the detour route will show you two other alternate routes that you can take. One turning right onto 29 North and then using Woodbrook to Berkmar, and the other Hillsdale to Branchlands. So we have a lot of options for people. There will be some congestion, there's no question. The good news is there won't be a signal at Rio Road active during the summer. So traffic on 29 going north and south will zip through there very quickly.
So through traffic, north-southbound along the 29 corridor in Virginia, as Dave mentioned, the signal's actually going to be gone at Rio. There's a signal north of that and a signal south of that that are in place today. But that traffic will free flow through that location. It's turning traffic and cross-street traffic on Rio that's impacted. But again, both people in the Charlottesville area traveling north and south, and also through traffic that travels through Virginia on 29, would generally unimpeded as it goes through that interchange.
Well, I just mentioned this because I can tell by your communications that this is done very well, but I don't know if it's worth, since I think communications is a key piece of kind of allowing other communities on the corridor to perhaps know that during this period, I think May to December, is it May to October? Oh, no, you might be finished.
It's May to August.
August,
before football season, Ms. Valentine.
Yeah, exactly. That the traffic patterns and what will happen, and I think it might go a long way to continuing the support that you managed to.
Yes, ma'am. The Get Around maps, our website, the detour routes are all a small component of our communications effort. We have an extensive communications effort that's underway. We had a summer and fall session last year that was regional in nature and not local. So we're reaching communities up in Northern Virginia, we're reaching communities in the Lynchburg area, and then statewide in some cases. We are starting our spring campaign that will carry us through the summer, through the completion of the project, which also has a regional approach and hits numerous media, television, internet, you name it, we're going after it as far as advertising and letting people know how they get around, letting people know if they need to avoid something.
And being aware of the timeline, and this is a very short period of time to be doing this, so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carpenter, very much. Job well done, and to this date, and we'll look forward. I think the governor's going to be coming up here relatively soon for a ribbon cutting after this next major phase is in there. So we're going to take a lunch break now, and we're going to change up the order a little bit. Right after lunch, we're going to let Ms. Mitchell take you through the light rail. I think to be respectful, the Virginia Beach City Council meets later this afternoon, and I think they ought to know where you stand as a board as when they go through their deliberations. So it's 12:05 now. We're going to try to take no later than 1:45. I think that gives us about 35, 40 minutes. Meet back in here 1:45, and Ms. Mitchell, you'll begin with the light rail so we can communicate to them.
Yep.
So we will stand in recess until 12:45. Can I ask all the CTV members to get back in their seats? We're now going to resume the workshop session. Next on the agenda, we're going to change it up a little bit in deference to, I know the City of Virginia Beach is having a meeting later today, and I wanted them to have feedback from this next presentation. So with that, I'm going to have Ms. Mitchell come up and go through where we are, and what we're asking, our recommendation to the board is how we move forward here. There's been a lot of rhetoric, and you've seen some things back and forth over the last few weeks. So what I've asked Mr. Mitchell to do, working with the Rail Subcommittee, is really focusing on what is important to the Commonwealth Transportation Board in terms of making a decision on this project, and also our fiduciary responsibility of having these funds available for other projects should the City of Virginia Beach choose not to go forward with the light rail project. Just two things before she starts. I want to reiterate that this is a project that is Virginia Beach's project. They are the procuring and responsible agent or entity here. Second of all, the Commonwealth of Virginia offered to put money up to fund part of this project at their request. And we've already talked about the circumstances around that. So just want to keep those couple of points in mind. And as I'm sure we'll have a robust discussion, but as we go forward, that's where we're starting from. So Ms. Mitchell, why don't you take us through what you've been doing the last few weeks and where you think we are with the city.
Okay, thank you. And I think they're pulling up the presentation for you if you don't have it already, but I do have it up on the screen here. I apologize for the lateness of it, but things have literally been evolving and developing up until even as late as 8 o'clock last night. So what I'm going to do is give you all an update of where we are right now as follow-up actions from the resolution that you passed at last month's meeting, and talk a little bit about what's going to be happening going forward over the next few weeks. We have a draft resolution that we've handed out to you, which we would like you to consider passing tomorrow. And since you just received a copy of it, we're going to go ahead and walk through that resolution with you as well so you understand it. We went through this with the Rail Committee this morning, and this draft resolution reflects the changes that they have given us as well. So once I finish up, if there's any additional commentary that the Rail Committee members would like to add, then I'd certainly welcome them to do that as well. So first of all, we sent you all a copy of the MOU that has been negotiated with the city and HRT. We sent that to you, I believe, on Friday. The MOU was developed as a non-binding agreement that outlines the roles, responsibilities, and funding relationships between all of the different project partners. Two very important aspects of that MOU for you to understand is that HRT will actually be acquiring the vehicles for the project, which means they'll have a grant agreement with DRPT for that. But we will be funding 50% of those vehicles out of the $155 million, just as the city will be funding 50% of that as well. Then we will have a second grant agreement with the City of Virginia Beach for the construction of the project. And that will deal with the rest of the $155 million that isn't being allocated to the vehicles. Not sure. Okay. The MOU, I'm just going to go through the highlights of it here. It identifies, you skip the next page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It identifies that the City of Virginia Beach is the lead agency here, and as Secretary Lane mentioned, they are the project sponsor. They have asked us to help fund the project, but the city is responsible for the construction of the project. They will then be transferring that asset once it's construction to HRT so that they can own and operate it. Our agreement specifies that once we know more about the cost of the project, we will actually outline a separate funding schedule that dictates when the Commonwealth's 50% of our funds will be coming in along with the 50% of theirs. That'll be based on the project cash flow.
Let me make one comment here, if I may, about the cost. Obviously, there's been a lot of rhetoric about knowing the final cost, and that is some time away. But we did have, to say that there's been no indication of cost, that's how we developed our contribution. $310 million, we came up with $155 million. I'll remind the board that initially it was going to be a 50-50 match, and we subsequently have made it a firm commitment of $155 million. So there is an indication of cost, which is a usual where these agreements begin to go forward. So by saying that we don't know the final answer, that is absolutely accurate. But on the other hand, this is the normal process we go through and have an indicative cost in terms of making their request of us for the contribution. They may have or may not have changed their mind on what they want the cost to be or would like it to be, but certainly that was the basis for our negotiations to begin with when they invited us in to put up this amount of money and remove the federal obligation to do this. So.
And as we mentioned before, the 30% PE estimate is expected to be available in October. There's always opportunities after that for additional value engineering or scope changes if needed, but we do expect to have a better indication of the price at that point in time. Of course, the final price wouldn't be known until you actually had design build bids as well. So again, this MOU authorizes HRT to continue with the preliminary engineering. It also clarifies that the city, who's planning to build a shared use path, which is a relatively significant, in the $20 to $30 million neighborhood, very significant project, will be funding that with city resources. Again, HRT will be the lead agency for vehicle procurement. Our grant agreement means that we'll be paying HRT. We'll then have a binding agreement with the city to then reimburse us for their 50% of the vehicle cost. And I'll talk a little bit about that binding agreement too in just a moment. Separately, HRT may want to invest in additional bus service to feed into those stations. Those vehicles would be handled through our normal DRPT capital funding program as well. So, as I mentioned before, we need to, since the MOU is a non-binding agreement that really deals with roles and responsibilities, what we needed was a binding agreement with the city to deal with the light rail vehicle procurement. We received a draft of that. We're in the process of reviewing it with some assistance from our Attorney General's office as well, and we expect to have some revisions to that agreement in the next several days. That agreement, along with the MOU, will go to City Council by April 30th, and that we addressed that in the MOU as well, because the previous MOU did not necessarily contemplate that there was going to be a need for this additional binding agreement on the vehicles. But I'll get to that when we start talking about the MOU, or I'm sorry, the draft resolution itself. So, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Do we have anything in the record from the city saying that they support this project?
Well, in terms of official votes, they've approved the locally preferred alternative that was through the draft EIS process as being the town center alternative. They have voted to include money in this year's budget for it as well. But in terms of an affirmative decision that, yes, they are moving forward, I would not say that vote exists.
No, there's been no formal resolution. In fact, the money that's in the budget is subject to another vote to actually spend on anything to do with light rail. I just referenced there's been some comments in the paper clearly by several members of the council saying they have not authorized the project.
So just this what we have in the current draft, and we didn't send it out to you all because it's still draft, it's still very much in working form and just not ready for circulation yet. We're going to have a number of comments, but again, this is going to be a binding agreement between the city and DRPT. It specifies that the city would actually provide us with the funding for their part of the match before we have to then put money out the door to HRT for any sort of milestone payments. One note is that they have included a clause in here that we likely will have some comments on that says that their commitments are contingent upon getting City Council approval of any future appropriations. And we will likely have some comments on that regarding how the risk, how that risk could then transfer back to the Commonwealth if for some reason they chose not to make any appropriations in the future. So.
Let me make sure I understand that. They would like us to be obligated, but they are not willing to do so in this agreement without another appropriation or vote.
It's all subject to appropriation. So that's something that we likely are going to hone in on a little bit. Which gets to these points that I've outlined here. These are some things we'll be working on with our Attorney General and that we intend to bring back to the city as things that we would like to see in this agreement. And first of all, is that should the city decide not to move forward with the project or not appropriate funds for any future milestone payments, that they would be on the hook for any penalties, claims, or outstanding payments that would be due to the manufacturer. We may also consider including that we would ask them to reimburse the state for any part of the $155 million that we've spent on vehicles if we have made milestone payments and they decide for some reason not to go forward with the project. And then finally, also just confirming that anything that they spend would not be subject to reimbursement by us should they make the decision not to move forward with the project. Again, these are things that we'll be working on with them over the next couple of weeks. We believe these are important deal points to have in there. So that's kind of where we are right now.
Mr. Krasinski. Jennifer, could you tell me again, what are you expecting to have happen tonight at the City Council?
So tonight they're going to be getting briefed on two things. One of them is the MOU. And their City Council received a copy of the MOU. It was also posted publicly. So they'll be discussing that. They will also be discussing this binding agreement in broad terms, not necessarily a finalized agreement.
So there'll be no real action, just this?
No action tonight. They will also be getting briefed by Hampton Roads Transit about the bids that they have received from the manufacturer for the vehicles. And that's another point that I'd like to add here as well, and this gets back to I'm going to walk you through this resolution in a moment, but what the most recent information we received really as late as about 8 o'clock last night is that the manufacturer has offered them some different options for pushing out a notice to proceed date. The schedule for the manufacturing process is actually much shorter than we thought it was going to be. We were originally under an assumption that it was going to be about 36 months for manufacturing. Turns out that this manufacturer has said they can do it in about 27 months. Originally, we and HRT had been stating that they needed the notice to proceed by May in order to meet the December 19 revenue operations date. And that gives them time to get the vehicles in, start testing everything, and training operators and things like that. With the shorter schedule, it actually provides us with some additional flexibility on when that notice to proceed can occur. And as a result, what happens is you actually start making milestone payments as soon as you issue a notice to proceed. Now, pushing out the notice to proceed date does have the effect of increasing the cost. It's primarily because of additional escalation costs that are in there, but also a little bit more risk for the manufacturer as well. So there is an additional cost impact of that. As I recall from the bids they got, it was close to about $500,000, and we'll certainly want to talk with the city about any additional costs that would be incurred because of those delays. So as part of this resolution, it's also good from the state's perspective, because since we are actually going to be the ones on the hook with HRT, along with the city, for these vehicles, should there be any uncertainty about the project moving forward, it also means that we're not out spending money on vehicles. And once you authorize a manufacturer to actually start their manufacturing process, it's a pretty big deal. It's not something they can just, it's not like just cranking out widgets where they can just stop the production line. So there's a significant financial commitment and penalties associated with any sort of cancellation of a contract as well. So with that, what I'd like to do, and I'll walk through the anticipated next steps. You saw some of these earlier. This is what's going to happen over the next few weeks. So first, we're going to continue working with the city with our comments on the binding light rail vehicle agreement. Today, the City Council will be getting briefed on this, as well as I mentioned, on the MOU and on the bids for the light rail vehicles. And Should you all be comfortable with this draft resolution going forward, we would propose to send it to them before that meeting, so they'll actually have that feedback. They're scheduled to make a decision on this at their April 4th meeting. We've given them a deadline of April 30th. There's one more meeting after April 4th. If for some reason this decision slipped, they would have an opportunity to still meet one more time before April 30th. Again, that's the deadline that we've laid out in last month's resolution. Depending on how this moves forward, we will go ahead and begin negotiating our construction grant agreement with them with an eye towards having that complete by late November, when they need to go ahead and issue an RFP for the design-build project as well.
Secretary? Mr. Krasinski. Just so I get that timeline straight again. By the time we come back and meet in Lynchburg, we will know where they stand and whether, is that the time we
we'll know a lot more after April 4th, yes. Yeah.
April 5th.
Or April 5th, I'm sorry.
April 5th, yeah.
Yeah,
But that would be the time to say, hey, we're all for it and they're all for it, let's move forward. Or the plug gets pulled, because I hate to see this just keep going on, and no one's saying, you're either in or you're out. And I'm still not seeing that.
Well, and that gets back to our...
Yeah, let's let her go through the resolution, but before we do that, there are really, I would say, 3 things to, or maybe 4 things to keep in mind. One is, Commonwealth is committed to this project. We think it is a good project. So in other words, so our desire would be for the project to go forward. Second of all, though, that can only happen with a commitment from the city, because they are the one. This is their project. They are the ones in control, and I think that's the tack we should take. That this should be rest or go forward or not based on their decisions. There are 2 critical from our standpoint, 2 critical dates from our standpoint in terms of you are being able to use this money on other projects, because up until now, the $155 million would have been allocated this May, right? Now, because of what we've gone through with House Bill 2. So, up until if they weren't go forward, we could allocate it and we'd be right on track in terms of our fiduciary with these monies. I don't think if they don't go forward, we should wait a whole year to allocate these monies. So that's the other thing, because we all know we have a lot of desire for these monies and demand on other projects. So there are 2 things that she'll go through. One is the purchase of the vehicles. And that is having an agreement that they're going to do it when they're necessary to meet the schedule they need. So that's number 1. And I think that agreement is something that has to be done relatively soon, not just so we know we're in this process. The other thing is that if you look at their schedule, is when they're actually in procurement, and gets back to this cost. They're supposed, and they're on track to get their 60% design by October, I believe, of this year.
30%.
So, I'm sorry?
30%.
30%
Yeah.
that they would go to procurement in other words, to go to their procurement on. And to be in an RFP will be issued shortly thereafter. So I think that is another key point to us, is to when, if they're actually going forward. So those couple of things kept in mind are what went into this procurement. That means if they do that, we'll know by the first of the year you'll only have 6 months lost. We can allocate these monies, and there's and keep in sync with that. The final thing is I'd like you to keep in mind is it's been portrayed that this was an all or nothing to them, which is just not accurate. They have the opportunity to come back under the House Bill 2 scoring and come back and get in line, because or be approved. It's depending on how that goes, and I'll have more comments on that later. But this is not, well, we don't like the project. It's simply about how do we get a commitment. As you recall, I brought to your attention this, and it all generated by a lot of things about calls for referendums and stuff, which I interpreted and still do believe is a lack of political will. chose another path to go down, and I respect that. But it's how they demonstrate that they are serious about this project without putting undue burden on them, quite frankly, because we don't want them to make a bad decision either. I don't think that means getting to a tit for tat about what's in the MOU and what's not. It simply should mean there's a couple of decision points that, based on their schedule, it's their decision if they want to go forward. And that's how we laid out this proposed resolution for you, keeping true to what you did at the last meeting. So I know there'll be a lot of questions, but I'll just give you that. Mr. Baldwin.
I'd like at this point to say that I think the Commonwealth has done an extraordinary job supporting this project, being cooperative, being flexible. The city came to the Commonwealth, brought this project, wanted your participation. You've been flexible from the initial agreement. You've enhanced it to even make the project potentially more successful. So I'm here to say that the Commonwealth and the CTB have done a really exceptional job doing their part to advance this project. However, I'm told that the city treasurer has enough signatures on a petition to have a referendum in November. There's nothing we can do to stop that. It is what it is. But on the other hand, the city has made a commitment to the right-of-way. They've made a commitment to the Commonwealth. And they've even had a strategic growth area office for 8 years, which primary purpose was to plan corridors like this corridor. And the council has voted on that, those updated plans 11 times. It's a little confusing and to me that we're having this debate at this time about this project, but it's a political thing that hopefully resides in a few people. But I don't view this as a project for Virginia Beach. I view it more as a regional project. I see this as phase 2, building out a multimodal system for the region, which is really going to be a catalyst for the future of the region as well as City of Virginia Beach, and create the opportunity for a dynamic community that's going to be attractive in the future for economic development and whatever else that comes along with it. So I just wanted to make those comments and tell you I appreciate your cooperation, your patience, and the effort you've demonstrated on this point.
Why don't you go through, I could, Mr. Trump, agree with you, and would be a willing partner, and I hope we would do something that they can do that. So, Ms. Mitchell.
So I'm just going to walk through, for simplicity, each paragraph here and explain to you what the purpose of each paragraph is for the resolution. It's really intended to build upon the resolution that was passed last month as well. So again, in the first whereas, we've reaffirmed that the City of Virginia Beach is the project sponsor, and they have requested funding from us for this project. The second one also includes a reference to the grant agreement between the city and the Virginia Department of Transportation for $20 million from the Transportation Partnership Opportunity Fund, or TPOF, and those funds were used to fund the acquisition of right-of-way for that project. And it's very clear that the city must continue to use its best efforts to advance the light rail extension. If they do not, they are required to reimburse VDOT for this $20 million. So we wanted to have that in there as an important point, that they have an outstanding financial commitment back to the state to continue this project if they do not.
How much of that 20 million have they drawn down?
All of it.
Yeah,
it was all used to purchase the right-of-way from Norfolk Southern.
Yep. The next one, the next paragraph here refers, really reiterates what you all did last month, which was to create an April 30th deadline for an MOU and for them to authorize HRT to move forward with the grant agreement by April 30th. So this is where we get to the resolutions. The be it therefore resolved, the first one here, clarifies that in addition to the MOU and the authorization for HRT to do the grant agreement, they need to execute this binding agreement with us on the light rail vehicles by April 30th as well. If they fail to meet that requirement, then the CTB will reallocate or de-obligate the funds and reallocate them to other projects.
But a key point to that is The notice to proceed is consistent with when they're supposed to deliver in other words, the last schedule we saw, I think Ms. Mitchell said, that wasn't necessary till December 31st. So this is not, in other words, it's just whatever, but we've seen 4 or 5 different dates. So, but all it is saying is they have to enter this, but they don't have to issue the notice to proceed to incur any obligation unless it gets to the point where they're going to miss the December 9th, 2019 opening date.
That we wanted to make sure we were not being too prescriptive about the date itself, but to be very clear, we do not want you to keep pushing out this acquisition of the vehicles to a point where you've begun to delay the project delivery date itself. So that's what this December 2019 date clarifies. The next resolution, again, includes very similar language to state that in absence of those actions, we also expect the city to issue an RFP for the design-build contract by December 31st of 2016. Should they not do that, then the CTB will deobligate funds and reprogram them to other eligible projects that have been rated by House Bill 2. As the Secretary mentioned before, this is an important milestone at the end of this year that's very, very critical to keeping this project on track. Should anything happen in November with a referendum or any other decisions that the council makes, should they delay that RFP, that essentially means that the project is now getting pushed out, delayed, and probably much more significant delays than we've seen so far. So, and that's also the point at which we would really know whether or not they're fully committed to moving forward with this project. So this has put them on notice that we need them to make that decision to move forward with that design-build contract by the end of December.
Mr. Malvin, I want this date gives 2 things. It's 60 days after when they said they were going to do it, and should they have a light rail referendum, and that's they'll have that information. So this is not should not be prohibited for them to for whatever the city council thinks it needs, but it assures us that we're not waiting another year or with the monies.
I agree totally. I view this as that they have to maintain the critical path, and at no time should the process be paused, delayed, for further study, or that there has to be a commitment to move this project forward, and I support that.
Just wanted, we heard you last time, and we're trying to honor as long as they're staying on schedule. Mr. Williams.
I read this and I think it's unfortunate that we've had to move to this. For someone who's listened pretty closely to the debate over there, it's not much different than the presidential debate going on now in terms of conspiracy theories and crazy ideas and accusations flying back and forth, and it's so unfortunate because I think that this project, even more so than the Richmond project that we just approved earlier, is these projects aren't needed today. They're needed to plan for tomorrow, and if you wait till tomorrow, you can't get the project. Here you've got $155 million of state money committed to you, and the city can't seem to make a decision. And my only regret is that I think they're making a bad decision by not making a decision. But we've got lots of communities that are begging for this type of cooperation and this type of funding from the CTV to help them with their projects. And you can't wait for so long. I think the resolution's in order, and I hope after Mr. Malvin would move it, I would certainly be glad to second.
Ms. Valentine, I'll come back to you, Mr.
Well, just addressing both of those points, I couldn't agree with you more that the reason the Rail Committee supports this is that I also see it as a tremendous regional opportunity for economic development and planning for the future. And not many communities in Virginia have this, I think, very special opportunity. But the reason we put these dates in, and we were very clear about this, is that it is going to be Virginia Beach's decision. We're putting the dates in there so that at every point along the way, it's their decision about whether or not to proceed. And the fact that the notice to proceed does not have to happen until December allows them to go through every process that they want to. But we we as the CTV are not prescribing the decision. We are making this available to them, and they are making the decisions on whether or not.
And I appreciate those comments. I totally agree that this document does not put any unreasonable demands on the city or the process. The process is what it is, and this is accommodating the process. And the city's commitment, as you say, either stay on course with the process or elect to not go forward with the project.
Mr. Rosen.
Thank you, and appreciate what Ms. Valentine said about, we were fortunate to have a briefing this morning at the Rail Committee meeting and saying that this is totally within their Virginia Beach's discretion. Certainly will take some political will for them to move forward on this, it sounds like, given what's happening down there, and that they're welcome to have a referendum. Not to be repetitive, but just kind of to summarize, as I see it, having worked on this on the Rail Committee as well as now, April 30th deadline. They certainly have 2 meetings in April that they could make this vote and move forward, which I think is plenty of opportunity. April 30th is the first critical path. The second is critical date. The second is the end of this year. In between then, the Commonwealth may expend some money on some work. If there is money expended after April 30th and before December 31st, if a decision is made following the referendum, my sense amongst the Rail Committee this morning is that money will need to be reimbursed to the Commonwealth. If there's a delay on procurement with the Virginia Beach on the cars, and there's a cost overrun of $500,000, that'll be their responsibility. And really, this is all within their discretion to move forward. Mr. Williams said it well. There are a lot of communities around the Commonwealth who really could use this money, but we all support the project. And I think the Secretary and Ms. Mitchell have all gone out of their way to try to extend the dates on this, to give Virginia Beach the opportunity. But at a point, they have to make a decision. April 30th is that first time. And if they decide this isn't something they want to do, that's perfectly reasonable. That's okay. Mr. Malvin may agree. Frankly, those of us who support rail and public transportation may disagree, but it's within their discretion. But April 30th is the first major point, and it's the City Council's decision. Either move forward or we'll de-obligate the money and we'll fund other projects. The second point being the end of December for the procurement. Again, totally Virginia Beach City Council's decision. Make the decision to move forward, or we'll de-obligate the funds and reallocate them under HB2. I support that. I think the Rail Subcommittee this morning made it clear that that's where we stood on this project, and would encourage our fellow CTV members as well to follow that path.
So we need Mr. Dyke next, and I'll come around.
Yeah, I won't repeat it other than to say we are for these kinds of transit projects. I think they're very, very important, and we're prepared to support them when the locality wants them. And I think it's also very important that this last resolution be noted and resolved here, and that is, we're not saying, this is it. If they choose not to do it for whatever reason, they always have the ability to come back and get in line and go through the HB2 process and take their chances there. So there's still, they have another option. So we've done all we can at this point. So I'm ready to move on this one.
Well, I think that's got to happen in the action agenda.
But I probably will get an indicative, because when we finish here today, we're going to communicate to City Council, so they're in deliberation. So I probably will ask for an indicative officially before we leave, so Jennifer, in deference to the City Council, can know what they're dealing with. Yes, Mr. President.
So as Court was alluding to, it really is April 30th as the first benchmark. Because if we're back here in May in Stanton, and there is no memorandum of understanding signed,
it's over.
Nothing happened, then it's over with.
Yes.
I think maybe it's the binding agreement memorandum.
The binding agreement and the MOU,
Okay, I understand that.
It doesn't go beyond.
It's three things, yeah.
They all hold up shop.
Yeah.
But I think your point, though, about the whole CTB, and I believe it is the whole CTB, behind the project and seeing its merit regionally, absolutely.
Well,
and they don't get that message.
And I
don't know how
that.
clearly we can state it. And so I think the Rail Committee's done a great job.
I appreciate that, and you've demonstrated it through the votes, and I know that they're competing projects in the Commonwealth that could use this money. I mean, last month, Mr. Dyke went on record and told me that he could use $122 million to put a transit corridor in 66, and he'd love to get a hold of that money. And I appreciate him looking out for money. But thanks for giving me till April 30th.
And as noted, that would give the CTB time to make decisions for the next 6-year plan. And then the December date, again, would also give us the opportunity, should they not live up to their obligations, then that's when it would be important to be able to plug those funds into the HB2 review process for next year. So there is a reason behind those dates.
Without April, there's no December.
Exactly. That is true.
Well, we were trying to get, and I think the rail subcommittee did a good job, trying to be supportive of the project, respectful, but yes, understanding our fiduciary, we've got other, and so other responsibilities in that, because I'm hearing from a lot of the part of the state that are watching this, and unfortunately, all I'm hearing from pretty much from Virginia Beach is the negative part. I don't know what y'all are hearing, but I'm not hearing anybody really stand up for the project, and hopefully this will give them the time to make the decisions that they need, and I don't think this puts any undue obligations on them other than what was in there. You missed. Go ahead. You must say something.
Oh no, I too. I've only received negative comments about the project, and it would be very helpful for those who are in support of the project to also let us know.
We went through a couple things. We started today, and I said, we're going through some projects, some very difficult ones, and I made the comment that for these things to be successful, you got to have local elected support, and there's no way this will be successful without it. The other thing is, we mentioned House Bill 2, and I started today talking about the different benefits other than the scoring. I can tell you, there could be no better example than this one. Had we gone through the House Bill 2 process where they had to develop the project and defend it and show it to us, I don't think we'd be where we are today. And that's why it's important to note they can certainly go do that afterwards. So I'm a little bit apologize to the board here. We got out of line at their request, but looking back, that was not the appropriate thing to do in that. And so I think the House Bill 2 process has a lot of merits for lots of different reasons, not just the scoring in that. Just being blunt about it, anybody with any objective, taking all the rhetoric out, would look to say, there's just not the political will at this point in time to move this project forward. And it's a shame that we are here. Mr. Malden, I hope they get it. I hope they do. And I know you've got a lot of efforts going on down there. And so I think we're trying to do everything we can to give them every opportunity to do that. But I've instructed Ms. Mitchell, we're just going to support what we get back from them, not making any comments other than we support the project and let them work this out. And hopefully, that we'll be helping them do this project. All right, what I would like to see is, we're not at an action item, but I would like if there could be an indicative indication that we are supportive of this resolution. So, Ms. Mitchell, she'll still say it's draft, but with that, could I see a show of hands of all those that are in favor of the resolution? Okay, so thank you. And we'll go through this tomorrow. You'll sit out this afternoon, and quite frankly, I'm hopeful that we're here in May talking about what they've done, Mr. Garzinski, and I'm hoping in January of next year we're talking about moving forward with this project. But we now have, I think, a guideway that we can fulfill our fiduciary responsibilities and give them every opportunity to be successful. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Thank you very much. Thank you, Board, for another round of that, too. Okay, so let's get back on to, let's see, we've got Economic Development Access, Ms. Julie Brown.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This afternoon, I'm going to provide you an update on the Economic Development Access Program Bonded Project Moratorium, which is currently scheduled to expire July 1 of this year. Quick overview of the Economic Development Access Program. This program provides funding to localities to build access roads that can serve new or expanding businesses. And the locality then has to document investment from those businesses that equal 5 times the amount of the allocation. Localities do have 2 choices for utilizing these funds for these access roads. They can have a traditional project where they already know the business that is locating on that roadway, or they can make a request for a bonded project where they're provided the funding, they build the roadway, and they provide a surety, and they then have 5 years to attract businesses to that site and document the investment that's needed. With the bonded project, it's recognized that it is somewhat of a risk because the locality does have to pay VDOT back if they're not able to attract businesses to their site within the time frame that has been established. So a little background on the current CTB moratorium. In 2010, it was recognized that due to the economic downturn, localities that had bonded projects were having difficulty attracting businesses to their sites. And several of those localities did ask for extensions, and after some review and discussion, the CTB approved a bond moratorium in 2010, allowing 2 additional years for those localities and businesses to be able to attract investment. The bond moratorium was reviewed again in 2012 and 2014, and in both cases, the CTB did agree to extend the bond moratorium 2 additional years, getting us to where we are today. So we've had a bond moratorium in place for 6 years. This just gives you a quick picture of the localities that have been impacted by the bond moratorium. Those on the left received the initial time, so they've had the longest under the bond moratorium. Some of those on the right have been in the moratorium, some of them only benefiting about 6 months. It is noted that several localities that would have had to pay us back within their initial 5-year period were able to attract businesses and meet the investment documentation requirements during the bond moratorium. So we have had several that were successful. But we do have several localities that are still under the bond moratorium that have not met the investment requirements today, and those are identified by the asterisk. So these are the 6 localities that currently have bonded projects that are under moratorium that have not yet fully documented investment on their projects. Our staff did reach out to our residencies and our localities to get an update on each of these 6 projects, and I can tell you that there are 3 that do have some indication they may have investment. Botetourt County has indicated that they have a prospect that they hope to announce in the next few weeks that they think will give them some of the investment for their project. Scott County has indicated that they have a prospect and they are fairly certain that they will be able to fully document the investment, and they anticipate that to be before their bond expiration in July. And then Louisa County has actually provided investment to offset 80% of the construction costs of their project.
Mr. Chairman, just.
Yes, Mr. Rosen.
Actually, the governor is in Botetourt County today to make that announcement. So
Okay.
I think we'll be able to scratch this off the list as of this afternoon.
Yep.
It's a good one for us.
Good timing.
Perfect.
She's a good way to take it.
Nice.
So today's update really is to initiate the discussion of whether or not this board wants to offer any additional extensions of the bond moratorium. One option that has been discussed is a 6-month extension of time, and that would particularly allow some additional time for some of those that are in the process of getting a business on their site, but that we haven't seen the investment documentation. If the board decides that you would like to offer an extension, I would bring a resolution at the April CTB meeting. If no action is taken, the bond moratorium will expire July 1, and we would then proceed to collect any funds that we do not have documentation for. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Make a comment. We're going to have Ms. Mitchell earlier talked about, she's going to be coming to you about rail enhancement funds that haven't been utilized in April. Ms. Brown is looking through this program. In keeping, again, with this whole House Bill 2 and our fiduciary, we've asked the agencies to go through and look at all these programs. And many of these are, I mean, some are over 10 years old. Where they're just money setting on obligations on things that nobody's taking responsibility for. What Ms. Brown is speaking about is, again, those that are they couldn't reach it because they couldn't have the monies of bond. I think we ought to do a hard scrub as to what just really can't happen. And make a recommendation, Ms. Brown. I mean, I think I don't know what the board would like, but I think, I mean, instead of a blanket type of we're just going to pull it all, just say, do some work to say we recommend these coming, because we just, like Mr. Rosen just said, the governor was down there at the last minute to make an announcement on this one. So I don't want to. I haven't checked his schedule next week. I get down there and pull it. But no, and I've been all seriousness, and I think Ms. Mitchell, that'd be my direction to you to say, that you may choose to do something different, but at least look at it. So anyway, that's what this is about: looking at this money and really putting it to use. Mr. Dyke.
Yeah, I would concur with that. I think we ought to be proactive. We ought to be fiscally responsible and go through each one and say this has got a chance. This one doesn't, and move accordingly as opposed to taking a blanket step. So I would support us moving in that direction.
Ms. Brown, is that possible that you have to do a little bit of work reaching out to the community? I'm sure they're all going to say they want to keep it.
And we send letters to them to say, just a reminder, your bond period is coming to an end. And so I do know that all of them are actively looking because nobody wants to pay us money back.
Right. So I think that's to the letter. I mean, following up and say, can you demonstrate to us that these either happened or it didn't happen?
Well, especially, we just went through this long discussion about Virginia Beach.
Right.
I don't see how we can now turn around and say, well, okay.
That's right.
You got to show us something or we're moving on.
And that's exactly they're treating no different. That's exactly what it is. We have limited resources, and I think again that's part we have to be serious about. Certainly things happen every once in a while, but I think it was just getting people would apply for funds and have an earmark, and now we're asking you to really be serious. And again, it gets back to the House Bill 2. When you develop that project, you have ownership of it. You're ready to move forward with it. Yeah, Mr.
So as Ms. Brown mentioned, we have 6 projects that we've continued to extend and extend and extend. These 6 roadways physically exist, and we are maintaining them today. So it's not a matter of them we gave them an amount of money and they're going to give it back to us. They've spent the money, these roads exist today. What would happen, technically, there is a bond, insurance bond of some sort, that if they do not meet their obligation, we will call the bond. Now, some jurisdictions may say, don't call the bond, we will write you a check. But one of 2 things happens, and many of you have experience in local government. Calling a bond on local government it's a bad thing. It's going to affect their credit rating on other things, and it's going to be difficult for them. But at the same time, this board, some years past, invested in these counties to build these roads so that they could encourage economic development.
So let me ask you a question there. Who's making the payments on the bond?
The locality makes the payment. They have to get the surety bond, and we hold the actual bond, the original, but they make payments on it.
The bonds are to us.
Yes.
It's an insurance bond. It's just as a performance bond or a payment
so
bond.
So you could forgive the bond. Who makes the decision to forgive the bond?
It would be this body, and we'd have to follow through on any kind of legal issues, but again, it would be this board that would take action to, if we were to not seize the bond.
It would be precedent setting.
Are all people paying on the bond?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right, so what you're really asking us for today is whether you want to accelerate that payment. Is that what you're asking us?
Or whether we want to extend the moratorium. A condition of the bond moratorium is that the localities have to extend their bonds. So each of these localities had an original bond for 5 years.
Right.
When we offered the 2-year moratorium, they, as a condition, if they wanted to be covered under that moratorium, they extended their bond to whatever date we said they needed to. So if we said we were going to offer a 6-month extension, we would require anyone who wanted to take advantage of that to give us a bond that would not expire until February 1st.
Okay, you're going to have to take me through this again, because I'm not quite sure exactly what you're, we've already paid the money.
We have paid the money the road is built.
Right, and we issued a bond that they were to pay us.
No, it's their bond.
It's their bond. It's an insurance bond, like a contractor would get a bond to ensure the work is completed.
And so the work's completed.
The work is completed. What the bond is for is that if you do not bring the business in, we will call the bond.
So what we're looking for here is whether or not these people are actually going to have the business.
And in some cases, they may have a business on the roadway, but it has to meet certain criteria in order for us to count that investment. And then basically they have to have 5 times the cost of the roadway as the investment from the new businesses.
So then what your request would be is, can you give us the business plan, and you tell us whether or not you think that, make a recommendation on whether that's a reasonable business plan.
And we've been extending this a number of times now. These are not newer roads. These roads have existed 6, 8, 10 years.
There's one road here that their original 5-year period expired December of 2015, so they technically will get a 6-month extension even with the current. So in each group, there's 2 that are in the last 2 years.
I got that, but did you ask them to submit a plan about what they were going to do? Do we actively know?
We reached out to each of them for them to give us information about whether or not they have someone proposed, and that's how we know that 2 of them do have someone that they think has committed to the roadway.
And so what we're forced with is whether either forgiving the bond or keeping it out, hook out there to get somebody.
Three options. You could, and again, the legal staff would have to follow this up. We could forgive the bond and basically wipe it clean. The road exists, it's a state road, we're maintaining it, and wipe out the obligation of the jurisdiction.
When they pay the bond, the money's come to whom?
They're just paying an insurance company typically for a premium.
Okay, so I mean, why are we enriching them? That's what I'm trying to get to. Why wouldn't we just wipe all these out and be more? We're not going to gain for keeping the bond in place, are we?
We could seize the bond. Let's see, this particular road was worth $500,000. We would tell the county that we're seizing your bond. We'd go to the insurance company. They would write a check to the Commonwealth for $500,000. We would put it back into the program, and that would be the end of that. That is an option. Another option would be to forgive the debt, basically forgive the debt is what you're doing by forgiving the bond.
Right.
The third would be to give more time, and we've been doing that, giving more time to land a business. So I see those as the 3 options.
So, but we give them more time, they're just paying an insurance company.
They are paying an insurance.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're just paying an insurance. That's my point.
And we require that so that we have a guarantee that if we need to, we can get our money back.
Yeah. So, I guess what I'm getting to is either we're going to penalize these people, or maybe we just I don't see the benefit of continuing to extend over and over. You're just paying an insurance company. And if you start out by saying you never intend to collect, I mean, you don't want to be seen as that. So in the question,
2 options.
Yeah, that
either
means
collect it or forgive it.
Forgive it. So I mean,
and I think that several of them would probably appreciate a little more time. Our experience has been it does take us some time to get the documentation in. There are certain things we require in terms of the investment documentation in order for us to determine whether or not they have fully met the investment requirements for the project.
$2 million, is that correct?
$2 million is the current outstanding amount that we would collect back as of July 1st, except for whatever amount we receive documentation on. So we do have several projects that they have indicated they do have someone that they expect to locate on that roadway. And so that amount could be reduced by whatever amount of investment documentation we can collect between now and July 1st.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just would like to add a comment. I know in Scott County's case, I understand that Winnewisco, the planning district, has worked, towards seeking the development. But I think the most important thing would be that they've made a diligent effort, over the 4 or 5 or 6 year period that someone can determine. And then if they have made a diligent effort and it's unsuccessful, then possibly review and consider a forgiveness and move forward.
Well, that's where I'm getting to, is why do we even have this program? I mean, forgive them and just I don't see, you're right, Charlie, I don't see you calling up and foreclosing on one of these counties.
And just, we have never actually called a bond. We have been close, but every locality that's ever been impacted has made a decision to write us a check. My only comment is there have been many, many localities over the years that have reimbursed VDOT under this program that, I'm sure would have some comments if they would say, what about us? Can we get reimbursed?
If others have paid.
Yeah, others, Mr. Rosen?
That's the perspective I take, is the options are forgive, call the bond, or make the county or locality repay. Certainly we don't want to call the bond. That, we don't want to hurt our locality's credit ratings. Right. It makes borrowing more expensive for them. But I also don't think falling on the side of forgiveness. I think that by enforcing it and getting the money back, even if it were a couple-year payment plan, just puts more money back into the program for use by others that might have a realistic use for it. I feel lucky that Botetourt County today landed something, but had that been a year from now, even though it's in a rural part of our state, I would have supported having them repay it. I think it's a bad precedent in the sense that you have had these other folks have to repay, and I think they'll all come saying, give us our money back. But we don't want to call it a bond. I mean, we don't want to hurt anybody's credit rating, but I think we need to keep money in the fund, and by simply enforcing.
Well, how successful is this?
I just wish we'd get out of business.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Well, maybe the better question is, how successful has this program really been?
Well,
business for us.
Yeah.
There's a lot more successes than there are failures. I mean, I'll go back to the slide that shows the different localities. If you look at the first grouping, I think for that 2-year period, we probably had 11 bonded projects that had met their requirements before we got to that moratorium, and then we probably had 9 or 10 in the other 2 time frames. And so we're talking about 2 in each group today that have not met their requirements. So the majority of localities that seek the bonded project are actually meeting the investment requirements.
This is kind of an if you build it, they will come.
Yes.
Right? I mean, you apply if you really feel like you have a true prospect, but not, I mean, to me, it's not with the hope of accessing a brand new industrial park that you're hoping this will help. You got to have some sort of realistic plan ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Williams.
There's a ton of localities out here that are doing this on their own already, and it's not their engineering department that's doing it. It's their economic development arm that's doing it. I've always thought this was such an improper role for us to be in. I mean, if the state wants to conduct this program, I think it's worthy, it's worthwhile, but this board shouldn't be sitting around here talking about whether to foreclose on notes and stuff like that.
I mean, I get it, it's in the code.
It shouldn't be us.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it go away. And let somebody else do it that's better staffed for it and better, their membership's picked, from a very different perspective than ours is.
And just over the last 10 years, we've had 54 economic development access projects. 37 of those have been bonded. So that's the majority of the projects we've had over the last 10 years, and most of them have been successful.
Well, yeah, Mr. Dyke.
Yeah, based on what I've heard here, I agree with Court that we shouldn't basically ruin their credit by calling it. And I think we have an obligation to ask them to repay us since others have already done it, I think that's only fair. Because we see that at the rail committee, we've got these programs where if people are paid.
rail industrial.
It's the real
Got it.
industrial.
I have no problem. I'm just questioning now the whole program.
Well, no, that's no-
Whether or not we
that's
should
the
just
bigger question.
close it down, don't anymore, and get to, now, it's, Rick, is that, it's by code? We don't have any, so we'd have to have legislation next year. Mr. Donahue, I'd like us to put that down as something to look at next year. And I'd like, I guess our immediate thing is whether we want to, extend this thing or collect it. But I'd like to look at, whether or not we could use these monies more effectively in grants or something like that. Instead of, this seems to me overly burdensome. Did you have to say something, Mr. Walton?
Just that some of the sureties, letters of credit versus bonds, that's an option they have.
I got you, in other words.
I was just going to suggest, understanding where this is in localities maybe being caught off guard a little bit on repayment.
Yeah, that's right.
I'd propose that we extend it 6 months, let them know what's coming, and hopefully, for some that might be close to a prospect, maybe incent them to get going quickly. But I mean, I hate to tell them tomorrow that.
No.
I just let them get into another budget year where they can budget to pay us back.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them, I'm
That's
sure,
right.
have the funds sitting there waiting to
But
write the check.
the bigger question is, what are we doing in this business? I mean, other than the code requires us to do it.
Mr. Chairman, would the code possibly have a remedy embedded in the code for this?
Yeah, I think that they got to pay us back. I think that's the remedy. I think that's the remedy. So what but they gave us the ability to extend it out there. So,
And
But they didn't give us the ability to forgive.
I would think most localities would indicate that it's easier to attract someone when you already have a road than to have a business that wants to
I don't have any
locate
problem
there.
with having the road. I'm just have a problem with delivering it this way. I mean, with strings attached, and because I'd rather give them a grant, quite
I
frankly.
think the projects are worthwhile. When I was on the city council in Newport News, we built 2 or 3 industrial parks.
Yeah.
We built building pads, and we built buildings. Decades ago. To attract, it was decades ago, to attract folks. So it's a long-term process.
So you're making a recommendation tomorrow, you have on the action items?
I do not. I would bring something back in April. If
Okay.
you wanted me to, I could, but I was expecting to do that in April,
Okay.
once I have a sense of what the board would like to do.
Ms. Valentine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we look at this, though, and we have 37 projects that work, the whole premise, I would suspect, behind it was to create economic development, right?
Yes.
But I would be curious to know whether or not it works. Like, the 37 projects, what kind of business has, been developed? What is the rate of return on our investment? I mean, it may show that it's a very worthwhile project. I'm not saying we should be the manager of it. But to me, it's very similar to the Rail Industrial Access Program in that we face the exact same issues. And so I think looking at the viability of it, the big picture viability, is something I would like to know.
If you look at most of these localities here, these are localities who, I won't say all, but for the most part are really having it tough to get economic development. So what we're doing is say, well, they try to build a road so they can get somebody there, and then we turn around and penalize them again because when they're not successful. That's all I'm talking about, is what are we really incentivizing here? Not so much that we shouldn't do these projects, but I mean, and I won't think just building a road to build a road, but on the other hand, he's do this and they get out there and they don't have the prospect, and now it's a double whammy.
Well, people build roads, communities build roads all the time that lend to economic development. It's one of our factors.
Yeah.
And we judge them on House Bill 2. So if they need a road, put it in the HB2 and they'll hopefully get it funded. But for us to be in the economic development business like this is just unusual and in the wrong place. And I've never liked it. The 25 years I've been familiar with it, I've never liked it. And it's mostly because of this right here.
And I
Always
feel-
being asked to forgive and forget.
All right.
Well, I feel like this discussion has really teed up a great discussion for your next agenda, item, which is approving a rail industrial access grant. But it's actually a very good story that we have. But I do want to just, as a follow-up, the rail committee did look at ways to, and I think, it's very similar to some of the things that VDOT's been looking at as well, where we can provide some grace period and to look at alternate measures. Did the grantees still achieve some of the things that they tried to achieve, even if they didn't meet all of their metrics? Our goal is not to get the money back. It's really to make sure that these projects do go in and that they're successful because of the economic benefits. So I think, we'll be happy to share the information of what you guys recommended with VDOT as well. But I think those are all just very important things to keep in mind when we're looking at what recourse the state has.
But it's still, I got it. I mean, but it's not a bunch of money either.
Yeah, those are not huge.
All right, so maybe you can do a little bit work, Ms. Brown, on exactly where you think these people are, and I think Mr. Rosen and Mr. Dyke's comments are right. We're not going to just call cold turkey here, but I would like to know, the metrics and whether or not we're better off on this program. And I think December is a good date because, or maybe a little bit, Mr. Donahue and I will look at the efficacy of this in next year's budget or legislative session.
It would just move this over to Maurice Jones as part of the plan.
I mean,
Our program, both.
The only thing is, it is transportation money, so I'm going to be.
No, I don't mean the money, I mean the obligation and the money.
I understand, but it's still transportation money, so I sort of like, but maybe we do it in terms of a grant, I don't know, a little different program.
Let's not do it with our money, that's what I mean.
Yeah, well, that's even a better idea in that regard, so. Okay, so you'll have a recommendation for us at the next, you've heard what the board has said, we probably want to extend this some amount, but we'd like to have a little more information on the efficacy of the program.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Okay, we have Jeremy up, Mr. Latimer. Based on that, he's raring to go. Isn't he? On that side.
Henry County.
This is a good story. All right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I'm here to present on a rail industrial access application for Performance Livestock and Feed. This is in Henry County, Virginia, just outside Martinsville on the Norfolk Southern line. They are purchasing the Red Level facility, which is currently unoccupied, and rehabilitating track to the facility. Norfolk Southern has also put in for a rail enhancement fund application to rehabilitate the mainline track. Performance Livestock and Feed produces feed pellets and grain commodities. They provide services up and down the East Coast. They're headquartered in Lawsonville, North Carolina, and this is an expansion to Henry County. And it was the rail access of the facility that led them to this location. The expansion is part of their planned expansion for performance with their feed division. The expansion will increase their ability to ship they will receive raw materials and ship out finished products by rail. Rail traffic is expected to be about 1,000 annual carloads within the first year of operation. The application is for $345,000 in rail industrial access funds. They are estimated to be investing $4 million in land acquisition, building improvements, and the rail construction. The actual rail construction is estimated to be $990,000. And as with all our rail industrial access agreements, cost overruns are the responsibility of the applicant. Again, they expect 1,000 additional carloads annually. It will also bring 32 new jobs to the area. And the ratio of rail cars to trucks will be approximately 1.1. We do this ratio to monitor their performance and the intent to ship rail cars from the facility. The application scored 69 of 100 points. It has to exceed 50 points to receive a recommendation. And the minimum threshold will be at least 100 new carloads annually based on their points. So with that, I will entertain any questions.
When's their timeline for repayment? They don't repay this, it's just an outright grant.
It's,
They only
they have
repay if
7
they don't
years to
perform.
achieve the metrics, is that correct?
3 years to achieve the metrics. They can get a 3-year extension.
$3,000 cost.
32 new jobs.
That's where we've always had
$1,000
the
a job. No, $4,000.
that where the argument's always been about achieving?
In other words, because they don't actually make it all, but they get a lot of it there. And I think what Ms. Mitchell was saying is, but the parameter was you either achieved or you didn't.
Yeah.
And so we've rescaled those a little bit.
Yeah, to look at the things like, did you create the jobs you expected to create, and also are you moving the same, essentially mode split that you were planning to move?
Okay, I'll be back in April for action. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lambert, thank you very much. Mr. Donahue's just informed me he had some out-of-town guests that here that have to travel, so we're going to let them go first. I know you all have been waiting. I've been counting down the number of slides. We've got about 50 left. I was wondering how many Mr. Donahue had this year. This time to go through, but anyway, so we'll do let your guests be first, Mr. Donahue. I know you're going to be here tomorrow too, so.
No, go down, number 10. This is the V-Trans. That one. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm really pleased to be here today. My name is Eric Sundquist. I'm at the University of Wisconsin. I run a project called the State Smart Transportation Initiative. My colleague Chris McCahill is here with me too, and we'll be jointly presenting this. Many of you may remember that last year we were before you and we presented the plans for this project. It was really exciting at the time. It's not exactly bleeding edge, but it's leading edge around the country. This is something that, since you guys took it up, we've gotten lots and lots of attention from California, Massachusetts, Colorado. Basically, people who hear about it get excited about it, and you guys are leading the way. So as a researcher and a person interested in advancing practice, I thank you very much for doing this project. And I think it also has provided some very useful insights into the conditions and potential solutions in Northern Virginia, which is the sort of the point of it. What I'm going to do is, in knowing that there are a lot of slides to come, we're going to go through this quickly, not linger. I'm going to give you just a bit about what the project was, some high-level findings, and then Chris is going to take you through 3 examples, and then we'll be done and take questions. So the project, if you were here, you recall, we wanted to look at where people were actually going in Northern Virginia, not how many cars were going by a point at a certain, on a loop detector, or what the model said people might do, but what people were actually doing. And the reason we wanted to do that is if we can figure out commonalities and some patterns, we might be able to get them where they're trying to go in a more efficient way than they are going now. And I think we succeeded in doing that. We ruled out, in terms of the policies and the projects that we would look at, we're looking at relatively small bore things. We're not looking at a major heavy rail expansion or a highway interchange, none of the mega projects. We're looking at much smaller things. And these are things that are important because they tend to fall out of conventional analysis. If all you're doing is looking at regional flows, then certain projects that might take off 1,000 cars off the system here or 1,000 there, they don't show up. So those are the kinds of things we're trying to fill in the gaps in practice and provide a richer look at what we're trying to get done when we provide transportation and access to destinations. That's it in a big picture. What we used to do this was GPS data. GPS data was collected from various apps, so on cell phones and also on connected vehicles. Lots of vehicles have GPS connections to OnStar systems and that sort of thing. It ends up being thousands upon thousands of trips a day that we can look at. It's not a very high percentage of all the trips because there's over 3 million a day, but in terms of a sample size compared to surveying people or paying people to tell you where to go, it's an enormous sample. And it's very spatially precise. Normally when we survey people, we ask them, where did you start, where did you end, and what mode did you take? And then we just sort of guess at the route.
we assign them to the most efficient route, but we know people don't always take the most efficient. Now we know down to what lane they were in. So we got this massive database, and Chris really did a tremendous job in figuring out how to distill that database down into usable information and then into policy and findings, which he's going to describe. But some of the big picture things that we found out of, there are, even though, again, traditional modeling looks at long distance flows, most of the trips that we saw were under 5 miles, and a fair number of them were under 2. So there's a lot of shorter trips on the system that are gumming up the works for people who are trying to get to work across a county. And also that we might be able to convert into either shorter car trips or a bike or a pedestrian trip in some cases. And lots of these, nearly half of these short trips are in peak periods. So it's not just people running to the store after work or something. This is stuff that's happening on the system day in and day out while people are trying to get, from Fredericksburg to DC to work. So the methods we use, I'm not going to go into this in great detail, but and I'm happy to take any questions either here or one-on-one later. We looked at where short trips were, where circuitous trips were. So if we know, the A to B distance is a mile, but the person's going 3 miles, we know that there's some inefficiency in the system, and maybe a shortcut would be good. And common origins and destinations. So if we know a lot of people are going from point A to point B in individual cars, maybe we could do TDM, van pools, maybe there's a transit solution, that kind of thing. We then had this very large database, as I said. We boiled it down to some issues and opportunities, which Chris is going to describe, so it'll be more real when he goes through 3 of them. And we tried to figure out roughly at a planning level what the costs and benefits were. And I stress this is a planning level. Because each of the potential projects we're going to describe are really at the conceptual stage. There's lots of details to be worked out. How big do you make the bridge? How many buses? How many van pools? So these are like sort of a very first cut that a locality either proposing under HB2 or the state, some entity could look at and then take it and refine it and make it a real project. We had the stakeholders involved with us at every step of the way. We had 3 big meetings with them and then a lot of phone calls in between. So we kicked off the project, we showed some interim findings, and then we showed some of these cases to them and gotten their feedback before we have a near final draft that you have before you today. And in fact, a lot of the stakeholders, we didn't anticipate this, a lot of the stakeholders actually wanted the data. They're like, this is so cool. We really want the data so we can figure out our own stuff. And so Chris has done a number of custom runs for VRE, the I-66 project, and some others. So not all the stakeholders are at the level where they wanted to deal with it, but a number of them were. And we're working, there's an issue with the license of the data from the data provider, but we're working on a way to have that available on a long-term basis so that people can actually think and work on this. Because the almost 20 projects that we've kind of scoped out here, that's just, I think, the tip of the iceberg. There are many, many more that you could do out of this stuff. Or you could inform projects that you already have in the pipeline and maybe alter them to make them better. We found, as I've been sort of enthusing, that these the quantifications and the visualizations were really useful to us, to the stakeholders. As researchers, it was just great to be able to see this stuff that we sort of imagined. The types of opportunities that it suggested, as I said, they're not high capital intensive highway or transit projects, but pretty much everything else. TDM, parking management, bike and ped, transit enhancement, so not necessarily a big new line, but schedule changes, maybe headway improvements, better connectivity, and land use stuff. So in our report, you see all of these brought out in one place or another, and sometimes, usually, multiple solutions per case. And one of the really cool insights, and I'm almost ready to turn it, this will segue to Chris. One of the cool insights that we found was that in places like Tyson's and military bases, there's a synergistic relationship that can either hurt you or is an opportunity, depending on how you look at it. There's Because Tyson's or the military bases are so sprawling and not very walkable, you kind of have to have a car to go around, either from your office to somebody else's office or to lunch or what have you. A lot of people just drive there. So the short trip making that we see in Tyson's is driving a lot of the long distance trip making on Route 7 on the Beltway to get there in the first place. And if we could bring that short trip making out of the system, not only would it free up some of the arterials that pass through, but it would also allow people to take advantage of the Silver Line and not drive there in the first place. So we haven't run all of these costs and benefits to ground again, but I hope that you'll share my enthusiasm about these. But know that these are not, when you look at the numbers, you're not going to see the sorts of time savings and huge, $100 million costs and $100 million. These are like a bunch of smaller bore things that all add up to something more if they all happen. So with that, Chris has 3 examples that he's going to describe real quick, and then we can take questions.
Thanks. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thanks for listening to us about this. So as Eric mentioned, we drilled into the data and found 17 case studies. And as he mentioned, the opportunities are probably endless. All these case studies that we pulled out of the data, we did come across mainly just by scanning the data and seeing what jumped out at us, looking for these short trips, circuitous trips, common origin destination pairs. Once we kind of scanned for those, we looked at each one to see what was going on the ground. We brought them to the stakeholders to talk them through. We looked at existing plans and documents, and then figured out where we could take our recommendations from there. Some of them were obvious to the stakeholders, like Tyson's Corner, as you can imagine. Others were kind of like a new find, so it was kind of exciting to see what the data showed us. The first one I'll just show to you that Eric mentioned is Tyson's Corner. Basically what you're looking at here is all of the trips that are traveling to or from the Tyson's Corner area, which is outlined in yellow, throughout the course of the day. So you can start to see patterns emerge. You can see where more people are coming and going from. You might be able to notice trends. In this case, an interesting question might be, where are folks driving along existing transit corridors, right? Because then we can kind of quantify the opportunity to get some of those folks taking transit rather than driving along the transit corridor. But what's really interesting in this case is the number inside of the yellow box, which is 36,000 trips. So those are all just short trips that are taking place completely within Tyson's Corner during the day, right? So what that signaled to us, as Eric mentioned, is it's a lot of people who are sort of dependent on their cars to get around Tyson's Corner throughout the day, or they're choosing to drive, out to lunch, to meetings, rather than, walking, biking, using local transit and things like that. And this, we think, is partly what's driving a lot of people to actually drive to Tyson's in the first place, because they feel like they need their cars while they're there. We can also look at things like pull out a specific road. We identified, in the beginning of the study, we identified about 300 different links of highways to look at. So this was one of them in Tyson's Corner. And we can see the yellow dot is showing, what we're seeing here is traffic that began, where traffic passing through this yellow dot began in green, and where traffic ended in red. So in this case, we're seeing that about 29% of the traffic on Route 7 westbound right there during the PM peak period, 29% began in Tyson's right there. So we can see how much the Tyson's is generating traffic that's contributing to Route 7. We can also quantify that about 22% of those trips on Route 7 there are less than 5 miles, 16% are under 2 miles, and 7% are under 1 mile. So that's a lot of short trips that are clogging up Route 7 there, and a lot of potential to maybe change those to a different route or a different mode. So basically we walked through and identified some of the opportunities here. This shouldn't be nothing new, especially for Tyson's. A lot of these are already on the books and in plans. But opportunities like improving bike and pedestrian improvements, managing parking better, right? Because there's a lot of ample free parking, which is a major incentive for people to just drive from office to office rather than using a different option. Improving street and parcel connections to make it easier to walk and bike around. And improve other local transportation options like circulator transit and things like those. So we also worked with a team from Michael Baker International, some of them are here, today with us to sort of cost out the benefits and costs. As Eric said, these are really sketch level, just so we could get a sense of how the different projects compare and what kind of numbers we're talking about here. Obviously, one of the benefits of these recommendations is enabling walkable transit-oriented development within Tyson's, something that's talked about a lot. We estimated about how many trips could be removed from the system, and we estimated this about 2 to 3.8 million trips a year. And we did this, the data, the GPS data is actually one of the big things that let us do this, because now that we could actually see how many trips are taking place there, we could say, well, X%, we look at the literature about what parking and bike accommodations do and say X% of trips under 1 mile might be converted. And we made pretty modest assumptions and saw that over the long run, it adds up to quite a few trips. We estimated how many vehicle hours that is that we'd be removing from the system, and translated that to traveler costs and emissions. And these numbers are the higher level, so this is up to $11.5 million in traveler costs per year, and up to 8,400 tons of carbon emissions. We also took a look at what the recommendations we were saying would cost. We estimate about 12 to 14 million for capital investments here. That's transit and bike and road and ped connections. 1.8 million in annual operating costs. That's mainly transit and transportation demand management programs. And you can see the things I mentioned here are listed. We also, this is one that jumped out of the data to us. This was George Mason. And this one was interesting because I think we think of George Mason's was originally built and thought of as sort of like a commuter campus with people kind of spread out all over the region. And we did see that pattern in the data, people kind of spread out with any clear pattern. But we also saw that about a third of the trips are beginning or ending within this dotted black box here. So a distance of about 2 to 3 miles from campus. Where we are at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, that's about the distance that we all bike to work. So a really good opportunity for getting people to bike and use local transit. We took a look at what was going on there already. We saw that the university's already talked about improving bike connections and pedestrian connections on campus. But the studies that have been done so far haven't really extended that concept to connections to the surrounding areas, right? So by focusing on the surrounding areas, we can see that we might be able to capture some of these trips that are taking place throughout the day, just a short distance from campus. And also the data seems to suggest that people are self-selecting to live around the campus, probably more than we might think. So opportunities to improve those connections, manage parking a little bit better. The university kind of has a ring of parking growing around it, which sort of invites driving, even though people might be able to get there some other way. And sort of spur walkable development in the immediate area, sort of have a development center around the campus. Again, we costed out the benefits and the costs, improve multimodal access to campus. In this case, removing 250 to 460,000 trips per year. You can see the numbers here. That's 500,000 in traveler costs and up to 390 tons of carbon emissions per year. And I should mention here about this removing trips from the system. This is only existing trips, right? So if more development were to occur in any of these places, it would also be potentially keeping that number of short vehicle trips from growing even further. The costs, $6 million in capital costs. That's $1 million for transit and $5 million for road improvements, and $0.8 million for annual operating transit and TDM costs.
So just a quick question. So did George Mason have a circulator busing system that would have allowed folks to move around currently? Or?
So I don't remember the exact.
They do. The Fairfax connector services that area.
So our team dug into the existing plans, and so most of the cost estimates here are, I think, what would be needed from where things are now.
I don't believe they have a bus system like VCU, I think, runs a kind of a network here connecting the VCU campus. I'm not sure that George Mason has a campus-centric system. Fairfax Connector is the county line.
I think Eric said we have 3. I have 4, but we'll go through these really quick. So Van Dorn Street Metro Station. This jumped out of us because we saw a whole bunch. So the station is in the yellow box there. We saw a whole bunch of trips, very short and very circuitous trips, right? So people are going quite a bit out of their way to make these short trips to the areas just to the north of the station. And we're talking on the order of 2 to 3 1,000 trips about of 1 mile or so from the station to the neighborhoods to the north. When we look at this, it's kind of obvious what's going on, is that folks are driving to the station either to get onto the metro or to kiss and ride, and the only option to do that is essentially Van Dorn Street, which hugs the left side of the box there. That means two things. That means that anybody who chooses to bike or walk to the station would have to go quite a bit out of their way, right? We're talking they have to walk 2 to 3 miles for what could be a really short distance. And this is what the street looks like, so it's not very inviting to anybody who wants to get there other than driving. When we dug into what was going on there, we know there's already been a lot of talk about providing a connection directly from the station to the neighborhoods to the north. So we think this is kind of the data that those decision makers need to inform that decision and decide what project should move forward. There's been some concerns about something like this adding more traffic to the neighborhoods. So we looked at something like connections that would only be open to bikes and pedestrians, or that would be limited to certain types of vehicles, or only certain types of vehicles during certain types of the day, to help alleviate some of those concerns about adding traffic to the neighborhoods. I should also mention here that we can take a look at some of the traffic that's going on Van Dorn Street and see how much this traffic from the station is contributing to that traffic, and we see it's upwards of about 5%, which may not sound like a lot, but that last 5 or 10% added onto a road could be the difference between sort of congested versus sort of well-flowing traffic. So getting that last 5 to 10%, if you're able to get the last 5 to 10 off the road, you could have real impacts on the way the road's performing. Improving multimodal access to the station, remove 100,000 to 152,000 trips per year, and you can see these here. We estimate this is a fairly expensive project because of the infrastructure needed, 28 to 38 million in capital expenses. That's just the bridge and whatever street connections are needed, and another 30,000 annual operating costs for TDM. The last one is pretty similar. This is the Ripon BRE station. We saw the same sort of thing, lots of short circuitous trips to the neighborhoods just to the north. You can see, again, another 1 to 4,000 trips of about 1 to 2 miles to the station. What's going on here we see is that the station isn't really well connected to the surrounding neighborhoods. The two main roads that feed it kind of go out of the way. So this is the main road entering, so obviously not especially bike and pedestrian friendly, although there's a sidewalk, but some improvements that could be made to invite other modes. More importantly, the yellow dotted lines here show the two main entry roads to the station. So that would be the key candidate for bike improvements. But we also saw some critical breaks in the street network. Those are the red dots, where improving those connections for pedestrians and cyclists could drastically shorten the distance that people living in those neighborhoods would need to walk or bike to get to the station. So that would invite some of those trips. Also, potentially by doing this, you could spur sort of a walkable, bikeable sort of environment here that could attract TOD in underdeveloped land there to the bottom of the screen, because we already see apartments are sort of located near the station to begin with. Again, improve station access and spur TOD, remove 155,000 vehicle trips. You can see the other benefits associated with that here. We estimate $3 million for capital investments and $7,000 for annual operating for a TDM program. So as I mentioned, we've got a full list of 17 here, so this is really just scratching the surface. But they're all outlined, and all of our methods are outlined in a report that we're releasing concurrently with the meeting today as a draft.
So that, I want to just reiterate one other thing. It's sort of a technical detail, but if you are reading through the report, Chris mentioned, and I should have mentioned at the outset, you might do the numbers and say, well, we're only taking 5% of the trips or 10% or something. It doesn't sound like a lot, but congestion is not linear, and that 5% might have more impact than the previous 95% in terms of mobility. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at those sorts of numbers. So with that, we're, again, excited to have delivered this and done it, and would be happy to take your questions.
Mr. Krasinski. First a question, then a suggestion. A question, when you talked about stakeholders, who exactly did you interview.
So Lorna, you want to, Baker organized the stakeholders, she could give you the details.
We worked closely with both VDOT and DRPT to identify all of the TDM lead staff in all of the jurisdictions, as well as some of the providers of those services.
Okay, so all the counties, cities, and towns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Suggestion, because this is pertinent to Northern Virginia, Nick, I think it might be appropriate to try to get on the agenda of NVTA. I know Monica's always looking for presentations that affect the area, so if we could somehow schedule that in the next couple months.
Well, and I also think to that point, Mr. Garzinski, I think as NVTC looks at starting the program for these 66 toll revenues, we have some low-cost options here that potentially take, a few thousand trips off when they have the least amount of capacity during rush hour. And so we might want to get some of these out there to them so that they can think about that as they develop their first program. I think it's one of the things Eric said at the beginning of this presentation that I really want to reinforce is we couldn't do this 3 years ago. This type of analysis was not possible because literally we had to ask people where the heck they were going, and we asked them typically through the mail. So you'd get a letter 2 months after you drove somewhere on a Friday at 4 p.m. saying where the heck were you going, and you kind of wrote down wherever you thought you might have been doing that day, but I don't really remember where I was driving 2 months ago on a Friday at 4 p.m. It was somewhere. And so that was actually how we had to figure out ways to solve these problems. With this GPS data, you can't lie or be wrong or misremember because it's exactly where you went. And so this is real data that's actually showing us how people are using the system. And so I think it would be very interesting to get 1 or 2 of these projects implemented either through NVTC or some other program to really see if we can get the results delivered that we're projecting here. Because again, it's a low-cost project, but getting that last bit of traffic off the road is really what's going to help address congestion in some of these areas where there's not space for new lanes. So like in Tyson's Corner, it's going to be really hard to put another lane on Route 7 because they're putting in 20-story buildings. So we need to figure out some other way to add more capacity in Tyson's to really make that area grow and thrive as this redevelopment takes place.
Mr. Connors, thank you for the presentation. It's also, to your point, Nick, it proves that some of the low-cost projects are good for the HB2 process. We saw high scores in some of those lower-cost projects that had a big bang for the buck like this. Is there any way to, maybe this is jumping ahead too far, but is there any way to expand this to other urban areas?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Connors, I think if there were other regions of the state, and I do want to say this probably works a little bit better in some of the urban areas than it does in some of the more dispersed areas. If you can just reach out to me and we can talk with the team here and the folks at the intermodal office to see if we can add this to other places. I do know you're currently studying the 95 corridor. We could try and add some of this type of analysis into that study area there if that's something you and the Fredericksburg area NPO would be interested in.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down today. Thank you. Okay, I think that brings up Mr. Donahue. Going to go through some House Bill 2 updates, and I know some information was sent to you previously, and you've had a chance to look at it. We'll go through it. And I want to make a couple comments regarding this process. Again, we made some suggestions, but it's really your process at the end to make whether or not you want to change. I will say, though, that the monies and the projects that have been allocated to statewide project, I think that the process is exactly the way it should be for those projects. If you want to change have the conversation and change inside the districts, I think that's open to some discussion as to how you look at it. But the statewide, in terms of the overall scoring and the benefits, that pretty much is pretty straightforward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Donahue and go through these different scenarios that he's running.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am here today with my monthly House Bill 2 update. There's really a few things that we can cover today. Some of them I expect are going to elicit a lot of discussion. Some of them things I really need to tell you as well. And so I would just ask your indulgence at the beginning of this to let me kind of say the thing that I know is going to lead to a lot of discussion, but then let me tell you some other things before we dive kind of with both feet into the pool and have that discussion. So at our last meeting, we sensed that there was some interest in the board in seeing a different version of a scenario other than the recommended funding scenario that we had provided to you. There was a lot of discussion about the step 3. And so what was provided to you all last week is also online for those of you streaming at the CTB website, and for those in the room, there's copies on the back table, is an updated version of the revised base scenario, which has all 4 steps in it, but then also has a set of changes that I'm going to walk through what those are, why they happened, and what they mean. And that really is, there were some issues with new location projects where we had to update the congestion score because we candidly just had an error in the way we were running that through the model that has an impact on some projects, not on others. There were also cost updates for some of these projects. We had a few instances where people underestimated the cost of their project or sent in the wrong cost for the scope that they sent in, and so we've updated that, and that does impact a few projects. And then the other thing, and I mentioned this as we started to walk through project by project last month, with the environmental score related to just natural impact, we found there were some projects that were only recommended for funding because of their failure to pave over a wetland or impact the historic or cultural resource. And I think that the staff felt pretty strongly the discussion we had with the board when we added that metric was we wanted you to get points if you had benefits and also didn't have negative environmental impacts. We didn't just want to fund a project simply by virtue of the fact that it had no negative environmental impacts. And there's about 8 or 9 projects that are actually impacted by this. So the revised base scenario you all have before you has those 3 changes embedded within them. And again, I'm going to walk through those changes here in a second. We also then sent you a second scenario based on the discussion we heard at the board level for your consideration, and in that scenario, we simply eliminated step 3. We took all the changes from the revised base scenario, so it does include those 3 I mentioned, and then we did step 1, funding the district grant based on the cost benefit. We then funded the projects that otherwise would have been funded in district grant or were submitted by NPOs, skipped step 3, and went straight to step 4, and the net effect of that is there's leftover district grant money in each district by doing that, and then you spend more out of the high priority there and you fund more projects in step 4. So I'm going to get into kind of that, and I think what we are looking for from you all over today and tomorrow is we're going to be starting public hearings here in about 2 weeks, and we need to kind of have a sense from the board as to which of these scenarios you want us moving forward with. I understand there may be a broad set of opinions on this issue, and I think they may not always be, black and white, so we do look forward to that discussion. But that is something that we're going to need to have as we wrap up the meeting today and tomorrow to move forward with the public hearing, so the public can have a sense as to which way you all are moving and the types of projects that are out there and currently, the draft recommendations for funding. So with that, I just want to walk through kind of the 3 things that we changed in the base scenario. What I have right here is kind of a diagram for you. This blue dot is showing you, like in a traffic model, where a car would move. And what we did in each project, remember, is we analyzed how the region worked without the project. That's the no-build or kind of base analysis. And then we analyzed how much delay was there once the project was built, and we subtracted the 2, and that's how we got the benefit of the project. So in a no-build scenario, we see the blue dot starts there. Oh, that didn't work. This is a PDF, isn't it? Okay, so in my PowerPoint, the blue dot goes up, then he turns right at that kind of intersection there, and he goes right again to come down basically parallel to where he is now on that other roadway. And if there's a PowerPoint again, you'd see him running around right now and jumping down there. Then here on this second slide, what you see is that dotted line would be the new roadway we're analyzing. What we accidentally did is there were some instances where the blue dot's no longer on those 3 links the arrows are pointing to, and he's going straight across to that spot. So he's getting there faster, but the roads they were on before may or may not have been congested. And so we were actually counting them driving a shorter trip distance as reducing congestion where there in fact was not congestion in some instances. And so we went back in and updated that to make sure we only counted changes in travel links where there was, congestion that existed. And so that impacted 3 projects. They were all in Northern Virginia. The first was North Star Boulevard. That was recommended for funding in the original scenario and remains recommended with an updated score. The next was Telegraph Road Extension and the School Summit Road widening in Prince William County. That was recommended in the base scenario and is no longer recommended due to the changes in its score. And the final one was Westwind Drive in Loudoun County, which was not recommended previously and remains unrecommended with these changes in its score. The next one is there's 3 projects at an updated cost. So these are 3 projects that were all recommended for funding previously.
37 million.
But when we updated the project cost, all 3 of these were no longer recommended for scoring. So you have Route 80 in Russell County. And what happened there, I think, was an honest mistake with the district was coordinating with the county, and we gave them 2 scopes and 2 costs, and they put in the scope for the full 4.5-mile project, but then gave us the cost for about the half-mile project. As you can see, there's a big delta between that. The project still has a relatively high cost benefit. It just falls 1 or 2 out in Bristol from being recommended under the district grant program, so it's still a benefit cost over 1. And its overall score, it's just not a 5.8 or 7.6 like it was previously. And then the other 2 projects are in Lynchburg. One's in Pennsylvania County, where the project was one of the last ones recommended for funding. Its costs actually went up about $250,000, and with that, it falls just outside of the bubble there. And the other one was also in Lynchburg and Alta Vista, where the cost went up by about 4.5 times. That was one of the highest scoring projects until we got the right.
Number 1, I think.
It was in fact number 1 until we got the.
But there was a reason it was number 1.
There was. Once we put the right cost estimate in there, it fell out of contention.
Hiding some cost over there.
Yeah. May I ask you just a quick question? I was told that when I asked about, because it's 4 or 5 times the amount, that it didn't, when we did the modeling, it didn't capture something from all the sections. Is that, or it just was inputted wrong, or do you know?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Valentine, I will get back to you tomorrow. I don't want to give you the incorrect answer. I do just know that when we got, staff are comfortable that it's actually about 900,000 and it's not 150,000, and that really just, when you have a product that small, it had very little benefit, but because it costs so little.
You're so good.
And then once we updated the cost and you make that about 5 times higher, it pushed the score down dramatically.
Yeah.
The other kind of just change, and as you see, this impacts a long list of projects here, is these are projects that were recommended for funding solely on the basis that they did not have a negative environmental impact. There is one error on this slide, and I do apologize. The business access road should not be listed there. That's in Clifton Forge in the Stanton District, and I apologize. That was an error on my part. But the rest of these are projects that were recommended for funding or would have been recommended for funding as a previous one was taken out, but that we simply skipped over as a policy decision because their funding was based on the fact that they didn't have a negative environmental impact. Again, staff are working on some revisions to this environmental metric to bring back to you all for the next round so that we really count benefits when there's other benefits. Because again, the goal is to have a beneficial project that doesn't have negative impacts on the environment, not just fund things simply because they don't have negative impacts.
Mr. Mack.
Nick, do you care if I give Sonny Martin your cell phone number?
Yeah, I suspect there's going to be. All these projects were, again, recommended at some point, but now are not, and there are projects on here that range from about $1 million up to $42 million, so I suspect there's some people who are not happy.
But that didn't change any district allocation.
It did not change district allocation, but it did in fact have a pretty significant impact on what was recommended for funding in certain districts. So in the Bristol district and the Lynchburg districts in particular.
Some came out, some came in, right?
Yes, and those districts had the largest numbers of changes, particularly like in Bristol, the Route 58 truck climbing lane in Scott County. That full project was a $24 million project. So when that one came out, it reshuffled the deck entirely in Bristol, and actually 2 projects came in with that one coming out. So you get the I-77 auxiliary lane northbound heading to I-81, and then you have the exit 17 improvements on I-81 supporting a large economic development project. So there are changes, and again, Bristol and Lynchburg saw the 2 largest because of that.
Yeah, now remember, 1887 keeps the funding at a certain level,
Right.
but it's just, you might have changed a few dollars depending on what the lab, but it's in and out.
Nobody should be too upset.
It was certain project sponsors that might be in localized areas of the district.
Come with us to Bristol.
The person that owns 30 acres at the end of one of those roads, probably not happy.
Well, there was some question about one of the 17 others, they really thought that should have, and as it turned out, it should have been, because the other was not. So, when looking at it, that was brought to our attention, well, how come this, and it turned out because the others were not scored appropriately. Right.
So, Mr. Chairman, that's actually the end of my presentation. I do have the spreadsheet that you have before you, and that's also on your iPads that walks through these 2 scenarios, and I think I'd be happy to go through a discussion with the board about the differences between these 2 scenarios. What you see in this slide is really moving forward the next step. So, again, we need an indication from you all today and tomorrow as to which one of these scenarios you want us to bring forward to the public hearings. There, I expect, again, that's going to be a robust discussion. And then April to May, we will be doing public hearings throughout the Commonwealth. We should have been in touch with each of you, or will be shortly, about when those will be scheduled in your part of the state. Our goal is to do this over a longer period of time, so we don't have all 9 hearings in 3 weeks, which I think will give folks more time to really look through this and bring public comment to that discussion. In May, the board can vote on changes to the scenario based on the public comment that it's received. And then in June, we will bring a final revised 6-year program to you based on the votes you take in May for your consideration. So again, you have the 2 scenarios before you. In that packet, you have a summary page that walks through the overall amount that is provided to each district in each step. You have it for both the revised number 1 and then without step 3. And then you have 2 sheets for each district after that. And what that first sheet is the projects that would be recommended for funding in the revised base scenario. And then the second sheet for each district is the projects that would be recommended for funding if you eliminate step 3. And so if a project is in white, that means it's not recommended for funding. If it's in any color, that means it would be recommended for funding, and you can see kind of differences as you move between that. On an aggregate basis, the real difference between these scenarios is whether or not we choose to utilize all the district grant funds available in a given district, and whether or not each district receives some amount of high priority funding. So again, in step 1, in the first revised base scenario, we spend every single dollar of district grant money and don't roll any over or use it have it unutilized. And then we also ensure that each district is provided with some amount of high priority projects funding. Again, this year we ended up having more revenue than we expected, so we have about $1.7 billion this year, and we dropped down to about $800 million in the next round, and $800 million is about where we're going to be each year moving forward, or each round, moving forward after this round.
And I think that's a key point to keep in mind. This year is unusual because of the amount of revenue. And just because you choose, you might say, well, I want to do it this way, but in the future I want to do it, that's okay. In other words, because this year was a little bit unusual way. Because it was really just meant to give you a methodology to start from in that regard. So,
also in the revised base scenario, about $33 million of high priority funds remain unallocated, and those would be rolled over to the next round of House Bill 2. In the kind of scenario number 2, as I'm calling it, or without step 3 as it's listed on your sheet, about $105 million of district grant funds are not utilized using the kind of rules in place. That does vary in each district. So in some districts it's less than $1 million, in other districts upwards of north of $35 million.
And that's discretionary, right? If we went that way.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kosinski, that is staff following the rules. So what happened is we got to the next highest project ranked in that district, and we didn't have enough money left over to fund it. So we followed the exact same rules we did in both these scenarios. So basically what you see left over in that second scenario in the district grant is the amount that is commingled with high priority in step 3 in the base scenario. So in one, we mix it with high priority to fund that next highest scoring project, and in the scenario 2, we simply leave it unutilized there, and it would roll over to the next round.
And again, that seemed to work this year because so much money.
Why would we roll it over? Why wouldn't we just reallocate it?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Williams, should the board choose to go with scenario 2, you certainly could at the May meeting, based on public comment, program those funds. As staff, we stuck with the rules that we had previously discussed with you, so we didn't feel it was appropriate for us to go in and pick projects that were further down the list, while you might skip one here or there. That's something for a policy board, not the staff to do.
But if you were going sort of in order,
Right.
and with the notion of you're going to fully fund a project,
Right.
you may travel a good ways down the list below. You may pass a number of projects that scored higher till you get one that fits in that.
But that is, as long as you explain why you did it, and I've said from the very beginning that, because I don't say you did, but I'm saying the only criteria here is that you justify why you do it. That's, I mean, and quite frankly, I could see you doing that, other than letting money unspent. On the other hand, next year you're going to have them again, but then after that you're going to go 2 years. So you might take a different view on that. You might say, well, I don't want to lease money sitting here 2 years. So I mean, this really is,
Can we have the spend it while you got it?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Can we have a picture of the projects as they stack out to make that decision?
Well, yes,
See what they are?
but I do think you should lean towards spending everything you
I
have.
understand that process, but also understand I don't want to reach down to some low priority project just to get it spent.
Well, you're paying.
You know you've got some high priority stuff coming next year.
You do.
Well, you do.
And Mr. Chairman, before I feel like we're getting ready to jump into the floor here, I just wanted to walk through what the differences are by district, just so that it's out there for the board to hear, for the staff. That's part of our job to walk through that. So the differences between the base scenario and scenario number 2, in the Bristol district, all the exact same projects are funded. The difference is the exit 17 is funded through a mix of district grants and high priority in the base scenario, and in the scenario number 2, it's funded exclusively with high priority, and there's money that rolls over. In Culpeper, the difference is the Warrenton interchange is funded in the base scenario, and it is not funded in the scenario number 2.
So, Mr. Donahue, you need to let me know when for Mr. Dixon, Whitworth, he left me he did not want to be misrepresented or unrepresented today, so when it's appropriate, I'll read his missive to you as you're doing the discussion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. In the Fredericksburg district, the Route 3 passing lanes in Westmoreland County are funded in the base scenario, and they are not funded in scenario number 2. In Hampton Roads, the Indian River Road, Phase 7A is funded in the base scenario, but is not funded in scenario 2. In Lynchburg, Oddsfellow Road, segment B2 is funded in the base scenario, but is not funded in scenario number 2. In Northern Virginia, all the same projects are funded. The difference is the Route 7 Phase 1 widening in the base scenario is commingled and funded with both district grants and high priority, while in the scenario number 2, it's fully funded in high priority funds, and some district grant funds roll over to the next round. In the Richmond district, you have an additional project that is funded, and that is the Hull Street improvements in the city of Richmond, safety and operational improvements from basically the Chippenham Parkway on Route 360 east for about 2 to 3 miles. It's a $40-some million project that is funded there. In the Salem district, there's one project that is funded in the base scenario and not funded in the second scenario, and Mr. Rosen, I apologize, I cannot remember what that is off the top of my head. I'll try and get that while we're having the discussion here. And then in the Stanton district, the difference between the base scenario and number 2 is that the Route 277 access management and widening project is funded in the base scenario and unfunded in scenario number 2. And so those represent really the differences between these two scenarios. They have a lot of commonality, but I expect these differences I just walked through will be, subject for discussion.
I think you were saying, was it the connector Phase 2?
I think that is right. Thank you, Commissioner.
What they call Franklin Street, Peppers Ferry Phase 2.
That is correct.
Goes behind the residency office.
Well, I think Mr. Fraley's going to request, I'll bring this up later. Thank you.
So with that, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. I expect there's some questions you may have.
Yes,
One
Mr. Baldwin.
Nick, I'm assuming that eliminate step 3, the city or municipality or the affected community would have the option to put more money up to activate it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ballard, I think that's one of the things in the next 2 months where we may hear from various, jurisdictions that they have money or other things they may be willing to bring to the table that may allow
they may be
projects to
so
advance.
close that they may have in their budget the ability to.
Yes, sir.
And that is fine inside the district.
Right.
Inside the district. But they can't say, well, I think that's why I said those outside the state, I think those should not be tinkered with. The word isn't tinkered, should not be adjusted.
Nick, would you remind me why you say we're carrying over 30 million, but it's only 14 on here? I just missed it.
Mr. Chairman, in the high priorities in the base funding scenario, you carry over $33.4 million because in that scenario...
In the base scenario.
In the base scenario, it's that. In the other scenario, because you fund additional projects in high priority and you have other resources, you fund 1 or 2 more projects out of fully high priority and you have a smaller balance of about 15 million that would roll over to the next round.
I mean, again here, this is really intended to make these monies more impactful. Actually working in your district to get, those things that we don't know about just through scoring. So, I think it's very appropriate in that regard. Again, it's not meant to override 1887 and you get more money or with the intent, but certainly some of these things score very closely together, right? And so we recognize it's objective, but they're, you can use your judgment in doing that. Mr. Chairman? Yes, Mr. Krasinski.
Nick, is there a built-in prejudice because of the list that you just went over of pluses and minuses in each district that automatically is going to have people going for the revised base scenario?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Krasinski, I think if you look at it, there are some districts that are held harmless. There are some that come out with more, and there are some that are come out with less. I think it's actually about an even split. I think it's really the preferences of the board. What we did as a staff, the one major criticism we heard of the base scenario was the inclusion of step 3. And based on the discourse at the last meeting, we felt we needed to bring another option to the board before we went out to public hearings because there was a lot of, there was some consternation on the parts of certain members. So we wanted to provide that option to you all, also update for those 3 problem areas we had kind of identified in the additional quality assurance, quality control process.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Matt.
I think I'm receiving letters thinking that their project was included in the first scenario, but it doesn't appear it would be included in the second scenario. So, I guess my question is that we need to educate, the folks in the different areas, and City of Wise is one of them. They were included in they scored well in the first scenario. They did not score in the second scenario when the environmental changed.
Yeah, and I do think the only time where that should have happened would have been the environmental change or the update to the congestion score cost. So we did reach out, was my understanding, to all local governments, but I'll make sure we redouble those efforts.
Okay. So local administrators will be reaching out to the cities or
yes,
in those regards. Okay.
Ms. Valentine.
First, as one who probably had some consternation in the last meeting, I really do appreciate the fact that you ran through the numbers again, because I think by doing that, we found there were mistakes. We found that the environmental factor didn't work. And one of mine, there was a large mistake, and it kind of shifted enough around that I think it made so much more sense to me. So for doing that, I'm very grateful to you. Secondly, I think if you don't use step 3, we're leaving too much money in the districts unused. And I think that is, unless we made a policy about whether or not we could find the projects that would actually fit the amount of money. But by doing that, then we do deviate from funding the highest scoring projects.
Okay, since we've had a comment now about that, I'll let Mr. Rose go, then I'm going to read, let me read what Mr. Dixon left. I was in that. I regret that I'm unable to attend our CT meeting today or tomorrow at the time he wrote it, especially upon learning Friday that we will likely be having a discussion and vote on House Bill 2 funding allocation methodology, and you will take all my money. No, he didn't put that in there.
Yes.
Normally, I would oppose our changing the rules of the game once we collectively determined, agreed, and disclosed several months ago how allocation of transportation funds would be weighed and dispersed this year, especially since it was established that we would revisit the allocation formula next year to make any needed changes. Nonetheless, I understand that the unanticipated results of environmental weighting on the total scoring seems to eschew the results such that many projects became qualified for funding solely on not being environmentally intrusive. In fact, there are 2 such projects in the Stanton District that were recommended for funding solely because of their environmental score, representing a total of $59.6 million. This is a substantial amount of transportation funding for any rural district, and is certainly important to our district. That being said, I believe that it is in the best interest of the Commonwealth and the correct decision to go forward now with changes in updating scoring errors and project costs, and to implement a policy that would allow not only funding for a project solely due to lack of environmental impact, but any other such errors that were found. Thus, I would speak and urge your support of the revised base scenario that has been sent to us for consideration. I need to also strongly urge you not to adopt the scenario number 2, which is also before us, your consideration purposes today, and also eliminating step 3. This step allows each district, rural and urban, to participate to some degree in the high priority funds and utilize their unallocated portion of the district grant money. There are a host of reasons why, in my opinion, this scenario is not advisable and should not be adopted. Of the 9 districts, and I think he sent around a graph that all y'all had, 7 districts lose projects, many of which are critical to their respective districts. 2, the scenario leaves our over $104 million of district grant money sitting unemployed in rollover status and prolongs our mission in building and maintaining of our transportation infrastructure for the Commonwealth. This scenario will prevent most rural districts from ever participating in the high priority funding because most rural large projects are still relatively small compared to the high cost urban projects, which will in turn result in higher benefit scoring. This is an element of fairness or equity, if not real, certainly perceived by the rural tax-paying population of the Commonwealth, that will be voiced both locally and politically unless there is some established participation by the rural district in the rural districts in the high priority fund. I'm not sure I agree with that, but this is Mr. Dixon's opinion. There are many relatively large projects in rural districts. He lists a few, which can only be funded with the help of high priority money, since district grant allocations alone would be insufficient to fund these projects and maintain the district needs. And then he refers to the charts, which I believe is helpful and put this into perspective. And he says, respectively, sorry for the long communication, but respectively, your fellow member, Dixon Whitworth. So that's his perspective, and I thought that y'all should hear where he is coming from. Mr. Tom? I'm sorry, Mr. Rosen, you were next. Well, I'm sorry, I'll come back, yes.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that was what Dixon sent us all at the end of last week. Actually, at this point, prefer scenario 2. I think that makes more sense right now, and I don't think that necessarily having some money left, I don't see that as a horrible thing, because there will probably be some new projects next year that districts come up with. How specific are we going to get? Can we ask Mr. Donahue some questions regarding district specific?
You certainly may. I mean, if
I don't want to,
you might entice or discourage someone to vote for your scenario based on your questions, but no, I'm just kidding.
Now you scared me. I wanted to ask about a few things within, well, first I was going to tell you, and Mr. Fralin conveyed this, that I think there was going to be a request on the Franklin Street, Peppers Ferry Road to switch phase 1 and phase 2 around, simply because if you look at the map it makes sense. But this next point is My understanding in discussions previously is that the 81 S-curve improvement in Arcadia, that there might be a different scenario to accomplish most of the same benefit in terms of safety. Would you talk about that a little bit? Right now, it's approved for $35 million.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rosen and I, actually Mr. Fralin and I, had a similar conversation in the last 2 meetings. I think one of the things both the members are interested in is there a way to replicate in the other direction at this S-curve that which we have already done in one direction? So in one direction, the crash rate used to be 2.5 times the statewide average. We went in and put in kind of arrows that light up as you go around the curves for about $300,000 and maybe $400,000. And the accident rate has dropped 80% year over year in that location. So it's now 50% of the statewide average. So I think one of the things that I've been asked to go talk to staff and circle back to Mr. Rose and Mr. Fralin on is there a way to take the bulk of the money provided to the I-81 S-curve improvement in Botetourt County near the town of Buchanan, use $29 million of that to fund I-81 auxiliary lane from exit 141 to 143, and use the remaining money there to do other low-cost safety improvements that have proven successful in one direction on those S-curves. So I have that right?
Well, actually, there might be a different scenario. Exactly correct on the direction. Is there a way, and I should say that the S-curves are very dangerous and it shuts down the interstate. Is there a way to scale that back and take the additional $29 million for this coming year and potentially take it to the other Franklin Street, Peppers Ferry Road to complete the entire road, and on top of that take the 460 S-curves, and that's going to net about the same thing. But the 460 S-curves have been in the works for decades and decades and decades and are very dangerous.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, the math would work there, and that's all district funds, so that would certainly be
Absolutely.
something.
Looking around, as long as you're not,
as long as you're netting out.
As long as you're netting out. Remember, we have about 54 million, 33 million that's sort of unallocated in the system. So, but your general rule of thumb, as long as you're playing with a similar amount of money, within a few $100,000 million, what here or there, the answer is yes. I think that's exactly what you should do, looking at this process.
And so, Mr. Chairman, what we owe Mr. Rosen and Mr. Fralin before, I think, the Salem public hearing is an analysis of whether or not there's a scaled-back safety project for about $6 million that can be completed at these S-curves so that we can try and do some of the similar things we did in one direction and the other direction, which will then allow them to kind of apply their funds to other projects in the area while still accomplishing the bulk of the benefit of this project.
That's right, and the 141 to 143 auxiliary is one to look at, and then the other scenario is another, but the real point is there a way to do the S-curves in a cheaper way to accomplish a similar benefit? And I know that'll take, the reason I bring that up is because I know that'll take some VDOT analysis to see whether that's possible.
Absolutely, that's why we're doing this now instead of you getting it in April and not having this. But this is exactly the kind of conversations I hope we have at the hearings. Instead of someone coming up and reading to us a long list of all the things they want, to which my reply is going to be, well, you need to get in House Bill 2, get going. But looking at this and having a real dialogue in the community, and I mean, something like that makes perfect sense to me. And here's the good news, you stand up in front, you say why I'm doing it, and you support it, and that's what I think the public demand. That's transparency, openness. Doesn't take away your objectivity, but it gives you a starting point as to how this process works. I can tell you, just listening to this conversation, I mean, I don't think something like this has happened on the CTB in many, many years, if ever. And so that's what the whole thing is. I mean, these are, spending our dollars wisely. Wait a minute, Mr. Tuck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Thank you. I just would like to say, to start, I agree with Ms. Valentine's statement that I'm uncomfortable with leaving $105 million on the table. I just feel like it's a failure of our fiduciary responsibility. We've got a book that's got 2 inches of projects, most of which are very worthy projects, probably all of them are worthy, that I think that we have an obligation to not kick the can down the road and fund what we can fund. I don't even like leaving the $33 million in state and high priority dollars on the table, so I'm not even comfortable with that. I know in earlier conversations there was some angst about the commingling funds because of funding a specific project that ranked low at the statewide ranking level. And I just want to talk a little bit about that project because I think we'd be remiss if we did not dive into these types of concerns. This project would replace an at-grade interchange on Route 15, 17, and 29 in Fauquier County with a diamond interchange, and would also add a 20-space park and ride. Because of the magnitude of the project, it is a $43 million project. That score was driven down. If you look deeper at the project, what you'll see is outside of any MPO area in the Commonwealth, that project scored the 5th highest in the state in terms of improving travel time reliability. The other 4 projects above it are being funded through district grant monies, and they range in price of $1 million to $7 million. So it's the cost of the project, but the cost of the project is significant. It is on a corridor of statewide significance, and it also is a stretch of 29 where Route 15 and Route 17 run concurrent to 29. So it's not just a local congestion issue. It is a regional issue when you look at the amount of volume of cars that commute into the Northern Virginia region back and forth every day. But it's also a statewide issue. So I think if anybody has any angst of funding the step 3 with the commingled money because of a ranking of a project, I think it would behoove us just to take a deeper dive into the project so you can have a level of comfort with the project.
Mr. Williams.
I'm just trying, I still don't believe I really truly understand it right. I don't see, so let me ask a series of things, and they can just answer me quickly. Please don't think I'm totally unintelligent. I do figure out some things, but this is boggling me. I don't see where we leave the money on the table and not spend it under either scenario.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you take a look at the revised base scenario, the top one on the summary page, the money left unutilized in that scenario is in step 4, and it's the high priority projects remaining.
It gets spent. In both scenarios, most of it gets spent.
Most, in the first scenario, all but $33.4 million gets spent. And so that's, the district grant money is all allocated in either step 1, and then the remaining amounts are allocated in step 3.
Okay.
So we spend all of it, and the only thing that's left unspent in the base scenario is the $33.4 million in high priority. On scenario number 2, if you look at step 1, you see the allocated district grant funds, which total $778 million, and then you see the remaining district grant funds, which is just shy of $105 million. That $105 million is never applied anywhere else because step 3 is not there, and so those funds are unutilized.
I thought we applied it in step 4.
No.
Where did we pick up all that extra money in step 4?
So what you, Mr. Chairman,
between scenario 1 and 2.
Yeah, so if you look at what we do is the amount of funds used in step 1 and step 2 in both scenarios is identical.
Right.
So what changes then is in the second scenario, the 104 is not commingled with $150 million in high priority money to fully spin that out. And so the difference is that 105 or 104 sits unused or rolls over to the next round in scenario 2, and then you have an extra $150 million that is used with the 560 or whatever is remaining there that goes to high priority projects and then funds some additional projects fully with high priority and brings one new project into the mix, and then you have $14.5 million essentially of high priority that's unused in scenario 2.
Right.
And let me give you
So the 104 is still just sitting there.
Just sitting there.
Well, here's what I was trying to get to. And I thought that was the answer, but I have to get to it maybe through not being used to using the formula all the time. Both of these scenarios, to me, are extraordinarily unfair to the districts. What might be very fair to your district this year might be very unfair next year. That's the one thing that's always haunted me about this. I mean,
why do you say it's unfair?
Well, if you look at Hampton Roads, they're remaining on one in the scenario is 10% of their funds because they couldn't fund their next project.
That's if we do the new base. The first time we had it funded.
If you commingle that money and come over here and apply it.
Right.
You only get $3,097,000 back.
But why is that unfair?
Wow. Why is it unfair? You have a district allocation based on fairness that's been set throughout the ages.
And that stays
formula.
No, that stays the same.
It doesn't stay the same if you're going to take the money that's remaining and commingle it and pass it on to other communities that happen to have.
No, you're not passing it on to other communities.
So, Mr. Chairman,
You're picking it up. You're picking it up for your community.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Williams, if I could, just to refresh the board on the formula that was put in place in House Bill 1887. That formula replaced the historic from 1986 primary, secondary, and urban formula. What it also did is eliminated several takedowns in the budget, where there was funds that the CTB could administratively extract from the formula for interstate construction, bridge rehab, and several other set-asides. And so under 1887, we, besides revenue sharing and the CMAQ and HSIP programs, we pushed every single dollar through the funding formulas to the districts, with 45% going to state of good repair. We haven't yet come to the board with a method for allocating the state of good repair funds. We will be in front of you either next month or the following month with some initial recommendations on that. Then 27.5% goes back to the district, which is your district grant program funds, and the remaining 27.5% was statewide discretionary. We did do an analysis when the bill was before the legislature, if with state of good repair and the district grants, whether a district got more or less than they would have under the primary, secondary, and urban formula with the takeoffs the top, or off the top, takedowns, excuse me, and every district gets more under the 1887 formula when state of good repair is taken into account.
Does every district get the same amount of money, be it scenario 1 or 2?
No, here's what happened.
I'm saying
No. You get what he just explained. Let me answer this one thing. What he just explained is that you have a formula that allocates X amount of money to the district.
Right.
That money stays in the district no matter what. All you're looking at is how you take that allocation and how it's funded. Under one scenario, once you got to the end, you had $100. And you only had $90 in projects. Then the first scenario said, well, we want you to spend that other 10 to make sure you get, it all gets, and we are going to fund out of the statewide pot whatever dollars are necessary.
Right.
Yeah. So no matter what, you get the formula dollars.
You just get a higher percentage. If you happen to come out just right, you just get a higher percentage of that high priority fund.
This year, maybe next year, your project.
That's the inequity. I don't think that's easy to predict. What if it's the same district every year that gets hammered?
Well, then
that's a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. This is not chicken feed.
This
year, a lot of money.
This year you have 105.
I mean, that's assuming you have the same allocation every year.
What I think is important to understand, I understand Mr. Williams' point,
right,
is that the formula can be unfair to a given district. It's random.
I don't like the word unfair. I don't think that's true.
Well, it can. Well, I'll rephrase that.
What year it is?
The allocation of the high priority dollars under the commingled scenario 1 can be disproportionate to a given district based upon what project is next qualifying in their list.
That's right.
And what I mean by that, that's random. There's no
totally random.
And from year to year, and the reason I was asking the questions earlier about what other projects may come into the pipeline is that you may say, oh, fine, we'll wait till next year, and maybe we'll get our project funded next year. And then it just so happens a high-rise bridge shows up, and it goes to Hampton Roads again. Or the dollars may not be there for your project, which would have been the next project funded.
Now, are you talking about the district or the statewide?
Well, I'm talking about when you dip into the high priority funds, so that pool is not sacrosanct. The ability for a high priority project to be funded in any given year becomes very unpredictable based upon what comes into the pool, especially when you're extracting dollars to supplement the districts. So that's true. That's true. And so the issue is is there another way to address that? We've been talking about this $104 million that's left over in scenario 2. And the thing that I think the board needs to appreciate is that those dollars can be spent. And those dollars can be allocated And there is flexibility in the same way that we are talking about commingling dollars in scenario 1. For example, in the case of the Richmond district, if we're left over with $23 million, it is possible for us to say, well, under step 4 in the revised scenario, we get an extra $71 million. Well, if there's a project that we have in the Richmond district that is a high priority project that scored well, I could say, let me spend the $23 million that I have left and $50 million out of that 71, and I can allow that other 71 to be allocated to fund another project in another district for a community that might not have otherwise fared as well where the need arises. It's about basically being flexible with regard to how we get the important projects in our districts funded after we've used the data that we've received from this scoring process. So that's the first thing, is that we're not limited in our ability to commingle dollars, so to speak, but do it after we first funded the high priority bucket. And I can explain that in more detail later as to how the scenario could work out. The other issue is that we are given the discretion. This recommendation is essentially data that we are to use to develop a recommended funding scenario. I can tell you that jurisdictions in my community, in my district, have come to me and said, hey, you funded our project number 3, but project number 1 is our highest priority, and we want you to flip that. But for it doing some harm, that's going to be my recommendation. Just because something scored great on multimodal, or we didn't have significant fatalities, doesn't mean that isn't an important project for our district. And I'm going to use the advice of the MPO and the localities to make those decisions or to make those recommendations to this board. So I don't think we ought to be constrained by saying, this is the end-all be-all. What we have to be practical with is, how do we maximize these dollars? I agree. It would be a shame to leave any dollar on the table. I think we ought to allocate every dollar. And if there's a priority project in Lynchburg, that by me using my remaining $24 million of district money to commingle with a portion of what I otherwise would have received from a high priority bucket, then I'm willing to support that project with those remaining high priority dollars in order to help another major project in the state get done. I guess that's what I'm saying, is that I'm open to...
I'm just not as philanthropic as you are. I don't like the way...
Well, again, we're being very abstract at this point, but the issue is there's no guarantee as to where the high priority projects...
We're going to lay out a 6-year plan soon based on this abstract you're talking about. That's why I'm letting my voice be heard. I'm not fond of it.
Mr. Connors.
Mr. Chairman, we've been defending this process in the region. It's fair, transparent, and measurable, and I like those 3 descriptors because it's easy for me to remember. How would we spend $105 million that's left over? How would that work?
Well,
using the same measurable, transparent process.
Again, this
we're all defending.
This $104 million, call it 100 rounded to 105. It belongs in each of the 9 districts. Now, we have a list, we have rated projects in each of the 9 districts based on raw score and score divided by cost. The challenge is, in some districts, you may not have to go far. If you're really looking at delivering the highest rated projects first, in some districts you may not go far, but in some districts you have to go, you're skipping over several other projects before you get to the one that you can afford fundamentally. And then, so that project, you could fund that, and then I think, as we've heard, there's also the ability to do some moving around. But that would be a way of doing it. But again, you may step over a number of projects that actually are higher scoring projects in your district, or have a higher score based on cost. And that would be a way of doing it. I think it becomes, you are jumping over, some would call better projects.
And that's what we're trying to eliminate, right, in this whole process. That's kind of the old way.
But that's happening now. That's happening under the first scenario. That's happening under the first scenario. Under the Commonwealth model, we are in fact doing exactly that. So that's what I mean. We can't really say that we're using.
I disagree. And I think that the projects that have been submitted from the Fredericksburg district were priority projects submitted by district people. I've got Jason Robinson back there. I give him credit for submitting helping the locality submit good projects. Those were then ranked. I haven't seen anybody bumping up or down those projects in this thing. I haven't seen them. I can defend it, but I don't want to go back to the old. If we're going to do this, and we're going to measure these projects with these metrics, I don't mind the revised base scenario. And we're going to tweak, but we've got to be able to back it up and defend it. It's been hard enough these past 2 years trying to tamp down anxieties and fears that I've been hearing in my district, and then going back and changing the rules after we have issued a set of recommendations. So I don't know how we would spend 105. I'm not, after having served in local and regional governments, handling transportation for 9 years when we were broke. I mean, this is like this is a better day. And I would get crucified if we kept money on the table. I can't defend that going back to the district, and for people who just are sitting in traffic all day. Thank you.
Other comments? Mr. Rosen, and then Mr. Casper.
I want to clarify one thing I said earlier. Thank you, Ms. Valentine. But first, Mr. Fralin is now watching. I got a message from him he wanted me to share that to not allocate high priority interstate projects in rural areas and forcing to use district money for clearly statewide roads is unfair. I think that goes to the Arcadia S-curves using $35 million in district money, which we discussed earlier, versus the next highest interstate project using district money being $10.2 million. If you want to.
Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Rosen's point, Mr. Fralin's point relayed by Mr. Rosen, I understand Mr. Fralin feels that interstate should only be funded by the high priority projects program. Unfortunately, the current member of the legislature does not necessarily concur with the past members, and they passed a law that says that the high priority project is available for any project that meets a need on a corridor, statewide significance, or regional network, and that the district grant funds could fund any need that existed, whether it's on an interstate, a secondary road, a transit system, or elsewise. I think the CTB members can take that into account as they allocate their funds, and they could choose not to spend their district grant funds on interstate projects in hopes that in future rounds those projects will get funded under high priority. I would say I did look at the Richmond district, and they have about $40 million in district grant funds on a set of projects that are about 4 miles from each other. It's really one project that they broke up into 6 different projects, and the 95-64 overlapped. So there are other districts that are putting money on interstate corridors there. I do think there's some instances where maybe the project would otherwise get funded in high priority, and I think that's something that the board members need to take a look at. But the old distinctions that exist between secondary, urban, and primary in the interstate system were wiped away by the General Assembly in favor of district pots of money to solve needs that the district think are important, and those are things submitted by local governments, and then statewide needs based on those that are large-scale projects that would otherwise be hard to fund through a district grant program. And so I do think this is the first time we've done this, so the board can use its judgment as it moves forward on what they think is appropriate to fund, but the legislature has taken away and essentially wiped away the old concepts that one pot of money does one system of roads and another pot of money does a different system of roads. They've said evaluate the projects and fund them as they come out.
Thank you. Mr. Kilpatrick, one clarification I wanted to make, and I feel a bit unwise for this, but Ms. Valentine pointed it out. What I was referring to when I said I support scenario 2 is actually scenario 1. I was counting the original as 1, and then these 2 as scenarios 2 and 3. So I do support it with step 3 in it. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Ms. Valentine, for mentioning.
And so maybe it's helpful for folks, at least the things we're talking about here. We have the revised scenario, which is again make the corrections and deals with the environmental scoring issue. And then scenario 2, which eliminates step 3. I know it's plenty confusing for folks, but just so we've got common terminology. Mr. Kaspowitz, you have a comment.
To the dialogue finishes up front.
I apologize.
That's right. Nick, 2 points of clarification. When we talk about the $104 million remainder in skipping the step 3, those funds stay in the district and are allocated to the next year's funding cycle.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kessler, by default, what would happen is those funds don't go away from the district. The district doesn't lose them. They're simply not put to use this round. They'd be put to use the next round, and they would stay within that district. Yes.
Second question relates to projects that end up being funded using the high priority funds in this remainder scenario of step 3. Must they be eligible for high priority funds to be funded in that scenario?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Kaspowitz, we did make sure that in the commingled section that the project was eligible for both high priority as well as district grant. Again, the high priority project, when the discussions with the legislature in 2015, when they revised a 3-decade-old formula, was they wanted a big slug of money to repair bridges and pavements. They wanted another that would go to the districts using a formula for some equity. They wanted another formula that gave them new capacity money going to the district by formula. But then this last tranche of money was there to fund high-cost, high-benefit projects that under the old funding formulas were very difficult to fund. And so we only used high-priority projects funds on a project if it met a need on a corridor state with significance or a regional network, which is kind of the law's requirement.
I understand, but under the step 3 scenario then, the percentages of 27.5 and 27.5 remain unchanged.
Mr. Chairman, 27.5% of all the available funds go to the district grant program and 27.5% go to high priority. That's correct.
But taking the remainder,
It's still high priority funds.
okay, so
Still for high, yes, still.
Okay.
In other
They
words,
don't become district funds at that point.
yeah, you're not getting additional district funds.
But I guess it's implicit that a project that's just eligible for district funds would not end up in a step 3.
That is correct.
That's correct.
That was my
And I wanted to get back to Mr. Williams' comment. No matter what you choose, House Bill 1887 cannot be overridden.
Understood.
The districts get the amount of allocation.
I get that.
Yeah,
They just
yeah.
get a stronger dose of the high priority fund.
If it's a high,
the math just happens to work out that year.
right, and if it happens to be eligible, back to
I know,
Mr.
but I'm
Kasparis.
just saying, that's the inequity in the system to me. It's just, why all of a sudden divide it up based on some sheer coincidence? And that's what we're doing. We commingle the funds and fund your next project. We're funding it, we're taking high priority money, putting it in the pool, and sending it based on a sheer coincidence. That may be good for me this year, may be bad for me, but it doesn't make any business sense. Nobody will make a business decision.
I might disagree with you, because they're all important projects, and they're still high priority projects. But I understand your point.
We're a
Leveraging
Commonwealth.
money,
you know.
it's leveraging the district dollars.
Yeah. Mr. Matt.
Leveraging the district.
Excuse me, well, Nick, looking at scenario with step 3 and without step 3, if you go without step 3, we're talking about 6 of the 9 districts losing money. I mean, how did we come up with that scenario?
Why is that equitable?
Why is it even presented?
I don't know what you mean equitable. I keep getting confused on that.
Well, just take Richmond. Scenario 1, they get 150 million. Scenario 2, they get 193. Culpeper under scenario 1 gets 96 million. Under scenario 2, they get 54. I'm not saying one should get one or one should get the other, but it doesn't make any sense to all of a sudden, depending on which project is next, which is a total coincidence on the HB2 scoring.
66 would be a coincidence.
It's a total coincidence on the next scoring that all of a sudden those kind of drastic change takes place in your entire allocation. It just doesn't make sense to me to do it that way.
I want to respond to Mr. Matty.
To me, you keep your money and you build the next project you can afford.
Can I answer Mr. Matney's question? So the factual reason as to why a second scenario was created was at the last board meeting, the only step that board members raised concerns with was step 3. There was so much discussion and back and forth on the board that as staff, we felt we had an obligation to show the board what the scenario would look like if you eliminated step 3. Of all 4 steps in the original base scenario, that was the only one with which concern was raised about, and for that reason, staff created that alternative scenario for this policy board's consideration.
So, to respond again to Mr. Manny and Mr. Connor's earlier statement, you're not really losing money because there isn't an adopted scenario under the model that was recommended by the Secretary initially in order to distribute dollars into every district. They developed step 3 commingling. But from a strict view of the structure of the legislation, there was a district pot and there was a high priority pot. Both pots were to be ranked. High priority projects ranked in the high priority pot and pull from that bucket of money. District dollars pull from the district bucket of money. In order to deal with some of this political sensitivity and to make sure dollars were distributed across all the districts, step 3 was developed, but it was not necessarily something that was intended in the legislation. So I want to be very clear that there is no baseline from which we're deviating. We're only deviating or critiquing the scenario recommended by the Secretary's office. The second issue is with regard to the logic and the transparency of the process. Mr. Connors made the comment about, well, would it be transparent or fair to skip projects? To do step 3, you are doing exactly that. Because if you go to the state bucket of high priority dollars, there are projects that would not have been funded if that pot was left pure, which is what Mr. Donahue went over, if you simply went through the ranking per the state ranking of high priority projects. So we have to be consistent that if we want there to be pure transparency and we want there to be predictability and we want to use the data that's been driven by the scoring process, then the projects that Mr. Donahue described that you would lose if you move the commingled step 3, those would be the projects that would not get funded under a purely ranked process. I'm not advocating that. I'm not saying that that's what you have to use. I'm just saying that it's not really objective to make the argument that we're simply using rankings to allocate these dollars. We are making choices. We are skipping. We are commingling dollars where it is deemed prudent in order to fund projects that we think are important. That's part of this process under either scenario.
Yeah, and let me just throw out that. Let me just get back to this equity. If we were looking for equity, as we put it, there would be only one pot, and there would be no 1887 of allocation. We would simply line them up. Oh, yes, it is. If you're looking just for equity.
Equity in the districts is what I'm talking
about.
Well,
wait a minute. Then why, if you're in your districts, why is there a high priority fund?
I mean,
that's your logic. You're saying we don't.
Different types of projects here.
Well,
so let's take all the high priority projects, like the project that I hate to pick on you because it's not fair. But let's take that project, let's put it in another pot, and let's take the high priority money and let's fund them till they're done, based on their score.
I mean, I have no problem.
Walk away from a project that might score 50 over here to do one that scores a 20 over there because they have to.
No, because remember again, you use the different. We chose you're using benefits at the high level and you're using cost. If you really wanted to do this, there'd be no under 1887.
I just choose to be hard-headed.
I know. I respect that. I'm not buying but the reason we did this, remember, is because we just went through it and people said, "Oh my God, my projects, it's not going to be fair. It's not going to be equitable unless we start divvying this up." Because technically, if you just rank them, one district could get all of the money. And that was, so that's why 1887. So I get back to what Mr. Brown is saying. So this is really not, this is, if we were looking to be just strictly, and that's what I was afraid of, and that's why we gave you this. We're assuming a level of expertise here that doesn't exist.
That's right.
You're assuming just because you're skipping a project, and there's been many arguments why that one because of different things. I don't see. That's what I was afraid of when saying, "Oh, we got this ranking. We better." No, it's a tool, and that's what we fought against. So I just think we ought to be more.
We fought to make it more a technical decision based on merit, and now we've included not the whole plan. I'm not complaining about the whole plan, but we've included a step now that's based on total coincidence. So he took politics out, and that was, it's just coincidental.
Well, I would disagree with, I would disagree with that. I think it's
I know you
leveraging.
will, but I'm just gonna
I mean,
continue
it's
to
not
disagree with you.
coincidence. It happens to be where the dollars fall, but that's not coincidence. We're leveraging all the region
So
dollars.
it's
Mr.
coincidence
Chairman,
you
if I
got
could-
$100 million left, and your next project's a $40 million project, or you got a $16 million left, and your next project's a $17 million.
And you're assuming every year that's the same
I'm
way.
not assuming it's the same, it won't be.
But, Mr. Chairman, it's also not coincidence. We didn't
don't
pick
like
the
it.
project in step 3 out of a bucket like you draw a lottery number. It's there because of its project benefits and its cost. And we're funding with a mix of district and high priority. Again, the staff is not recommending one scenario versus the other, but it's simply not a coincidence.
It's not coincidence.
It wasn't
It's
picked out of
just the
thin
way
air.
to do it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I
No,
still don't.
coincidence would have been House Bill.
This will be hard-headed, sorry, then. We all like that occasion.
That's right.
Well, unfortunately, I missed last month's meeting, so I wasn't here to hear the debate, but I still don't understand. But it still looks like that, 6 districts will be losing money and 3 districts will be gaining money under the scenario without step 3.
Well, I wouldn't say losing. What I would say is there's a different allocation between the two. And
Well, it's going from 6 districts to 3 districts.
I think it's only one.
Is that right then?
Yeah.
It's a different way to allocate and that. So I wish, it would be great if all these things just worked out. There was no coincidence and they all worked out to the exact penny that you guys got in each district. It does. And so, but the heart of what you're dealing with is exactly right. Are you dealing with leaving money unused because your projects doesn't fit neatly into the bucket? Or are you coming up with something else? Now, another way we could be is just say, all right, we got X amount of monies, and you guys go haggle it out.
Let me just design it myself.
Mr. Dyke.
This is more technical. Didn't I remember seeing some language in here that said that the at-large members would basically decide where monies would go as far as projects of statewide significance?
Not where if you wanted to change the allocation, just like the district member would. That's correct.
I would give my at-large members if we can do that.
So how does that apply?
Well, I was going to say, I don't see a lot of play in this year's, to be honest with you. Those projects were the highest scoring benefit. I don't think you can look at any of them and say not important projects. I would say you'd have a hard time. It would just be your choice of doing a
As far as
project.
the monies that were not allocated.
There's $33 million that you certainly could choose to put in a different district or whatever. Good.
And Mr. Chairman, we were talking about this briefly at lunch. Mr. Rosen kind of stopped me to ask about that resolution. So I do think once the board settles on a scenario, which it sounds like we still have a little more discussion in us before we get to that point sometime tomorrow, then the at-large members, if you all indicate, we could set up a subcommittee meeting before the April meeting to talk about whatever's remaining unallocated there to see if there's places that you would like to make a recommendation to the full board on, just like the district members can do with the district funds. Because again, it's just a recommendation to the full board. So, if the Salem district moves some stuff within that district, they'll need to come to the full board in May or whenever to talk about their recommended changes. And similarly, the subcommittee of at-large members could do that with whatever remaining high-priority projects funds there are and recommend that go to a certain project, or 2 or 8, as the case may be.
Look, it's the board decision too. You can leave monies unused. I think it's an unwise decision, but you can.
And I wouldn't recommend that.
No.
It's one thing we agree on.
Yeah. So what you're talking about is you got these deltas in the districts. How's the best way to apply it? Another way, and if you don't want to apply it to another district, right, then that means you have to pick a project in your district. I don't care if you want to pick the project in your district that best, maybe that's the other way to do it. Back to Mr. Brown's point, integrity, pick the next project in your district that uses the closest to the number, not to take out what happens to be the next highest. Just pick a project. You got $5 million left, go down your list and pick a $5 million project.
I don't mind that process.
We were trying to say your next highest scored one, but, I have no, that way.
Mr. Chairman, one thing I want to point out is that under this revised scenario 3, only one district, and it's unfortunate, does not receive high priority dollars. Every other district does receive funding. And I want to reemphasize the fact that there is flexibility. If in Richmond, for example, there was a project that was left unfunded, and I have $23 million left in the district, and under this scenario, I would receive $71 million. I could look at that project list and say, maybe all I need is 50, and take 20 from that high priority project pool and give the other 50 back, so that another project in the pool could be funded. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. What I want the board to understand is that it's not as limited as you would perceive, because it may be that based upon what's coming down the pipe, there are other projects that could threaten priority projects that could get funded this year that may not be successful in the next scenario. And so if there is a project, for example, like the 29 project, that how it's positioned this year, this is the best year for it to happen, there is the ability of this body to come together and decide how we can execute that. And it would be no different than what you're doing in step 3. As opposed to it being random, it would be...
And let me point out, you're dealing with a very small amount of the overall allocation.
5%.
5% of the whole allocation.
That's right.
I mean, so I don't think 5%, and I hope y'all don't do this, no matter how bad you screwed it up, it's not going to make, I don't mean that. My point is, I think we're getting way too prescriptive and thinking this is a great data. It is not. The law was never meant to be that, it is exact. It's saying it gives you a good judge, but if something scores 1.2 and the next one's 1.3, I can tell you that that probably isn't much different in those projects. And so that's where your judgment was left. And so when we get back to it, no matter what, you're talking about less than 5% of the money, and you're talking about where to put it on a project or something. And I know you guys are very competitive. It's inequitable. You got 10 more than me. But by the way, the formulas themselves are set up that way because they're different percentages.
Listen, I'm at large, I represent them all, but I just still say, it's just, to leave it to chance like that, makes no sense to me. There ought to be a better process than that. It's not a matter of understanding, it's a matter of agreeing.
It wasn't chance, it was the next project. Chance would have been said, you just throw a dart against the board, but I understand your point.
It was the next project that matched the dollar figure.
Then that's right.
Not based upon, yeah.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. We can't tell you what we do have an emergency we're dealing with. I can't announce it right yet, but we will let you know before the day's over. Is there any more discussion on this topic, or we want to get a subcommittee and we come back one more time? But the hearings start in April. So, although I will tell you, I don't know that we have the scores out there. And certainly people would like to weigh in, but we're talking about a small percentage. And the hearings may be...
I would like to personally talk about it a little bit more before we come to any kind of final recommendation. I can listen, and I'll be open-minded about it. I can be convinced otherwise. I won't stay hard-headed. But for today, I've heard nothing that convinced me that the way I feel about this thing is the way I think I should feel. And so I'd love to sit down with Nick and somebody with a lot of facts. Anybody else that would like to sit down and just go through it, and just ask all the questions.
So the question we have is whether you want to vote on it today or continue talking.
Mr. Secretary, I think it's one of the most important issues this board will address this year, and one of the most important decisions. Clearly, there's a lot of differing opinions, and so I think time spent on resolving some of these would be time well spent.
So what should we leave, Mr. Would you? Now, Mr. Tyler's going to be gone for a couple of weeks. He's going on his honeymoon.
Finally.
Yeah, I agree.
You should wait until after veto session.
Yeah.
We got our bills taken care
So, but I do think he needs to be part of these discussions because in terms of some of the questions on the projects and things. So, it would need to be probably just a week or so before the next meeting where he would be available. So what we could do is to get, I guess if it's going to be more than 3, we're going to have to make sure it is a public, that we pick a date, say anybody who wants to come, we'll have a session. Is Richmond a good place to have it in? So, what we'll do is pick a time on give a couple of dates that you're available, and we'll get them out to you, and we'll have that. We'll make it a public session, and y'all can, we'll just have a session. Anybody wants to come?
Could you is it possible to do conference calls with us for discussion, with no votes, but discussions?
I think we still could, the answer is yes, we just still notice it as a meeting.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Hunter, I think you are able to do it if you open the location where you are doing the conference call to the public. You cannot do it in your office with the door closed. So for one meeting, if recollection serves me correctly, and Mr. Walton will come charging up here if I have it wrong, Mr. Fralin called into a meeting, but we noticed his office and his conference room as a second location open to the public. I'm not sure if any of the members of the public joined him, but they had the right to go there and join him if they saw fit.
I've just mentioned that as a possibility.
Mr. Chairman, I thought there was an amendment done to the Public Meetings Act that would allow, the only reason I know this is because the RMTA has a similar situation, and I thought members were allowed 2 meetings a year where they could be unavailable and do it by phone, but I don't remember the requirement for the location from which you're taking the call.
We can look into that.
Yeah, I think there was a recent amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I think the other thing that would be very helpful is if board members could individually email me their top concern or other things, so that as staff, when we do our due diligence, we can try and take that into account. Last time, I had to do an unscientific poll of what I thought I heard the most discussion on to create the alternative scenario. We may have gotten that wrong, or we may have gotten it right. I don't know. But I think if we could just get something from every member, and it could be, I'm fine with either one, or here's my #1 concern, or here's the thing I want to see switched out, or something of that nature, just so that we are working on that as staff, we have some additional direct guidance from each of you all. I think we really need that for us to kind of, modify these further or look at other ways to do this, because simply we want to stick to generally a few discrete steps, except where there's direct guidance from you all to the contrary that we would talk about in public.
Just one last question.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
We've spent all our time talking about step 3 and whether or not to do that. But on step 4, the fact that we deviated from the cost-benefit scenario, you and I have talked about this before, but I think for the benefit of the board, it may be helpful to remind the board that we did not use the same formula throughout the ranking process.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's why I made that point when we started. The General Assembly clearly wanted high-benefit projects in this top group. So that is why we chose to use anything that had a benefit of 1 or greater.
A cost benefit.
A cost benefit of 1 or greater. The benefit, because, that was the whole point of this, is before they were not seeing any of these major projects. Now, in the districts where everybody's competing against each other, that's why we use cost benefit, what the law, but the law didn't dictate. It said you must consider a cost benefit. But clearly hearing from them, they wanted these big projects. That's what it was for.
But to that point, it's critical to appreciate that the districts are also confronted with the same dilemma. You have projects that may have gotten funded from a cost-benefit analysis, but that do not yield the greatest benefit, whereas there are higher-scoring benefit projects that got overlooked because of the cost-benefit analysis.
And you're welcome inside the district to make the case to change those.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think it's important that the board appreciate that, again, this is data. It's not science. I mean, it's data.
And if you're comfortable standing up and saying that that is exactly right, I mean, that's what it is. But think about this. I mean, if we had to start it from a point.
That's right.
We'd be sitting here, so that's, I mean, most of this, I would say 80-85% of this is pretty clear cut, right? I mean, it's pretty clear cut. What we're talking about We said 5% maybe, but it's the edges of how you want to carve up that last little bit. But Mr. Brown is exactly right. You know, if you want to stand up and say, I want to switch it all, and you're willing to justify it and get you guys to vote for it, you can do it.
Wow. Yeah. We've been aware of that from the beginning. That's not a new.
Right.
That's not a new.
Right. All right, so that's the way we'll reach out. You guys will get Mr. Donahue some of your questions, and he'll get you a couple of dates, and we'll have a place where you guys can discuss this in that sense. I would like to try to bring to some conclusion by April at the meeting in that. All right, if there's no more on that, we'll go to Mr. Donahue, the V-Trans presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm now here on a different but related topic, and that is the long-range planning process. Some of you may recall you did take action in December to approve the policy portions of the document as well as the needs assessment. And so in that we set the vision, the goals, as well as some objectives that we're going to start tracking for the board and identifying the various needs throughout the Commonwealth. And we did the needs part a little bit earlier because, again, that's related to House Bill 2. And we had to screen all submitted projects to make sure they did meet a need identified in the long-range plan. What I want to talk to you about now is some of the next steps that will be taking place over the coming months with the additional aspects of V-Trans. And so again, I just want to remind you that the governor came before this body in June of 2014 and really asked, as we do our long-range planning and the picking of projects, that we think about how do we, support goods movement for Virginia businesses and really make sure we have in place the ability to attract and retrain the 21st century workforce, because that's all a part of building the new Virginia economy. And so a lot of the efforts we've done have really kept those two things in mind as we've been moving forward. As I've said, the V-Trans process has two parts. You have approved the entirety of the first part, which sets out the policy, which is going to influence what we do in the second half of this process. And what I'm really going to talk to you about is the 2025 recommendations. And what we're doing here is there was so little transportation funding for so long that there was a pent-up set of needs and developed projects that local governments and NPOs had on the books that they could submit for House Bill 2. As we start to fund these projects and move them forward, we need a process by which we develop a pipeline. And we wanted to make sure, I think Mr. Garzinski has asked several times, how do we ensure the statewide interest and the board's interest is taken into account in these rounds of House Bill 2, and how do we start to get projects developed and be ready for future rounds of House Bill 2? And that's really what we're talking about doing here in the next 6 to 8 months, working with local communities. And so what we're, on a high level, what we're going to do is take the various needs that were identified in the needs assessment last year. We're going to really then try and consolidate them and then prioritize those needs with you all's guidance and input from stakeholders, and then develop projects to help meet those prioritized needs, which then can move forward and be candidate projects in the House Bill 2 process in future rounds. Because if you look at it, for example, in the Fredericksburg district, there were 22 projects submitted, 19 got funded. After the next round, there may not be a lot of projects in that Fredericksburg district, but there are certainly needs. We just need to develop projects to meet those needs, and we have to kind of have an ongoing cycle of project development to make sure we have the good projects and good competition so that we're funding really worthwhile, cost-beneficial projects throughout the Commonwealth. So this is a summary slide that shows you our general process. I'm going to walk through these in a little bit more detail, but generally between now and May, we're going to be taking the needs and are going to consolidate them across kind of geographies. So remember, V-Trans had 3 different travel markets it looked at. It had the corridors of statewide significance, really that travel between regions. It had the regional networks, which was the travel within the urban areas, and then the designated growth areas. We're going to look at the various needs in each of those categories in an area to kind of consolidate them, because there is overlap. Here's something from the Roanoke area, and you can see that there are needs that showed up both in the corridor level as well as at the regional area regarding I-81 and the reliability of that route, along with the ability of Route 11 to serve as kind of a parallel highway when there are accidents there. That's really one need. And And so we're going to be consolidating needs across the different travel markets to bring those forward. And then what we're going to start to do is put together an initial set of recommendations for how to prioritize these, taking 3 different things into account. The first is we're going to crosswalk the different needs with the VTrans goals and objectives that you approved at the December meeting. And so we're going to look at economic competitiveness and prosperity and the objectives you put there and crosswalk that with the project using data. We're then also going to talk with local stakeholders to get their input to see whether or not they agree that that project meets a need, or if there's another kind of goal in VTrans that maybe the project meets that we didn't think about because we don't have the same local knowledge that they do. And using that process, we're going to come back to you all in May with a draft set of kind of prioritized needs for your discussion and modification moving forward. Then we're also going to hold regional forums around the same time frame, showing all this in more detail to those stakeholders and further revising this process to really make sure that with this discrete set of needs we have the ones that make sense both from the board's perspective, but then also from the local stakeholders' perspective. And again, we have, say, 100 needs in the VTrans document. There's only but so many we can actually move forward with between now and 2025. And so what we're going to be doing is really honing that 100 down into a more kind of discrete list as the priorities for what this board thinks needs to move forward between now and in the next 10 years, essentially. Once we've done that and we have some general buy-in and concurrence from this body, what we're going to start doing is trying to develop projects to help meet those prioritized needs. And that's going to consist of a few things. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to see what other people have already started to develop and see whether or not that helps meet that need and just needs to be further developed by going through local long-range plans, regional long-range plans, as well as input from stakeholders. We're also going to be, in certain instances, developing new recommendations where we didn't find anything on local plans, but we think there's a top need that needs to be addressed. So we're not just going to rely on that which exists already at the regional level. There is going to be direct, input where new projects can come out of this process that might not otherwise be on a regional plan or local plan. And once we kind of develop those recommended investments, we want to come back to you all with those and really start to evaluate them. And it's going to be somewhat of a qualitative evaluation, looking at the HB2 goals that are out there to really see which ones you want us to spend more time on to try and get ready for the next round of HB2 or the following round after that process. And again, not every prioritized need is going to get all the way to that end point. There are going to be some that will fall out along the way or that maybe need additional funding or maybe get funded through other means. So we may have, a bridge replacement on I-81. That's something that's really for the State of Good Repair program, not appropriate for the HB2 programs there. And so we would kind of push that off into a different discussion here. We really want to focus on creating the pipeline of capacity expanding projects that are needed to ensure Virginia's, future competitiveness and, allowing us to address the growth that's going to be coming to the Commonwealth.
Nick, wouldn't these be the seeds of what would be our statewide priority funding that we could recommend as a CTB?
Mr. Garzinski, that's exactly what this could serve as. I think it will have that as well as I think other things as well, depending on what the prioritized needs look at. But this is really the board's ability to start shaping the future projects that are recommended. Again, there's lots of needs identified in VTrans. We do not have the money to fund them all by any stretch of the imagination, and really the projects that we move forward through this process are going to be the projects that are ready for House Bill 2 submission in the next few rounds. And so this is really how you influence that which comes back to you for evaluation under House Bill 2. Again, this first time there were so many plans on the shelf or ready to go or that had been half funded and lost funding over the last 15 years that there was just a pipeline available. But that's going to change in the coming years if we don't start to develop one ourselves. And that's really what this process is about here. So, we don't have all the details on, what we'll be bringing back to you, but this is just letting you know we're kicking off this process. Again, we're going to consolidate the needs, prioritize them, get feedback from the stakeholders, start to develop recommendations, and then screen the recommendations based on our HB2 criteria, and hopefully get some new projects developed for the next round and other future rounds of House Bill 2. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Any other questions for the board? No? Going once? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nick. Let me...
You wore him out on the first one.
All right. Mr. Walton, congratulations. Now, I won't say that Rick had it easy this session, but he had outstanding help from his staff, Joanne Maxwell specifically, who was here at last month's meeting, did a lot of the work at the General Assembly this year. So with that, Rick, lead us on.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members. You should have, hopefully, in front of you with all the paperwork, there should be several handouts, a rather thick one that is all the bills that we were following this session. And it'll give you a status of whether it passed, it failed, or it was carried over. And then a couple smaller handouts, one that begins with CTV report, as well as a smaller one on the budget. And those are the two that I'm going to go through with you today. Chris Smith from DRPT will also be up here to tell you about some of the DRPT matters, and I'm sure John Lawson and Nick will probably offer comments on the budget. The first bill, House Bill 1069, about the only thing you can say about this bill is it's sort of Jerry Garcia's what a long, strange trip it's been. This bill started out at dealing with limitations on tolling without General Assembly approval. There was a companion bill by Delegate Jones, 1070, that dealt with limitations on toll collection, the amount of civil penalty, as well as reciprocity between Virginia and other states. When it got over to the Senate rolled 1070 into 1069, removed everything that was in 1069, so 1070 actually became 1069, only to have the 1069 provisions end up in the last 2 pages of the budget that was passed. So Delegate Jones was successful using the budget and general laws to get both 1069 and 1070. And what 1069 does, without reading it does address a lot of the issues dealing with the collection of tolls, the period you must wait before collecting, allowing for electronic notification from the operator of the toll road, and also deals with reciprocity with other states that would give us the ability to enforce toll collection violations for violations in other states.
Mr. Williams.
The portion that didn't get into the final bill, that did go in the budget, is that in a portion of the budget that can become law versus something that has to be in the budget every 2 years?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very interesting question, because the way it's set out in the budget, they've incorporated 33.2. The code section they wanted to amend has actually been incorporated into the budget. Right. I'm not sure how that then becomes part of the general law without it having to be in the budget every 2 years, absent a bill being presented next year that would incorporate. I just don't, I'll be honest with you, I just don't know how that works.
Some felt that, I mean, I think it's appropriate that the General Assembly adopt a tolling policy. I think it'd be good for us and good for me. So while we got in the budget now, and for this year, it's good.
It is.
I would still think we would want to encourage, and I'm talking to Nick, you guys that work in the legislature, they need to adopt a tolling policy and codify it. I think it'd be very helpful to us.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Chairman, the question, I just don't know the answer, and I haven't asked anybody in legislative services.
I don't think this is permanent.
Is whether the fact that he put 33.2 actually into the budget whether the code commission or somebody can make the decision, let's just go ahead and put it in the code. We'll let somebody else ask that question.
Okay, well, I do need the answer.
But right now, it is in the budget, and I'll get to that in a minute as far as limitations on tolling. On this page, a couple of agency bills. SB 240, Senator Edwards carried that bill for us. Deals with filing tort claims against VDOT, filing them electronically to help folks out, to just send electronically. The Attorney General's office has given VDOT the authority to settle tort claims of less than $5,000, and probably 95% of our claims fall into that category. Windshield breakages, a lot of potholes. If we know about the pothole, haven't repaired it, and we pay for the pothole damage, which would all be under that amount.
Mailboxes are another common theme, especially in snow operations. Again, in the past, it had to be a written letter mailed to us. We could not accept it electronically. So this just provides better service to the customer that they're able to submit those claims in an electronic format.
And probably our most important bill from VDOT's perspective from the session was SB 765, and that gives the commissioner the authority to hire hired equipment without complying with all the provisions of the Procurement Act. He's able to come with his own process and procedures to hire this equipment. As we all know, a lot of our hired equipment are farmers and weekend warrior type of folks that come out and don't want to go through all the mechanism of submitting this form and that form and everything that's required by the Procurement Act. They want a simple one page, I'll give you a driver, a piece of equipment, and this is what I'll charge you an hour. So it's a practice that VDOT has used for years. Someone who was a disgruntled vendor challenged our process, and we were advised that we did need to follow the Procurement Act to do this, and we had not been following strictly the requirements of the Procurement Act. So this bill will allow us for the Commissioner to go forward and incorporate the practices which have been very successful and have allowed us to hire a lot of folks to help us during snow season.
Well, our practice of hiring contractors for snow removal is not changing. The practice that we have followed has been in place for literally decades. And I can't find anyone that doesn't remember doing it the way that we hire, but there was some question about an interpretation of the Procurement Act. So what frankly, from my perspective, all this does is clarify that the Commissioner has the authority that they've exercised for a number of decades. And so this makes clear that authority in snow removal. It is not a change in process or procedure at all.
Now, the next two bills deal with NVTA. The first one deals with, and NVTA's voting is based on population. It's a weighted voting in Northern Virginia. And in the past, they've used the Weldon Cooper Center's projections of population. They've changed that from projections to using estimates, the actual estimate of population, and making the determinations. The second bill, HB 727, deals with the 70% funding that NVTA controls of the additional revenue that came about due to HB 2313. It requires that they provide information at least 15 days prior to a decision on the evaluation and rating factors that went into selecting a project, the total amount of NVTA funds going to the project, and the total amount of other funds going to the project.
Rick, you're not going to do all 91 of these pages, right?
I thought that's what you wanted me to do.
No, I just want you to hit on the things.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to do that. Just the short, I think it's 6-7 pages.
Okay.
The next bill is HB 1111, Delegate Villanueva's bill and Senator Wagner's bill dealing with the Hampton Roads Transportation Commission. It made a number of changes. Significant change allows for their administrative expenses to come out of their funds. That's presently language in the budget, so that will no longer need to be in the budget. It allows the chief elected official or elected officials from the 4 counties to serve. The bill that's been in place for several years talks about the chief elected official from each jurisdiction, and of course in the counties, in many cases, the chairman of the board is not elected as the chairman. So this straightens that out, but also allows any of the 14 members to also have a designated individual to serve one time for them, so that they will be able to have a quorum to take action, but there's 48 hours advance notice that's required. And finally, the last provision of this act makes sure that the poison pill that's been put in both 2313 and the most recent legislation that says that the General Assembly ever takes these transportation revenues and appropriates them to a non-transportation purpose, that all these revenues go away. So these two provisions are carried forward in this legislation as well. Senate Bill 478, Senator Obenshain's bill dealing with VDOT paying costs associated with certain eminent domain proceedings. It's a bill that's been on the books for about 6 years. This is an amendment to that to reduce from 30% to 25% the difference between the initial offer made by VDOT and the final award in the case. If it exceeds that amount, then VDOT may be liable for paying certain expert fees in the case. It will only be applicable to condemnation certificates filed after July 1st of this year. The next is Delegate Marshall's bill dealing with, basically came out of the I-66 decision by the board. He was upset that the board was meeting in Virginia Beach when that was discussed and the decisions were made. So he put a bill in that requires the board to have a public hearing if there's a project in excess of $25 million that's in a single highway construction district. We believe we can satisfy the requirements of this act of the board's 6-year plan of public hearings. The next one I won't go into, that just deals with revenue for the Space Flight Authority. A couple of bills here, just a byway designation, Delegate Kilgore out in Southwest Virginia, designating that a byway. Mr. Connors, in your neck of the woods, Delegate Cole's bill about VDOT working with FAMPO on dealing with congestion in the corridor and looking at the feasibility of extending the hot lanes south from their present termini. Commuter parking lot signage, Delegate LeMunyon had an issue in Northern Virginia where there was a commuter lot where some construction workers were parking in the commuter lot, taking away commuter parking spaces. So he wants us to put signs and have it enforced that unless you're a commuter, you cannot park there before 10 o'clock in the morning. Delegate Minshew had a bill dealing with broadband, which generated quite a bit of discussion. The broadband folks obviously put in their fiber along our right-of-way. There was a lot of property rights folks complaining that this was essentially a trespass or taking of their property. So we'll see where this ends up as we issue permits to broadband providers to go into our right-of-way. Our permits require them to hold us harmless. Our permits also require them to seek the permission of anybody else who may have an interest in the right-of-way. The broadband folks feel that the communication that they're providing serves a public purpose the same way a road serves a public purpose, so their view is that they should be able to occupy it without having to pay any compensation to the property owners. Of course, this is property that, is the ditch line, of the highway, so there's probably no value or nominal value to the landowner, but we had several landowner law firms who stood up and said that this is a taking of their rights. We'll see, where this ends up. The next bill deals with mobile food vending. Last year, as you know, we had a bill that allowed for mobile food vending along the right-of-way. It was a big hit in Northern Virginia around Tyson's Corner. So this year, someone thought it would be a good idea to allow for food vending in our commuter lots. So as you can see, there are a lot of conditions. The vendor must have a local government permit, a health department permit, must get permission from VDOT. We do have some commuter lots where it's probably going to be a little difficult to get them in there because the commuter lots are beyond capacity today. So unless there's an entrance road along the commuter lot, it may be difficult to get a food vending truck in there. The next bill is one that we're also excited about. It allows for alternative technical concepts as part of the design bill bidding process. Today, we've been told that we must wait till after we select our design builder and then deal with that design builder on alternative technical concepts. This bill would let us consider that among the various firms that are competing for it, so we can get 2 or 3 firms giving us alternative technical concepts before we decide on the contractor to award the work to. So,
and if you recall that the 66 project, the only way that we were able to incorporate alternative technical concepts in a design build was in the P3 model. This will allow us to build alternative technical concepts into our procurement process for our design builds. We think this is a great evolution of our design build process because there really are some fantastic opportunities to continue to get better projects delivered. The advantage here is that the contractor, as they're putting their proposal together, can share their concept. We can either accept or reject it, but it remains confidential in the bidding process. So again, there's some great opportunities with this bill.
HB 1383, it gives with the Commissioner's annual report that provides we must post this annual report, make it available on our website. Also adds an additional criteria that we must include in there, additional information, traffic modeling results for all federally funded projects requiring a NEPA multi-alternative study. Then finally, in the just general laws, the HB 719 again deals with amendments to House Bill 2 that now requires the board to publish the criteria that's used to determine the value of each factor the board considers in making allocations pursuant to HB 2. Requires that to be published for 30 days prior to a vote on a project or a strategy. Then the last 2 bills deal with 66, both inside and outside the Beltway. There's been a provision in the Code of Virginia for a number of years that required the board to make several findings before the board could change the HOV2 designation on 66 outside the Beltway. Both of these bills now make the provisions after both inside and outside the Beltway of changing from 2 to 3. Delegate Boliva's bill basically says that from beginning July 1st of 2017 that it must be HOV2, both inside and outside the Beltway, but then his bill sunsets in January 1st, 2020. Delegate LeMunion's bill takes effect January 1st, 2020, and says the board must make these findings before the board can change from HOV2 to 3, both inside and outside the Beltway. And he's added an additional finding that the board must also consider has the change in HOV designation been screened and evaluated under the screening and evaluation criteria for projects in Northern Virginia that address congestion and homeland security evacuation from the nation's capital. So those are several of the general pieces of legislation that passed. I'm not sure whether there will be amendments offered by the governor to any of these bills, but that's a possibility. The General Assembly comes back in on April 20th, the day of the board meeting in Lynchburg, for their reconvened veto session. But this is the old one. Now, I don't know if the budget, I got to keep going through 90 pages. Okay, they have the handout. You should have a one-page handout dealing with budget amendments. The first one deals with $50 million $50 million in funding for the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority. It's $25 million in each of the next 2 years. It's to assist Dulles Airport. It does require that MY enter into an agreement with VDOT that sets forth the Dulles' plan to reduce the airline cost per enplanement, their long-range plan for financial viability, and their financial records must be made available to VDOT. The next one deals with Transport 66 outside the Beltway. This requires the Secretary to report to the chairs of the two money committees by the end of October of this year on the negotiations with our private partners for 66 outside the Beltway, and it requires that report to be made so that the General Assembly two money committees can consider the carryover legislation by December 1st of this year that deals with authorizing the board to sell $1.5 billion in debt to build the project if we're not successful with the private offer. The next item deals with air rights on Interstate 66, requires VDOT to meet and negotiate with Fairfax and Arlington County regarding the air rights over I-66. That's a smile. Scott and I go back, a long way back with air rights in Northern Virginia.
You can move on. That's not going to take much effort on that because that was just part of the 66 and letting Arlington know we'll work with them, whatever that may be.
And we're already working with Arlington County, so we'll be working with Fairfax.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Do these budget amendments have a financial impact?
Not on House Bill 2 funds. They come out of the Priority Trust Fund.
Okay, so there's no money attached to these.
There's money. Oh, yeah, there's money, but it doesn't come out of your House
House
Bill
Bill
2
2
process.
Yeah, there's money.
Why wouldn't they include that on the
I was just curious to know what the amount.
Which one? He did the 50 million, he told you. Which one are you thinking about?
Well, I just didn't know if any of them.
Well,
Did you mention
the 50 million comes out of the Priority Transportation Fund.
Okay.
The next deals with Fort Eustis funding. We're negotiating with the Army right now, dealing with Fort Monroe. There was a budget amendment that required specific funding for a project. Now the budget amendment just requests that we make a request of the Army to consider funding for this particular project. The next item deals
So there's 23 million there, to answer your question. There's 73 million, if I'm not correct. It was 23 for Fort Monroe, Fort Monroe, and 50 million for MWA. And that is contingent upon, the big thing is signing a long-term lease with at Dulles with United. And if that doesn't happen by December 31st of this year, we're not paying the monies.
And the one Mr. Williams, you're looking at with the Fort Eustis, that's just the way the budget language reads. The governor's introduced budget provided $23,110,000 for roads leading to military installations.
But it's the Fort Eustis specifically.
But no. That's the agreement. It will not be at Fort Eustis. It asked us to ask them to put it at Fort Eustis. The Army said no.
Okay.
Yeah, they said no. But they just asked us, could we use it there? And that was all the budget directed us to do. We've asked, and they said no.
The next item is a pilot program for unpaved roads. It's $1 million each year for certain unpaved roads that would come out of the unpaved road fund.
That'll be at 622 in Northern Virginia. That was an agreement that we did in order to get some legislation passed. We just do a demonstration up there.
It's one of those typical 2 miles, number 2 miles road between two roads. It's not a dead end.
Right.
That sits at so much longitude, latitude.
In a county with a population more than this and less than that.
So anyway, it's two.
Those bills.
I thought you'd be familiar.
Liquor license.
The next item deals with two matters actually. It deals with providing $140 million in the 6-year program for construction of I-66 inside the Beltway. And it also provides for the advancement of certain fundings that, based on the December 2015 update, and John may know more about this, but this would all go under the new formula with State of Good Repair, but there is some money that will go to State of Good Repair and the district funding and the high priority funding.
I think we'll be looking at this, guys, depending on what Virginia Beach's decision is. There's a lot of opportunities for us. We do have the ability to do it out of the Priority Transportation Fund. It's not going to affect any of the scoring or any of the budget allocations in there. But this was the agreement that allowed us to do the 66 solutions.
And then the final item deals with VDOT's employment level. We had asked for 315. We ended up getting 240, which will go to meet some needs in the district and in the central office, which will free up some funds that we're now paying for outside consultants to provide services. We believe there's a great cost savings in providing those services in-house.
What's the highest you remember the employment levels being at VDOT?
It was over 12,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It was over 11,000 in 1994 when I started. These positions are largely focused in the bridge program, bridge inspectors, bridge designers, bridge crew members, really focusing on the small bridge program, and then to continue to be able to keep an active pool of inspector and inspector trainee positions. Our inspection program is growing as this program grows with both our resources and NVTA and HR TAC funds. So the program itself is getting larger. There's still going to be the bulk of our inspection work will be done by outside firms, but a core of folks that are VDOT employees we think is important on projects. It helps in decision making and moving projects along. The focus very much is on people that are actually in the delivery and in touching people in the field. We do have a small number of folks in right-of-way because we also believe in right-of-way. We need to be training the next generation of appraisers and right-of-way agents, but also to spend more time with people as we're acquiring property, because that is a difficult thing for a citizen to have a letter that we need to take some of your property for a particular project. So I just felt there was a need to put more resources in that area so we can spend more time with the citizens when we're going through the acquisition process.
And then the final item, as I mentioned earlier, is the final item in the budget is a provision that requires General Assembly approval to toll any untolled lanes or components of a highway. There are 5 exceptions that are set forth in the code, and I won't get into those. You should have the 5 exceptions. You should have that at your desk.
It will not impact anything that you're looking, this CTV is looking to do.
Right.
I mean, not or any in the future. It would have precluded us doing the downtown Midtown tunnel, but it will not preclude anything that we. Also, with this, we'll be turning in a slot that the state of Virginia has had that lets us toll an existing highway, which we're going to turn that back into the federal authorities because from now it will take General Assembly approval for us to do that.
And that's the slot that under the FAST Act we would have had to move on anyway.
Right.
I did ask to try to affirm whether that language staying in there makes it law or not. I think it's important we know that.
Yeah, I'll let you know. We've been told repeatedly that it does, and we'll see how it comes through the process in that. So, Rick, we'll see what they say. Yes, Ms. Valentine.
Thank you. I was trying to find it. Was there a budget amendment in the Senate? I think it was Senator Wagner who introduced it, and it was about looking at rail stops. I think there was an addendum put on it about looking at a possible
Yeah, Chris is actually going to give a legislative update. We were going to cover that as well. So,
Yeah.
But that is still in there.
Yeah.
That is still in there.
Yeah.
Because I didn't see it, and I didn't know perhaps it had.
Their update only covered the VDOT.
All right, we're going to have to wrap up in about 10 minutes. So
I think Chris was just going to
why don't we let Chris
update.
come up and go through quickly the few things in there, and then
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Just going to hit on a couple of the high-level points of the General Assembly from the DRPT perspective, mostly on some of the budget amendments. I'll touch real quick on the one that was just raised because it does touch on the 6-year planning efforts. Budget amendment requires DRPT to provide sufficient funding to complete capacity projects underway for additional service to Norfolk, as well as completing service to Roanoke. Part of that budget amendment requires DRPT to do a feasibility study on a potential station in the town of Bedford. That'll be due to the General Assembly by December 1st of this year. A couple of the other items will involve you all and our interaction with you all. One is a VRE impact analysis with the CTV Rail Subcommittee. Working with you all and doing an impact on VRE's long-range service plan. That'll be due to the General Assembly by November 15th of this year. And then one of our larger items was both a budget amendment as well as a piece of legislation, House Bill 1359, that was also passed. This creates what's called the Transit Capital Review Advisory Board, and this is what will take a look at the forthcoming drop-off of our transit capital bonding program in the next couple of years, look at potential new revenue sources, as well as certain HB2-like strategies for looking at transit capital investments. So these two things kind of work in tandem with each other. The bill creates the board, big picture looking for transit revenue issues, but also being charged with looking at prioritization of transit capital. On the legislative side, House Bill 613 clarified DRPT's legislative authority to acquire and purchase right-of-way for rail and transit projects. And Senate Bill 710 made a slight change to the Metro Compact to conform with federal law. So that's all I have from the DRPT front this afternoon. Any questions I can entertain for you all, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, thank you. As we started, we had a very good session, transportation. While it was, we had a lot of give and take, I'll put it that way, but a lot of good things got accomplished. At the end of the day, the earmarks that were all gone, and we got a lot of policy, 66 deal. So really had a session. Hopefully, I'm not sure. I think, Nick, we said last year we weren't going in the building again this year, but I'm saying again, I'm not going to go in next year, but it actually turned out very well, so I do appreciate the working relationship that we have with the General Assembly. I'm going to let you know what all this disruption has been going on the last hour or so, and Ms. Mitchell will get more into details. Yesterday morning, or a couple of days or so ago, about 4:30 in the morning, there was a smoke incident on the Metro rail. The new general manager, has determined that could be a life-threatening issue. And so beginning this evening at midnight, the Metro rail will be closed for 24 hours for emergency inspections. That's going to cause, I see Mr. Dyke over there, that's going to cause a significant problem in the area. I've been on the phone with the governor. He's aware. Mr. Kilpatrick has been, and Ms. Mitchell have both been talking to VRE, our express partners, with our toll operators, looking at what we can do to handle the increased capacity on our roadways. The next day, we hope it's the next day, depending on what they find. It could be more than 24 hours. But this is an issue, so it's going to be difficult around the D.C. area over the next several days. We obviously support the safety comes number one, and if the general manager believes that this was a call for action, that we support that, and we'll work with him in that regard. I'm not sure what's happening with for those from Northern Virginia. I'm not sure what's happening with the federal government. Certainly, will be requesting at least liberal, whether or not they actual close. The issue they're working with Secretary Fox on from that and other government employees. So that's what's going on. It's unfortunate, but we've got an issue that we're going to have to deal with. So, Ms. Mitchell, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, this is, again, related to a similar safety issue that they had, which was a fatal incident last January at L'Enfant Plaza. This is, I think, a very prudent step that the general manager is taking. They need to do inspections of all of their cables throughout the entire system to see if, understand the extent of the issue. They're going to try to do as much emergency mitigation this evening that they can. If they're not able to, then they may have to do things like shut down certain lines one at a time or do a lot of single tracking over the next several weeks or possibly even months. So it's a significant issue, and we hope that they'll be able to resolve it early, but certainly we think this is very prudent. As the Secretary mentioned, we've been in touch with VRE and all of our local transit bus providers so that they're ready to handle additional passengers or to change their operations if needed, and as well as VDOT, and they're working with Transurban as well, and I know Charlie's notified the Operations Center. Like I said, we hope that this is well, no, it will just be a very short-term service interruption, but certainly unprecedented. They did this during the snowstorm, which made a lot of sense. This is certainly an unprecedented thing to do it during the week, though. So, as we know more, we'll be keeping people updated. Jim?
Mr. Dyke?
Just a question. I know it's scheduled for March 30. You guys going up to the Metro Summit? Because I think they invited the governor, I'm sure.
Yes, we'll be up there. I don't know. I'm with Secretary Ron and Secretary and Director Dorm Joe for a morning panel. Yes. Up there, so that's what I apologize for all the back and forth, but that's what's been going on, and we've been dealing with that. While you're speaking, any other updates for the board in your area? Then we'll go to Mr. Kilpatrick.
No, that's it for me.
Okay, Charlie.
If you go to what we started to add at the end of this workshop, or an opportunity to kind of fill you in and just provide papers and things that you'd asked for in previous meetings. So you can go to those tabs 1 and 2 under my remarks. First, you had asked for us to bring back on a quarterly basis the agreements that I've executed under the authority that you granted to me. You'll see there are 5 of them. They're all project related. I would call them all in the environmental area regarding programmatic and project agreements with local governments and federal agencies. So that is the first thing. The second was Mr. Kasperwitz had asked during as we received bids, a concern was specifically about slurry seal, which is a product that we use, but very few providers of that in the Commonwealth. What we have is a single page here that shows you the approximate annual cost in terms of what we put into these programs, as well as the approximate cost per mile and the life expectancy and the number of contractors. So again, I provide that for your use, give you an opportunity to look at it, and I'd be glad to follow up with questions. If you want a more detailed discussion, that really, I'm going to get out of my swim lane pretty quick, and I would have the state pavement engineer and some of his folks involved in that. And then I have 2 final items real quick. Ms. Brown passed out the tentative transportation alternative allocations for FY17. You have those at your desk. She passed those out during lunchtime, so for you to take a look at those. The last item was last month we talked about the open container funds and the use of open container funds for I'll call it 3 larger trail projects in Virginia. We were able to and I won't go into the gory details, but the Jackson River, the Belmont Ferry Farm project, and the Blue Ridge Crozet Tunnel project, we are going to be able to fund those projects. One of the projects we're actually moving some funding types around. The project in Virginia Beach was just not at a point where it was ready to be programmed with open container funds. Again, these funds need to be programmed pretty quickly, so it'll be eligible in the future. So we'll be incorporating those projects into the draft plan for your consideration, public hearings, and ultimate approval. And that's all that I have today.
Any questions of Mr. Kilpatrick? Okay, last couple of things here. You've seen all the monies regarding transportation. One large thing, the Port of Virginia did receive $350 million in bond funding. It's not related to transportation, general obligation bonds of the Commonwealth to support the expansion of VDOT, Norfolk International Terminals. That will require this study, I think, Ms. Mitchell's doing about rail access. That's going to increase that around Hampton Road, so very good news for that. Again, I think I was very pleased to see the respect that was shown and for the CTB and its decision makings and its putting the faith in this new process of making sure that we try to depoliticize as much as we can the funding of these projects around the Commonwealth. So, with that, I think that's all that's on our agenda. Does the board or anybody here want anything else to go over? Yes, Mr. Yates.
I would hope that there's not another major shutdown next time when I attend. You might not ask me back.
That's right. No, sir. I hope not either. And this, it's starting to hit the wires now. I mean, this has national security, homeland security, lots of different things that we're dealing with. For tonight, you're going to go check in your hotel. Carol's got a bus picking you up. Mr. Brown is having us at the Hippodrome. We're looking forward to that at 6 p.m. We'll have a chance to do some socializing, and I'm sure many of you will continue on your discussion of the allocations. But with that, we will close the work session, and we'll see everybody at dinner. Thanks, everybody.